Heartfire by Rose Mackey, Book 1 of Under Violet Suns. Chapter 1. Boarding. This had to rank as one of the all-time craziest things she had ever done. Denara stood on the boarding platform for the ship high above the crashing waves, shivering in the cool morning air, reconsidering her life choices. The officer loomed at the foot of the gangway, calling out names from a thin tablet, each colonist stepping into the access tube when called. All around her, Denara could feel the other colonists' anxiety and excitement buzzing against her senses. It was pretty this morning, the spaceport hovering over the ocean, the waves pale pink in the pre-dawn light. The sun was just cresting over the peaks of the nearby mountains and glinting against the flyers and ships, taking off in precise order. She couldn't believe that she was about to move to another planet. Again. She hadn't particularly enjoyed living on Falosia all that much, and balmy temperatures and soft black sand beaches just weren't enough to keep her anymore. Although, she thought wryly, change doesn't always have to be quite as dramatic as moving to a frontier colony on the edge of explored space. Most females just get a new haircut or a tattoo to get over a bad relationship. Denara Pasal. Snapped out of her reverie at her name, Denara flushed when she saw the officer watching her expectantly. "Healer," came the impatient inquiry again. Denara stepped forward, grabbed her pack and hustled up the gangway. "Sorry, Gadek, I was light years away." Mentally, she chastised herself. So much for being a brave, rough-and-ready colonist. If you can't even pay enough attention to board the damned ship when called. She'd be lucky if she wasn't eaten by some alien critter on her first day. Once on board, she continued her mental dialogue like a pendulum, back and forth between crippling anxiety and positive affirmations. She followed the trail of females into the processing area, past utilitarian cream-coloured bulkheads with emergency lights embedded periodically in the deck plates. Her inner monologue came to a screeching halt as she looked down into the cavernous room that opened up at the end of the corridor. The hall was circular, with half-moons of cushioned benches in bright colours bolted to the floor, tearing down to form a large, light-filled amphitheatre. The roof was clear plaz, and she knew once they were off-planet it would show a spectacular view of the stars. Remembering her orientation primer on the Ardrak, she realised the room was one of a series of habitat modules that would be separated from the ship on arrival and provide the basic functional buildings in the community seed of the new colony during Phase 1. Everything about it was designed for slimline efficiency, even if the decor reflected an eclectic style from a century earlier. The Ardrak contained everything necessary to start a life on a mostly habitable, probably won't-kill-you new planet. Denara took a seat next to a familiar, tall, brown-haired female at one of the curved couches. The female reached out and squeezed her hand enthusiastically. "Isn't this exciting? I can't believe it's actually happening. It's so nice to meet everyone in person finally. It feels like we've been in the training phase forever." Her name was Livia, and she was one of the team of multidisciplinary medical personnel assigned to work for her in Medbay. Denara and Livia had spent the past few months in the same online cohort receiving preliminary inductions, psych evaluations, genetic screenings, and endless interviews and lectures on everything from ancient agricultural techniques, basic xenobiology, to the principles of construction, everything a young colony needed to get started at the frontier. Denara squeezed Livia's hand in return, squashing down her inner anxiety. "It's incredible, isn't it? 2 years of tests and inoculations and interviews, and we're finally here." Another tall female dropped down onto the sofa on Denara's other side with a sigh. "Who'd want to back out anyway? Stay here for another few decades raising my sister's kids? I don't think so." She shuddered dramatically. "Nope, I'm in it for my own 300 scree of land and the chance to build something for myself." Livia peered over Denara at the other female. "In it just for the dirt, hun. Not for your own handsome hunk of Verit mail." She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively, and all three burst out laughing. "Well, obviously that too." They settled into a comfortable silence as the remaining females filtered in. A familiar older officer with a regal bearing was last to enter, her sleek, form-fitting jumpsuit studded with her badges of rank. She strode past the couches and stood in the basin of the amphitheatre to address the assembled colonists. "Welcome, colonists. For those that don't know me, I am Kadek Moral Lien, and I will be the governor for Unnamed Colony 29 for Phase 1. We will depart at 0900 and collect the Verit colonists tomorrow from Space Station Ampere. From there, we will take the colonial jump gate to Sector 64 and then travel a further 2 weeks to the colony. She paused, her eyes travelling over the group, feeling ancient in front of their eager anticipation. You have completed your briefing and the psyche vals and are the best Falosia has to offer. Once we leave, you are committed for at least 12 months. 12 months on a colony with zero existing infrastructure. She paused a moment to give everyone a final chance to speak up, but she didn't expect anyone would. The assembled females before her had gone through 2 years of competitive and grueling testing to be selected, and several months of invasive medical treatments to make their digestive and immune systems compatible with the local environment on Colony 29. She was deeply proud of every single one of them, the cream of more than 2 million applicants. Her heart ached for the eagerness, the hope she sensed from them all like little wings brushing against her empathic senses, gossamer thin, but strong enough to carry them far. What we are attempting with this colony has never been tried before. We will be merging 2 totally different cultures to form a new one, and there will be pitfalls along the way. Be brave, ladies, and I hope you all get what you are searching for. Denara nodded, her head held high. She looked around the room at the other females, their faces shining with pride and anticipation. Unexpectedly, she felt a lump in her throat. After such a long time lost in her own wilderness, she finally felt an overwhelming sense of rightness. She closed her eyes, taking a moment to breathe and control her surging emotions. As she did, her nerves fell away, and she was filled with an excitement that threatened to turn into giddiness. Livia reached over and gripped her hand, squeezing gently, and Denara saw her eyes sheened with tears. Denara squeezed back. "We've got this," and Livia nodded, returning her attention to the cadet. On the stage, the cadet had finished talking. Regarding the colonists for a moment, she flashed an unexpectedly cheeky grin that softened her dignified manner and instantly made her seem more approachable. She motioned to a female on the side who stepped up to join her. "This is Gadek Lenora Patra, responsible for logistics and stores. The Gadek will complete your onboard ship induction and issue your jumpsuits. Use the rest of the day to familiarize yourself with the ship and get to know your fellow colonists. You are going to experience a lot of challenges together. The faster you start harmonizing and trusting each other, the more successful the colony will be." She nodded briskly and stepped away from the center to cede the floor to the G-Deck. As the G-Deck talked, listing off emergency procedures and warning klaxons, Denara let her mind drift. The K-Deck had not overstated the risk for this colony. The design for Colony 29 was wholly unlike any other. Despite being a Gen 4 colony, Colony 29 was the first to be co-sponsored by 2 planets, Verit and Falosia. Both planets had the same problem, a population that skewed dramatically towards a specific gender. Falosia had a birth rate of approximately 80% female, and Verit a similar skew towards male. However, both societies had taken different directions in managing the situation, and their values were not necessarily compatible. Denara turned her attention back to the G-Deck as she started discussing the issue of their jumpsuits. They were beautiful, pale blue, self-adjusting, form-fitting suits, designed with a sophisticated AI which would monitor bodily functions, as well as provide access to the ship's systems and automated response to environmental changes, such as a clumsy colonist accidentally tripping out of an airlock. As chief healer, Denara would have access to those AI systems to monitor the health of the colonists. The G-Deck also held up a silver ear cuff and demonstrated installing it. "You can change into your suits in your quarters, but put on your cuffs as soon as you collect them. This will give you limited ship integration, such as heads-up display, HUD, maps to your quarters to get you around. Your HUD will display ship alerts and any restricted access signage, so pay attention. There will be no exceptions for people in the wrong areas." The females complied, and at the Gadek's command, the colonists shuffled up to collect their suit and cuff. "All right, ladies, you are now free to roam the authorized access areas of the ship and get settled. We have organized a communal dinner at 1800 hours, a traditional Falosian feast. I suggest you enjoy it. Falosian delicacies will be in short supply until the colony establishes trade routes. The Ardrak will shift to night mode at 2200 hours, and you want to be well rested for tomorrow to meet the Verit delegation. There will be plenty of time for carousing when you get settled on your new world." Chapter 2. Nothing was stirring. Denara lay in a surprisingly comfortable bed, impressed that it was an actual mattress, and not just a bunk in a communal barracks room. It had been made abundantly clear during their 2 years of prep that Colony 29 was being set up on a budget, and everyone had been repeatedly warned that it would be cheap and cheerful. It was going to be a new model in a lot of ways, a cheaper fit-out, more independence, co-sponsoring. Oh yeah, and the first colony designed specifically for matchmaking. Lots of firsts, lots of things to go wrong. With all the warnings, she had expected communal bunk rooms and scratchy blankets. Instead, each colonist had been given a cosy apartment with a real bedroom and a small combined kitchen and a living room with an office nook. Each unit even had an old-fashioned bathroom, complete with a retro-sonic shower. Like most of the ship compartments, the residential quarters would detach from the Ardrak central ring on landing and would be used as the initial housing units. Despite the plush bed, Denara could not sleep. She restlessly shifted, trying to find a comfortable spot, fluffing and punching her pillow into different positions. Her mind kept drifting back to the dinner. It had been nice, also unexpected. Years of pursuing her genetics research and then her disastrous off-world marriage had left her disengaged from close friends. It was refreshing to have the community of females. While their bonds had been formed remotely, through their online lectures, they were real and had the potential to deepen into true friendships. Denara had arrived at the mess hall just before the welcome feast, and her empathic senses had been in overdrive with all of the emotions swirling from the other females. Excitement, fear, sadness at friends left behind, hope, anxiety, all of it feeding on itself in a churning stew that left her wanting to vomit. Like the rest of the Ardrak, the mess hall was decorated in a style from the early 3900s, which meant lots of light and bright primary colours. It was adorably vintage, and she was beginning to think that she was actually going to enjoy living here. A large buffet table was set in the alcove in front of the massive 180-degree viewing window. Outside, Denara could see the blurred stars of travelling through normal space at speed. She hustled past it, the sight always unnerving to her. As the other Falosian colonists arrived, the females set to the traditional Falosian foods of flatbreads topped with vegetables and drank luzi, a warm fermented berry distillation, while they swapped histories, each of them slowly relaxing into a warm fuzziness. The females in the colony were bright, strong and determined, each a specialist in her field. She was proud to be among them, even if she still had to pinch herself on occasion to believe it. She'd been particularly happy to see Fila Maru in the group. They had gone to school together and had been thick as thieves until their respective careers had taken them in different directions. When she had seen Fila's name on the colony listing, she had hoped that it was the same person. Fila had screeched out a welcome when she saw her, hauling Denara into an enthusiastic bear hug. They instantly clicked into their old friendship, the years falling away with each glass of luzi. It made her a little less apprehensive about the change, knowing that Fila was there too. Fila was totally fearless, and more than a little wicked. Her emotions a warm blaze to Denara's harmonic senses, made up of a fiery temper, fierce compassion and humour that would certainly liven up the experience. Direct to the point of rudeness, Fila hadn't pulled any punches in her interrogation of her. "I was absolutely astounded to see your name on the list. I actually did some snooping to see if it was really you." "Oh." Denara kept her face deliberately neutral. "I was sure that I'd heard you had mated, some off-worlder." "Yeah, it didn't work out." Denara took a deep swig of her luzi, feeling the burn as it rolled down her throat. She had expected this sooner or later, just not on the first night. She supposed it was inevitable. Her mating to Amun had been big news. They'd even had a bridal feature in the interstellar edition of People Brides. Some Alliance delegate's son from Svoboda, wasn't it? Denara nodded again. "Brave marrying a Svobodan. I saw the pictures of your gown, a Dling original. It was stunning." Fila barreled on, oblivious to Denara's discomfort. "So what gives?" Denara shrugged. "Like I said, it didn't work out. When the 3-year contract was up, I chose not to renew." She had given up her professorship at the University of Svoboda and hightailed it back home to Falosia before her asshole ex-husband or his powerful family could stop her. Finally registering her emotional resonance, Fila regarded her solemnly. "Some things aren't meant to be." She reached over and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Off-world marriages can be hard." Denara nodded again. She had been young and incredibly naive. Swept up in the glamour of dating Amun, she had failed to notice the veritable field of red flags. Her mother and sister had both tried to warn her that the Svobodan culture was very different from Falosia. Their females led highly restricted lives. But Amun had been so convincing, so worldly. He knew she was pursuing her research. He had said he'd loved her mind. They had agreed to wait for children. All that changed when she moved to Svoboda. Being married to Amun had been a slow suffocation, gradually chipping away at her sense of self and independence until she was a shell of the female she had been just a couple of years earlier. Not for the first time, she thanked the goddess that Falosian biology had meant that she could not have children at the time. If she had fallen pregnant, there would have been no escape. It had taken 2 years of support from her mother and sister before she had clawed back her sense of self. As the years passed, she had begun to question whether she would ever be ready to take on the world again. When the option to join the colony had arrived, she decided to take a leap, to try once more to recapture her dreams, pursue her research again. Denara sniffled and took another swig. I guess I haven't learned my lesson. Here I am heading to another planet to start over again. This is different. There's so much support here and no pressure to mate. What's the worst that can happen? We have an adventure, have a fling with a hot alien dude and come out of it rich females with our own land on a growing colony world. Feeler patted her cheek gently. Don't worry, Denara, I've got your back. If some Verit Creven so much as looks at you wrong, I'll dump him on his ass before he can blink. Swatting her away, Denara erupted in laughter. I'm not the same person I was last time. If some Creven tries to hurt me this time, I'll beat him black and blue myself. Denara felt the rightness of the statement settle into the pit of her stomach. She would never allow herself to be vulnerable like that again. Snuggling deeper into her covers, her mind drifted to the male Verit delegation. As a healer, she had access to their medical files and had reviewed them in detail. Denara was not above a little scrutinization of their pictures and bios for personal interest, but it hadn't been all that successful. She needed to meet them herself to really get a sense of them. She wasn't in the market for a partner just now, wasn't sure if she would ever be ready to tie herself to a male again. She was here for her research. Denara snorted at herself mentally. Yeah, even she wasn't buying what she was selling. Chapter 3, First Meeting. Letter from Office of the Matriarch Ray to First Warrior Lucius de Dathalka clan. Lucius, you are hereby ordered to take command of the warriors of the Dathalka clan that have been selected for the first wave of Colony 29. You will collect the warriors in the attached list and present yourself to Mammon Frey 7 solar days hence at the Matriarch Citadel, for onward travel to Space Station Ampre, where a ship will rendezvous with you and transport you to the colony. You will join a delegation of females from the planet Falosia and present yourselves to them for selection as an appropriate mate. Jointly, your brothers and the Falosians will form the first wave of the new colony and prepare the site and infrastructure for future expansion. You will officially report to Prime Brown under Falosian governorship. Falosia will administer and operate the colony during the initial phases. One of their generals, Kadek Maral Lien, has been assigned as colonial governor. Fear not, you will not be without the blessings of the goddess in your travels. Mammon Frey will travel with you. While she will have no official designation in the colony leadership, you remain Verit and will follow her commands to the letter. The opportunity afforded to you and your clan brothers is unique and will be trial for the ongoing mode of operation of the colony. It is entrusted to you and the Dathalka clan to demonstrate that this experiment will work. As a reminder of your obligations to Verit and to the matriarchy, we will welcome your younger brothers, Valk and Tlui, to stay with us at the Matriarch Citadel for as long as we deem necessary. They will be held accountable for your ongoing obedience. The hopes of your brothers across Verit go with you. End transmission.
Personal note appended to transmission. Lucius, don't screw this up. The matriarch does not wish for more bloodshed but cannot have you wandering the universe uncontrolled. The convocation would have her head and her crown along with it. You have a chance of a life that your father and I could not have dreamed of. Make it work for all of us. Don't make me witness the punishment or execution of your brothers. Varinde, first male of Verit.
Denara surreptitiously dabbed her sweaty palms on the thighs of her jumpsuit as they walked through the corridors, heart pounding with nerves. Her HUD displayed a gentle ping and an amber warning signal for the biometric readouts of the Falosian delegation, denoting elevated respiration and heart rate. Thanks for stating the obvious, Hud. They were all nervous. They were about to meet the Verit delegation for the first time. Although if this meeting went well, there hopefully would be more instances of increased heart rate and respiration. Denara made a mental note to decrease the sensitivity of the jumpsuit monitors. As a healer, it was essential that she monitor the health of the delegation at all times. But she did not need to get an amber alert every time her sisters got nervous or excited, especially with the prospective matings. Her train of thought had her struggling to contain a snigger and drawing odd looks from her sisters as they sensed her amusement. The cadet held up her hand, and the Falosian stopped before the entrance to the amphitheatre, awaiting her final words of advice. Before we go in, I warn you all, these males are not Falosian. Do not expect them to behave as such. As you all know, their home colonies have few females. It is likely that many of these males have had only limited experience in talking with those of our gender. Try not to scare them too much at this first meeting. The last was said with a wry grin. This is purely an initial meet and greet. You will have ample opportunities to get to know them on the colony, so let's go easy on the boys for a bit. As they awaited entry, Denara took in her sisters a final time. Each of them was attired in standard Falosian space jumpsuits, the blue thermo fabric covering everything from the high neck down, with low-slung belts attached at waist and thigh, sporting a range of tools and weaponry appropriate to their occupations. Each wore knee-high dark grey boots, both flexible and equipped with gravity locks. The effect was very becoming and a little intimidating. After what felt like an eternity, although it had probably only been a couple of seconds, the atrium pod doors swished open, and they entered. Lucius paced the wide-open space at the bottom of the amphitheatre, the anger churning in his stomach, an old, aged thing, a beast he had long ago befriended and rode to battle, a dark stranger within with banked, smouldering rage. As he circled the wide hall, he realized too late that he had come into the Maman's line of sight. She smiled at him, her viciousness hidden behind her perfect mask of civility. "Be still, First Warrior. A lady arrives when she wishes to." Lucius bowed to her politely, his face an expressionless mask. He was well practiced at keeping his opinions to himself. He couldn't have cared less if the females kept them waiting for years. He had no intention of binding himself to any female, but his brothers were brimming with excitement at the opportunity to meet the Falosians. He looked to the Prime standing beside his mate, who misguidedly tried to reassure him. "I imagine they are as anxious to meet our boys as we are to meet them. I have heard there is less than one male for every 10 females in their colony. They must be starved for male company." Lucius nodded. He had read the briefing papers, but still wondered just how so many females survived without males. He could not imagine how they could cope with the harsh realities of a colony living without the males to lift and carry for them. The Verit Maman would never go anywhere without a coterie of male workers. Belatedly realizing that a response was required, he spoke. "True, but if they don't get here soon, the boys are going to begin chewing through the chairs." They turned together to look at the group of huge males, hunched seated on the absurd, tiny, colourful benches covered in garish cushions. They were a motley lot, each wearing his manhood skins and furs, displaying their achievements in skills and education as badges and pins on their garments, over black AI thermo jumpsuits. Each tall, their hair metallic white, gold, iron or silver, and skin ranging the colour spectrum, they were fine specimens, the best the Dathalka clan could offer. At the sound of the doors sliding open, Lucius turned to watch the ladies of Falosian colony stride into the room and begin the descent down the shallow steps to the amphitheatre stage where he waited. He examined them in a detached manner as he heard the collective intake of breath. 30 males inhaling in a rush at once. He turned to his males, who appeared to have all managed to cluster behind him, quite a feat for more than 24 giant warriors, and gestured for them to step forward to present themselves to the females for inspection. He motioned again to no avail. Every single one of his boys was drinking in the view of the ladies as they walked up the aisle between the sofas to greet them. Raising his eyes in prayer to the goddess, he called out, "Verit warriors, attend." As one, as if choreographed, they rose from their seats, moving to form a V behind him, standing in the traditional attention position, feet apart, and arms hanging loosely by their sides, head held high. He thought he heard muffled laughter covered briefly by coughing from the females, but was sure that was incorrect. Turning back to the ladies, They stopped several feet from him and Brown on the edge of the illuminated circle on the floor, detonating the stage boundary. Before the Prime could offer the traditional greeting, their leader stepped forward into the center of the stage. An elegant female, she gave off a distinctly no-nonsense vibe. She was tall and lithe, her short silver hair cropped close to her head, her skin of darkest blood red, her eyes an unusual piercing yellow. She wore the sensible pale blue jumpsuit that seemed to be Falosian standard issue. He could see the nanothreads and sensor crystals embedded along the bodice and trim. Despite himself, he was intrigued. They were not at all what he had expected, although he admitted to himself that he had not given the actual females he had been brought to meet much thought at all. He had been too furious about being ordered to present himself for mating, like he was a prize stud to be sent to market, bargained off for a barrel of wine or fancy cloth. His Dathalka brothers had been rife with speculation about their potential mates, concocting increasingly more outlandish dream scenarios of the females. Lucius had held himself apart. He understood their excitement, the shining kernel of hope this opportunity had given them after decades of despair that nothing would ever change. He would not steal their nascent joy, would not poison it with his fear and bitterness. "Greetings to you from the Falosian colonists. I am Cadet Morale, Governor of Colony 29. She gave a short little head bob and stepped back. Brune paused, taken aback by her matter-of-fact manner, her lack of airs, and Lucius saw him decide to forego the traditional bow and hand kiss in this instance. "Greetings, Lady Morale. I am Prime Braun Frey, first male of the colonists of Verit transferring to Colony 29. We welcome you to our company. If I may present my lady, Maman Frey." He indicated his mate, who stepped forward gracefully and curtsied, before smiling up at the cadet, towering more than a foot above her. "Cadet Morale, I am delighted to meet you." Her voice was saccharine, all bubbly charm. "And doubly delighted to meet your charming—" Her eyes skimmed over the crowd of ladies behind the cadet. "Females." Lucius hissed under his breath, hoping that the Falosians did not understand enough of Verit culture to pick up on the subtle insult the maman had delivered. By not referring to them as ladies or mamans, she had declared them as other, and therefore not worthy of respect. "We are happy you could take the time for this informal introduction before our briefings begin tomorrow. However, we shall keep it short, as I am sure you will wish to rest and refresh after your journey." The last was said with a motherly smile which did not meet her eyes. The cadet raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for your consideration. However, I assure you my ladies are quite rested. We have had ample time to relax after boarding. We females of Falosia are made of stern stuff." The last was said with a laugh which was echoed in chuckles by her females. Lucius settled his edged temper. It seemed that the cadet was not taken in by the maman's pleasant exterior. That was good. Lucius had heard that the females of Falosia were skilled at discerning people's true motivations. They would need it to deal with the lethal nest of the maman convocation. He also noted that while the cadet had glanced at the maman's attire, the cadet deliberately did not comment at the maman's impractical white sheath. Lucius had been horrified when he'd seen what the maman was wearing. Why in the name of the goddess was she not wearing a jumpsuit? Accidents happened in space, and in that outfit she'd be dead in seconds if there was a breach. It had made him instantly suspicious. The maman were more likely to wear armor than dainty dresses, and were not in the habit of placing themselves at risk in any way. It spoke to a deeper agenda. Initially, he had been worried that the ladies from Falosia would think them uncivilized imbeciles, lacking in basic technology or understanding of spacefaring protocols, unable to provide basic safety equipment for their precious females. He had conveyed his sentiments to the maman, who had icily informed him that he had no say over her choice of attire and that he should keep his opinions to himself. Belatedly, he had realized that perhaps that was the point of the attire. Venomous creatures often camouflaged as weaker ones in order to lure in prey. The cadet returned her attention to the Prime and continued, "Perhaps if I introduce my senior staff to you, we can leave the others to introduce themselves." The Prime nodded in agreement, clearly relieved at the normalcy of a female taking charge. Lucius felt for him. He would not have stood in the Prime's position for a year's worth of credits. His brothers of Verit so badly needed this new colony to work. The cadet motioned forward several of her team. A female with beautiful midnight skin and unusual short dark red hair, like the heart of a ruby, stepped to the fore, her carriage erect. Something about her stance suggested pent-up energy, and her golden eyes were constantly moving, assessing her surroundings and the males. Lucius noted that her belt held several weapons. "This is Gadek Sraya Ratan, head of our security and defense in the group." There was a muttering from his men, which was quickly silenced as he turned his glare over the group. He had advised them that the Falosian delegation included martial roles, but they had not believed him. Interstellar scuttlebutt had generally stereotyped Falosians as a gentle race. It was an uncomfortable reminder to many of the boys of their own vicious Verit females. The Gadek boldly met his gaze when he turned around again. "I shall enjoy getting to know you and look forward to an exchange of skills at the earliest opportunity." With a brief bob of her head, she stepped back, and another was motioned forward. Lucius's blood heated in his veins as soon as he saw her, instant attraction, a punch in his gut. She was coloured in a palette of the sun, with smooth caramel skin and light champagne eyes. Unlike her companions, she was short, just over 5 feet in height, with waves of pale yellow hair that looked ethereal against her blue jumpsuit. Where her companions were tended towards the lithe and muscular, she was petite, all curves and lush roundness. He was too far away to catch her scent, but he could smell the immediate interest in many of his boys, and he resisted the urge to bare his fangs in challenge at them. Never had he felt such an instant attraction to a female. The dark stranger within him demanded that he step forward, present himself to her, insist that she see him. "This is Denara Pasal, Chief Healer." Denara offered a small professional smile before stepping back into the line. "The inoculations you received to enhance your digestive and immune systems to accept local food proteins from Colony 29 were thanks to Denara's brilliant work." His boys nodded again, many less enthusiastically. Adjusting one's digestive system was not a pleasant experience, even with modern medicine. Lucius's interest sharpened again, and he clenched his muscles against the urge to step forward and demand that she notice him. Shocked by the train of his own thoughts, he held himself in a taloned grip. Despite the purpose of the colony, he had not seriously entertained the concept of a mate. The last thing he wanted was to leash himself to the whim of some scheming female, no matter how pretty or intelligent. He was empty inside, hollow, a bowl scraped clean of soft feelings. Until this moment, he would have sworn that he did not have the capacity to feel anything gentle for the female gender, his awareness of their brutality carved into his skin and bones over a lifetime of leading warriors to enact their will. Instantly suspicious of his own reaction, he placed a chokehold on his surging feelings. He would follow orders and protect his clan brothers. Nothing more. Before the cadet could introduce the next female in line, she stepped forward herself and flashed a dazzling white smile at the males, tossing dark green hair. "I am Gadek Fila Maru, Specialist Engineer, Horticulture and Flora Technology, and I am just delighted to meet you all." This last was said as she struck a pose that could only be described as suggestive, with her shoulders back, head held high, long legs and slim physique shown to good advantage. The cadet shook her head as she took in the stunned looks on the males. "That is enough, Fila." With a jerk of her head, she motioned for Fila to return to the others. "And finally, this is Gadek Lenora Patra, who is responsible for logistics and stores." The final female nodded formally and smiled politely before stepping back into the line behind the cadet. Like her fellow Falosians, Lenora's eyes seemed to hold an inner fire, a warm honey colour. Her hair was jet black, wrapped in a tight bun, her skin shining pale. Her introductions completed, the cadet looked expectantly to the prime. Yes, well." He turned to look at his warriors and motioned for several of them to step forward. He turned to his left and clasped his hand on Lucius's shoulder. "This is Lucius D., first warrior of the Dathalka clan, leader of the warriors on the colony." Lucius offered a polite, precise bow, first warrior to Maman. Next up was a lean young man, a rising star in the ranks, but still young enough to smile cockily, puffing his chest out to better display his manhood furs and bright badges of rank. He eagerly took in the ladies before him with a charming grin. "Odran Day Healer." He swept into a bow and stepped forward to take the cadet's hand. There was an awkward moment when she simply stared at his outstretched palm in incomprehension before she realized his intent. With slow grace, she offered him her hand and watched with fascination as he touched his lips to her skin, before quickly shuffling back into the group of males behind him. 2 more males stepped forward, brothers in their identical manners and looks. They were every inch the traditional Veritian males with their pale silver hair, chiseled faces and layers of furs over black jumpsuits. They introduced themselves as Lucandae and Petridae, habitation and colony planners. They were also an ongoing pain in Lucius's arse. They were brilliant but had a tendency to go off plan if they felt it necessary, or if they were bored. In this instance, he just felt sorry for them. Gone was their usual brash manner. They looked just as unsure as all the other boys, so desperate to make a good impression and confused by the friendly, straightforward manner of the females. The cadet turned around to give her girls a quelling look as she heard a susurration of mutters and hushed comments. Lucan and Petra looked at each other in panic. Had they somehow inadvertently offended the females so soon? Lucius came to their rescue. "Is there a problem, Lady Morale?" The cadet smiled at him. "No, warrior, they simply wonder if you are all related. While it is obvious that Lucan and Petra here are, we are confused by the use of a shared surname and wonder at the genetic diversity of a group with so many related members." Lucius nodded in understanding. "I see the confusion. However, unlike Falosian culture, our last nominator signifies rank, not family. Only Lucan and Petra are related. The rest of the males in our group are unrelated. D signifies at least a Falosian level 3 equivalent or above seniority." The cadet nodded her thanks for the explanation. "Many thanks. I believe that information was in our briefing pack. Apparently some of my ladies require further study time." The last was said with a smile, which was returned by the two males before her. "Although one assumes that the members of your delegation would be most happy to tutor the ladies, should the opportunity arise." In sync, the males flashed dazzling smiles full of dimples, nodded and bowed again before beating a hasty retreat into line. The last to step forward was a grizzled older male, his rugged face bearing signs of time spent in harsh weather and outdoors. "Broken D Senior Technical Specialist." He stepped back into line without acknowledging any of the ladies, to the cadet's raised eyebrow. There was another awkward pause before the Prime roused himself. "Let's avail ourselves of some refreshments. The maman has organised some fresh fruits and nuts for us to enjoy, a traditional Verit delicacy. Let us savour this moment, as I'm sure once we reach Colony 29, recreation time shall be rare for a while." Prime Frey extended his hand to his mate, who beamed again, clearly glad about this praise before she pressed a series of buttons on the screen of her wristband, which summoned several bots carrying platters. As the group broke up, the Kedek moved to stand next to the Prime, watching the Verit and Falosian delegations eyeing each other from their respective sides of the room. She could feel the agitation emanating from the Prime. After a few moments of standing in silence, she ventured, "You seem disturbed, Prime. You were most silent during the introductions. Is there some issue that I can assist you with?" Brown turned to look at her, his face flushed. "It is nothing you need concern yourself with, my lady. Clearly it is if you are so upset about it. Also, my title is Kadek, not lady. I would prefer you use it when we are in a formal setting." She wondered if she should summon Denara, as impossibly his face seemed to flush further, turning a fascinating deep pink, and his emotional state became more distressed, like angry bees to her senses. "My apologies, my Kadek. I did not mean to disturb you. I am not upset, it is just that, well..." He waved his hands in the air as if attempting to gesture his ideas, an effect that was somewhat comical to the Kadek, as his hands appeared as big as bear paws to her. "We knew that there were some cultural and biological differences, but our maman convocation assured us that we would be compatible. But you are very different from our females. I suspect that the researchers have underestimated the adjustment required to integrate our cultures." He paused. "My boys are good, strong warriors, honestly looking for a new life and mates. They have many professional and personal achievements, survived battles, but I wonder how many of them will be brave enough to approach one of your females." The Kadek laughed outright, a deep, husky sound, and the Prime stiffened in affront and embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at your concern. There will undoubtedly be issues to overcome. I laugh because you underestimate my girls." She flicked a hand. "Take a look." She pointed to where Healer had approached the astonishing identical male twins, unheard of on Falosia, and was deep in conversation with them while the others looked on in jealousy and amazement. She also noted the large warrior, Lucius, was decidedly interested in Denara. There wasn't a Falosian in the room that had missed his spike of attraction. "My Falosians are not scared. Many have waited their lives for a chance to meet a mate and build a life. They will not give up this opportunity because your boys are a little shy." With that, she patted him on the shoulder and wandered off to encourage her girls to mingle. Denara stood next to Healer, grabbing a handful of nuts from the platters as they circled on their floating bots. "That was awesome. I can't believe you did that. Did you feel how amazed they were when you just stepped forward?" Healer grinned and winked at her. "I figure we've got one chance at first impressions, so let's get started right. They may as well know that we aren't going to shrink back." "I wish I had your confidence." "Seriously, how many awards do you have again? You created the entire medical program here. You're incredible. And don't tell me you didn't feel their interest in you. Apparently the Verit male fantasy is petite and curvy." Denara looked uncertain. After a lifetime of being the short, stocky one among the vibrant elegance of Falosia, it had been a shock to feel the Verit male's keen interest. "Denara, the thing about confidence is that sometimes you have to just jump in, and the confidence will come. Just go up and talk to one of them." Denara looked around critically. "Which one? They are huge. I'd feel like a mushroom around them all." "A mushroom with killer boobs." They both paused a moment to consider the image before they shared a laugh. Healer motioned to the lead warrior that had introduced himself. "What about him? He seemed very interested." Denara examined the gorgeous Verit male. Like his brothers, he was huge with distinct metallic colouring and chiseled features. Despite sharing a similar human template genetic model, he would never be mistaken for a Falosian male. Burnished pale gold skin and long bronze hair braided back from his face, showing off his sharp features and intense shadowed blue eyes. She noted fine silver scars tracing over his neck, shimmering in the light, and a tattoo of a snarling wolf-like creature curved up his temple to his eyebrow. Within him she sensed a hard, feral edge that none of the others had. There was no denying that he attracted her. He was very self-contained, but his appreciation of her had been a white-hot flash in his emotions. When he moved, it was with an economy of motion that was distinctly feline. He was a sharpened blade that would slice her emotions to ribbons. "Are you insane?" Denara hissed. "I mean, he has cheekbones you could cut silk on, and he's fit as the goddess made him. But he's the head warrior. He has a knife, no, 2 knives on his belt. And look at what he is wearing. Goddess incarnate. Is that animal fur and leather?" "So, you're looking at his belt, then?" Healer ducked Denara's good-natured whack. "It's cultural, and they are all wearing it, so dust off your interstellar diplomacy and hide your disgust at the wearing of dead megafauna. Speaking of stupid sartorial choices, what about ones that could get a body killed? Why was that silly female not wearing a jumpsuit?" Denara pulled a face, her eyes drifting back to the giant first warrior, tracing the strong column of his neck. He was certainly good-looking in a brooding I-could-break-you-with-my-pinky way. At that instant he looked up, his gaze capturing hers. It was shockingly intimate, his searing emotions a hair's breadth away if she wanted to reach out, and she felt the connection down to the bottom of her toes curling in her gravity boots. Channeling Healer, she boldly allowed her gaze to travel over his features and frame, until it snagged on the dead creature. She really hated the fur. She turned away shuddering, thinking about skinning some poor xenomorph and parading about in it. "Besides, so do you." "What?" Denara was broken from her train of thought by Healer's non sequitur. "You have laser knives too," Denara huffed, then fended Healer off as she made to grab the device off of her belt, before she held it up between them and waved it under Healer's nose. "This is a laser scalpel, a precision medical instrument for life-saving purposes, not to just go stabby-stabby at some poor animal with." Healer laughed as she avoided Denara's jabbing with the inactive device. "I mean, we have lasers and spaceships. Why the hell is he carrying around a giant sword?" An amused voice interrupted from behind them. "I never realized Falosian females were so feral. Why are you threatening your colleague with a scalpel? A knife would be more efficient." Both females turned to see the young Healer standing behind them. Denara again flushed red. I know we introduced ourselves earlier, but it was a bit of a blur. My name again is Odrin, and I am the Verit healer assigned to lead the labs on the colony. Did you say you were Denara Passal? You are the same healer Passal that wrote the treatise on genetic and immune therapy adjustments for interstellar colonization and inhospitable biomes. Yes, actually, did you read it? Indeed, and I participated in the streamed lecture session that you gave to the University of Svoboda. Absolutely fascinating. I was very excited when I saw your name listed and realized who you might be. My own research on developing crops that can be successfully transplanted to new colony worlds without disrupting the local ecology is based on several of the theories in your paper. I would very much like the opportunity to work with you on them." Denara beamed. "Absolutely, I would love to collaborate. Have you read my follow-up paper on—" Feeler cut in. "I can see your dilemma is resolved here, Denara, so I think I will go find someone of my own to converse with." She flipped her long green hair and boldly crossed the invisible line in the room dividing the groups to approach the charming twins. "So boys, can you please explain to me the significance of wearing megafauna skin?" Both twins flashed her identical white smiles with just a hint of fang. "Certainly, my lady, you see—" Slowly, following Odrin and Feeler's examples, the groups began to mingle, except Lucius, who stood observing Denara and Odrin. While he admired Odrin's boldness in approaching a female first, he preferred to learn his opposition's habits before engaging. He had never felt such an instinctive, immediate reaction to a female. Everything in him told him to be wary, but he couldn't help being drawn to her. He reasoned it wouldn't hurt to learn everything he could about the intriguing Healer Pasal. Forewarned is forearmed. Later that night, Fry pulled back the bedsheets aggressively, contemplating her dissatisfaction with the initial meeting. As she settled into bed, she observed the cabin. Having inspected the others in the delegation, she was aware that it was more than triple the size of even the largest of the others, which mollified her slightly. But it did not make up for the ancient decor and substandard quality of the soft furnishings. She was a maman and deserved the best that could be provided. Brune stood before an opening in the bulkhead, divesting himself of his furs and belts down to his jumpsuit. How she detested that thing. Plain black and functional, and to be worn at all times in space when not taking care of ablutions, she had refused to wear it. A maman never blended in. Her wardrobe was armor. Brune spoke over his shoulder to her. "I thought it went well tonight. They met, had an opportunity to discuss, no one offended anyone. It went better than we could have hoped for." Fry was shocked. She had selected Brown for his bloodline, ambition and willingness to follow her lead, not his intelligence, but still, she had expected better than this from him. "Those females are not at all what we expected. They were so casual with the males, so free in their presence. It is concerning. Too much familiarity and males will forget who and what we are." Brune paused, his back still to her. "I would have thought you liked them, especially the cadet. The Mammon convocation has always sought strong females, and these Falosians seem able to hold their own." Frey sat up in bed and stared stonily at him. "Do not presume to tell me or the Mammon convocation what we look for, Brune." Her voice was a whip. "The balance between the genders is delicate. Each has their assigned role, which work in harmony for the betterment of the community. I will not allow these females to disrupt that balance or contaminate our males with strange ideas." Brune held up his hands placatingly. Yes, I know. I wasn't questioning the convocation's authority, but the convocation conceded that a maman would not be in charge here, only an observer. We must find a way to work with these Falosians and merge our visions of the future, or the colony will fail. No one wants a repeat of Liberty Colony. He climbed into bed beside her and leaned over to kiss her as she turned away. "And another thing," he said, his voice firm. "You must wear your jumpsuit tomorrow." "No. It is not safe for you to travel in space without it," he continued implacably. "Your safety is my highest responsibility. I must insist." "I said no, Brune. My decision is final." She turned on her side away from him, fluffing her pillow. She did not owe him any explanations for her behavior. "Don't think I don't know what you are doing. You want them to think you weak and foolish, but I will not allow some plot or machination to place you in harm's way." She stiffened against him, and he realized that he danced the knife's edge of her anger. "It is not your place to allow me anything, Prime. I will do as I will, and you will follow my command. This is as the goddess will it." The Prime was undeterred. "I had a special one made for you, in gold." She paused. Really, I know you, my lady. Surely we can compromise between your desired strategy and your safety." She turned to peer at him as he kissed the curve of her neck. "Very well, mate. I shall inspect it in the morning and make my decision." She graced him with a smile and allowed him to kiss her cheek before rolling over again. Restlessly she shuffled, trying to get comfortable. "I know this colony is on a budget, but they could have sprung a little for better pillows." Brune sighed and closed his eyes. Later that night, Frey pulled back the bedsheets aggressively, contemplating her dissatisfaction with the initial meeting. As she settled into bed, she observed the cabin. Having inspected the others in the delegation, she was aware that it was more than triple the size of even the largest of the others, which mollified her slightly. But it did not make up for the ancient decor and substandard quality of the soft furnishings. She was a maman and deserved the best that could be provided. Brune stood before an opening in the bulkhead, divesting himself of his furs and belts down to his jumpsuit. How she detested that thing. Plain black and functional, and to be worn at all times in space when not taking care of ablutions, she had refused to wear it. A maman never blended in. Her wardrobe was armor. Brune spoke over his shoulder to her. I thought it went well tonight. They met, had an opportunity to discuss, no one offended anyone. It went better than we could have hoped for. Frey was shocked. She had selected Brown for his bloodline, ambition and willingness to follow her lead. Not his intelligence, but still, she had expected better than this from him. Those females are not at all what we expected. They were so casual with the males, so free in their presence. It is concerning. Too much familiarity and males will forget who and what we are. Brune paused, his back still to her. I would have thought you liked them, especially the cadet. The maman convocation has always sought strong females, and these Falosians seem able to hold their own. Frey sat up in bed and stared stonily at him. Do not presume to tell me or the maman convocation what we look for, Brune. Her voice was a whip. The balance between the genders is delicate. Each has their assigned role, which work in harmony for the betterment of the community. I will not allow these females to disrupt that balance or contaminate our males with strange ideas. Brune held up his hands placatingly. Yes, I know. I wasn't questioning the convocation's authority. But the convocation conceded that a maman would not be in charge here, only an observer. We must find a way to work with these Falosians and merge our visions of the future, or the colony will fail. No one wants a repeat of Liberty Colony. He climbed into bed beside her and leaned over to kiss her as she turned away. And another thing, he said, his voice firm. You must wear your jumpsuit tomorrow. No. It is not safe for you to travel in space without it, he continued implacably. Your safety is my highest responsibility. I must insist. I said no, Brune. My decision is final. She turned on her side away from him, fluffing her pillow. She did not owe him any explanations for her behavior. He pressed. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. You want them to think you weak and foolish, but I will not allow some plot or machination to place you in harm's way. She stiffened against him, and he realized that he danced the knife's edge of her anger. It is not your place to allow me anything, Prime. I will do as I will, and you will follow my command. This is as the goddess will it. The Prime was undeterred, his voice soft and teasing. I had a special one made for you, in gold. She paused. Really? Really? I know you, my lady. Surely we can compromise between your desired strategy and your safety. She turned to peer at him as he kissed the curve of her neck. After a moment she nodded her assent. Very well, mate. I shall inspect it in the morning and make my decision. She graced him with a smile and allowed him to kiss her cheek before rolling over again. Restlessly she shuffled, trying to get comfortable. I know this colony is on a budget, but they could have sprung a little for better pillows. Brown sighed and closed his eyes. Chapter 4. Stowaway. The next morning the Cadex sat in her office poring over the colony plans a final time. They had exited the FTL jump gate. There was a bare 2 weeks left before the colonists would begin the last approach to the new colony, and she had a significant volume of work to get through. Excuse me, ma'am, if I could have a moment of your time, please. An earnest young male hovered outside the cadet's office. Certainly, how may I assist you? The cadet frowned. She had reviewed the colony personnel files extensively, but had never been very good with names. Petrade, isn't it, from colony administration? The young Petrade smiled, pleased that she knew his name. He had an open face and was clearly excited and anxious in equal measures. Yes, ma'am. He bobbed a polite bow, causing Morale to hide a smile. I have been reviewing the manifests, and it looks like the colonial delegation is intended to be 66 individuals, is that correct? She nodded, wondering where this was going. There appears to be a discrepancy in the ship manifests, as we are currently listed as 68 humanoid inhabitants. What? The cadet took the offered datapad and sure enough the current ship listings showed 68 active humanoid life signatures. Display statistics on current inhabitants. The datapad obediently began displaying health stats on the various ship personnel. It lists 33 female passengers when I understood that there should only be 31, 30 from Falosia plus your maman. Is there any chance that you could have had stowaways on your shuttle? Negative. Each of us has gone through rigorous genetic screening to ensure the viability of our new colony, as well as months of inoculations and genetic therapies, to ensure there will be no rejection of the local flora, fauna or other environmental factors. Anyone stowing away could be in serious danger. The Kadek accessed her HUD and contacted the Prime, who answered without visual. Excuse the interruption, Prime. Have you approved any additional personnel to accompany us? Negative. Any additional passengers would be in danger without the environmental adjustment therapies. Do we have a stowaway? It appears so. Petra has indicated that we have 2 additional females on board. I suggest that we call an emergency all-personnel meeting in the mess hall. We can do a roll call to identify who the additional persons are, and if they do not attend the all-personnel call, we can use the ship's internal sensors to locate them. We must do it immediately. We can't have people running about causing contamination if they haven't been cleared. There is also the risk of sabotage. Agreed. Issue the call, and we will meet you in the mess hall. The cadet cut the comms, and within a few taps, the ship's internal communications began broadcasting an all-personnel emergency meeting announcement, as well as flashing alerts on everyone's HUDs. As the cadet and Petra marched towards the mess hall, the cadet noted Petra's serious face and anxious energy increasing. Is there another problem, Petra dear? Is there something you would like to tell me? He shook his head, but could not keep a nagging suspicion from his mind. Surely the maman convocation would not have been so stupid. They hastened along the curving corridors to the mess hall, arriving to find personnel from all over the ship running towards them and demanding answers. What's happening? What's going on? Does anyone know what is happening? It took less than 3 minutes for all the personnel to assemble. Without preamble, the cadet stepped forward. Everyone, please stand on the left-hand side of the room. I will call your names. When called, move to the center of the room for retina verification scanning. Then proceed to the right-hand side of the room once confirmed. No one may leave for any reason until I advise otherwise. We may have multiple stowaways on board. There was a susurration from the assembled personnel. Let's get cracking. I will do myself first. She scanned herself using the datapad, and a melodic computerized voice responded immediately with Cadet Maralien, Falosia. Next, she scanned the Prime, and the maman who had appeared with the rest of the crew. The maman approached to be scanned in frigid silence, and went to stand as far from him as she could while complying with the cadet's directions. One by one, the various personnel from the delegations were scanned and moved to the right of the mess hall. As the numbers of unchecked personnel dwindled, the maman showed increasing signs of agitation and began slowly moving herself through the crowd towards the entry hatch. She had assumed her movements were unnoticed until a hand clamped down on her forearm. Turning around to deliver a blistering reprimand to the individual that had dared to lay hands on her person, it died on her lips as she looked into her mate's glacial blue eyes. Stay a while, my lady. We wouldn't want you to get caught up in the search for stowaways and be harmed. They may be violent during their apprehension, he hissed at her, his eyes coldly furious. Aware of their growing audience, she swallowed her initial scathing response. Thank you for your care, mate. But of course, I think only of your safety and health. He wrapped her arm through his, and gently but inexorably guided her back to the center of the room. They reached the center of the hall as the cadet completed the scan on the final member of the official team. All right, all members of the official delegation are present here in this room, as verified by medical scanning. That means that anyone picked up by the internal scanners are stowaways. She raised her voice. Computer, access internal sensors, scan for internal life signs outside of the mess hall. The pleasant female voice of the computer responded with, 2 life signs detected. Location, personnel quarters AB346. Who is assigned to those quarters? Maman and Prime Freybron. All eyes turned to the Prime, who coughed nervously. I can assure you all that I have not brought any additional personnel with our delegation, and certainly not any unauthorized personnel. The cadet nodded. No one is suggesting that, Prime. Her voice was soothing. Lucius D., Please take a delegation of security personnel and apprehend the stowaways. Have them brought to my office immediately. The Prime and I will meet you there. Gadek Ratan, keep everyone else here until the stowaways have been apprehended." Lucius nodded and indicated for a Falosian security officer to follow him, in addition to the young security guard Tarlak Day. At the Gadek's raised eyebrow, he cleared his throat self-consciously. "Petra Day has informed me that the stowaways are female. We may need some female assistance. If they are from Verit, Verit males are strongly conditioned not to touch a female without her permission." She nodded in response. "Videk Zira, go with Lucius." The Kadek turned to the assembled personnel awaiting her commands. "Everyone take a break and get comfy. You should be back at your duties within the hour. Prime, maman, if you would come with me." They followed the Kadek from the room. As they walked, he hissed quietly at her. "This had better not be what I think it is," careful to keep his voice low so that the Kadek would not hear. The maman turned wide, innocent, eyes upon her mate. "Whatever do you mean, dear? I assure you that I don't know." Her eyes narrowed. "However, even if I did know what you were referring to, it is none of your business what I choose to do," she hissed, casting furtive glances at the Kadek's back as they walked. They continued down the corridors in silence, glaring at each other, and entered the Kadek's offices to await Lucius's return. Lucius and his team crept along the corridor. Overlaid on his vision was a plan of the apartment, red flashing dots indicating the stowaways and his team. His senses were on full alert for any change in the environment. Both stowaways seemed to be stationary in the living area of the Prime's quarters. "I think we should access the quarters from both the living area and the emergency access in the rear bedroom. Videk, would you take the bedroom access? I will take the living room, since it is likely these are Verit citizens, and they will respond more favorably to Verit security." The Videk nodded in response to the logic. "Tarlak, secure the corridor in case they get past us." Videk Zira moved to take her position next to the bedroom compartment door. She entered her security override code and hovered her finger over the enter key, waiting for Lucius to ring the bell so that the noise would cover the opening of her door. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lucius buzzed the doorbell, the chime covering the slight swish of the bedroom door as the Videk moved inside. He buzzed several more times before pressing the intercom. "Open up in there. We know that you are aboard." He kept an eye on the data feed and noticed the two life signs moving into the office space in agitation. "Fine," he thought. "We'll do it the hard way." Motioning to Tarlak that he was going in and receiving a nod in response, he entered his own security override code and entered the palatial quarters of the Prime and his mate. Before him was an open plan living, dining and kitchen area. To the left were two compact bedrooms and a bathroom, where he knew the Videk was waiting. To the right was an office and a large conference room, as well as a small prayer room dedicated to the goddess. While the quarters on this colony ship were generally larger than most he had travelled in, as they were designed to be deconstructed to provide individual living pods, this was palatial compared to the small pods the other members of the delegation had been assigned. "Come out, ladies. I'm aware that you are in the office. There is no point hiding any further." His voice was edged with irritation as he tried to control his hunting instincts, and he silently cursed as two girls stepped forward. They appeared in their early teens and wore identical white silk gowns edged in gold braid, with elaborately dressed hair and wide silver filigree torques around their shoulders. Sweet goddess, they were Maman La. This was going to end very, very badly. "Who are you to order us, warrior?" the girl on the right intoned in a glacial voice, managing to convey with her bearing that against all biological evidence, he was in fact a bug under her shoe. Her gaze was blatantly challenging as she peered down her nose at him. "Ladies," he offered conversationally, "did you know that on many ships they kill stowaways as a matter of course?" The girls crouched defensively, preparing to attack. That wouldn't do. He would be executed if the girls attacked, and he was forced to harm them in self-defense. He decided to take another tack, consciously relaxing his stance, portraying arrogant laziness and insolence. "Do you have any idea of the jeopardy or contagions that you may have brought on board with you?" The girl on the left gasped, while the one who had first spoken spluttered with indignation at his suggestion. "We are not sick or unclean in any way. How dare you?" He shook his head at them and motioned towards the door. "Come on, ladies, the Kadek awaits." As one, they glared at him before regally stepping into the corridor. He heard Tarlak's quick inhale at the sight of them and watched them both preen at his low bow. The one on the right, who he had mentally named Trouble, sniffed again. At least someone around here has manners. She turned to move up the corridor in the wrong direction, coming to an abrupt stop as the V-Deck stepped into view from her concealed position in the bedroom doorway. "Other way!" She motioned towards the large airlock at the end of the corridor that led to the central trunk of the ship. The girls looked at each other again, and as one turned their back on her in dismissal and glided towards the airlock. Over their heads, Zira raised an eyebrow in inquiry at Lucius, while Tarlak jumped to open the door for the girls and escort them. Trouble gave him a winning smile and gently patted his arm, which caused him to blush to the roots of his hair. The girls moved to take an arm each as he propelled them through the labyrinth of ship corridors towards the meeting rooms. "What is going on?" Zira muttered quietly to Lucius as he fell into step beside her. "They don't appear to be your typical stowaways." He sighed deeply. "Trouble. This only means trouble." She continued to stare at him expectantly before he let out another gusty sigh, ignoring a reprimanding look from the quiet one. "If I am right, this is a bag of thyssen landing in our lap. Those girls are maman là." He took in the V-Deck's blank expressions. Maman in training, probably Frey's students, for her to have brought them aboard without approval. He looked bleak. "There will be a lot of trouble over this," he finished again somewhat lamely. Zira frowned, still confused. "I don't understand, they're stowaways. We lock them into stasis to prevent any contagion and ship them back on the first homeward transport when we get there. While it's annoying, it's hardly that big of a problem. You don't understand. The Mammon Convocation are the ultimate law on Verit. They control everything. The Prime does not have the authority to override his mate. He can't order them home without her approval. If she has done this with the permission of the Council, then he can't send them back." Zira raised her eyebrow again. He noticed she did that a lot. "The Cadet is not subject to your laws. She will never condone stowaways in her colony, let alone whatever contagion they could have brought." He sighed. "Like I said, trouble. In one stroke, the planetary co-sponsors will be in disagreement, and the Mammon Convocation will have established their first step in controlling this colony as well." The V-Deck snorted. "Then they don't know the Cadet very well. I just hope the girls have had the sense to take the Colonial General vaccine, protein process enhancers and immune alteration agents. The last thing we need is them dying of some foreign bug before we can ship them home." Lucius hesitated. "Those young girls are very important people on my world, or at least they will be. Their disappearance will not go unnoticed. They are used to complete obedience, even reverence. If anything were to happen to them, there would be severe repercussions." Their hushed conversation came to an end as they approached the Cadet's office. Tarlak pulled the girls to a half before the doorway, and Lucius stepped ahead into the room and motioned them in. "Wait out here, Tarlak." The young officer nodded and took up position outside the door, occasionally sneaking surreptitious glances at the girls. "Ladies!" Zira indicated the girls to precede her into the room. Lucius bowed before the Cadet, pointedly ignoring the Maman, which did not go unnoticed. She stared daggers at him. He could not bring himself to look at her with even his usual cool detachment, could not contain his anger that her stupid, selfish act could put this opportunity for his males in jeopardy. "Governor, we have apprehended the stowaways." He gestured to the girls. They were located in the Prime's quarters, as indicated on the bioscans. The Cadet looked at the Prime and he raised his hands in defense. "I didn't bring them. In fact, I have barely been in my quarters over the last 24 hours. "They are not stowaways," the Maman pronounced, enunciating each of her words with a snap as she moved to stand before the girls, who visibly straightened at her presence. "They are my students, and here with the endorsement and approval of the Mammon Convocation. They are not here with mine." The Cadet matched the Maman's icy glare with her own calm one. "As far as this ship and colony is concerned, they are stowaways. They have no designated cabins, they have no assigned role, and we do not have their genetic and immunization records on file. They are not here with my approval. In accordance with the Planetary Co-Sponsoring Agreement, Article 5, Part B, as governor of this colony, all migrating colonists during the first 100 years of establishment require my endorsement. Bringing 2 additional females into a colony of this size at its inception could seriously offset the balance in our group." The Mammon convocation does not require your approval or endorsement. Frey raised her chin in challenge. This planet is ours. We are entitled to selection rights over our representatives. The cadet maintained her calm. You had selection rights when you chose your first colonists, which we endorsed. However, you are not on Verit anymore and you have no authority here. You seem to have conveniently forgotten that your people signed an agreement with mine that we would fund, administer and operate the colony. Without us, you would be sitting pretty on Verit with ownership of a planet with no infrastructure, no colony ship, and no alliance approval to establish habitation. We already have a surfeit of females in this initial group, and we jointly agreed that no one under 21 would be included in the initial group from either side. The Mammon paled at this response and opened her mouth to retort, while the cadet continued on over her, to the obvious shock of the girls. These girls are not approved colonists. They shall be immediately brought to medical so that a full screening may be performed. If they have not undertaken the required medical clearances, we may need to perform a full decontamination of the ship and re-clear everyone through medical. Lucius groaned internally. That was going to take days. The Verit homeworld shall be contacted to secure immediate transport. If for any reason the Verit homeworld is unable or unwilling to manage their relocation, they shall be placed in stasis and transported to Falosia to await onward transport to Verit at a convenient time. The Mammon hissed. How dare contradict me? I am Mammon Frey, leader of the Dathalka clan. I have decreed and so it will be. The girls stay. These are the flowers of Verit. They are not unclean or diseased. How dare you treat them so? She gathered a girl under each arm protectively. The Mammon convocation shall hear of this. Brune, you and your males are ordered to protect and defend us. He turned his eyes to the goddess in prayer. I am sorry, my lady, but respectfully I cannot follow your order. The cadet is right, you have put me in a very difficult position, and these girls' very lives in jeopardy. Without a complete genetic screening, they could be harbouring medical issues that would not have presented a problem on Verit, but which could make them incompatible to Colony 29. My responsibility for the safety of Verit females overrides you in this instance. I cannot allow you to put them in jeopardy. Furthermore, I am under orders from the Matriarch Ray to obey the dictates of the appointed governor. The Mammon grit her teeth in frustration. I am not an imbecile. Of course they undertook genetic screening, she retorted. I would not have jeopardized their lives. A screening which you did not share with us. Tell me, how did you acquire the necessary protein process enhancers and immune cocktails? They were specifically designed for this planet over many months of research. Testing and refinement and dosages were strictly controlled. The cadet's voice was harsh. We did not. We synthesized an agent from our analysis of the biological records available on the planet. I see. So you don't actually know if you have properly acclimatized them to the planet. If they did not receive the correct cocktail of medication, they will starve rather quickly as they will be unable to ingest or process any of the native flora and fauna. We took every precaution, except the ones you should have. The cadet's voice was final. You have flouted my authority, breached the agreement your people have signed, placed these children's lives in danger, and caused untold disruption to our schedule since we may now have to conduct a full decontamination. My orders stand. They shall go to medical, then into custody to be sent home at the first opportunity. Zira, take them into custody and inform the chief healer. Zira stepped forward to take Trouble's arm, only to find her turning with unexpected speed to strike at the pressure point on her elbow. Only the Vedek's years of training prevented the girl's blow from causing injury, as she stepped back sharply and brought her own arm around in a blurring motion to trap the girl's arm as she pressed her face first into the nearby cabin wall. The cabin erupted into chaos. What? Unhand her! Let her go! Be silent! The cadet commanded, her voice cutting over the hubbub. I also add attempted assault to my charges against these girls. Zira peeled the spitting, hissing girl off the wall. Shall I post guards, ma'am? The cadet nodded as she took in the girl's demeanour. From the Falosian security delegation. She cocked an eye at the Prime, who nodded in agreement. It seems your little flowers have thorns, maman. Any more surprises for us? The secrets of the Mammon convocation are not for a bucksthatcher like you to know. The Mammon spat at the cadet as she held protectively to the other girl, who still had not said a word during the entire display. Lucius flinched. Wars had been started between clans for less insult. When females warred, males died. The cadet smiled tightly. I am unfamiliar with that word, although one assumes it is not normally used in polite company. Do not mistake my forbearance in this matter for weakness. I could easily have these girls executed as a danger to the colony, or you arrested for bringing on stowaways. It is only my desire to form a working partnership with your people that holds me back. Make no mistake, I will do so in a heartbeat if you, or they, jeopardize this colony. The cadet moved to stand behind her desk and tapped her datapad to open the office door. You are ordered to go with them to the med bay and give Denara any assistance and information she requires in determining just what cocktail you have cooked up to give these girls for their immune systems. The Prime stepped up to his mate and offered a hand to the quiet girl who was trembling in fear and had visibly paled at the suggestion of execution. Go with the V-deck. No one will harm you if you do as you are told. Unfortunately, the outcome of this little escapade is probably several months of a long, boring trip for you. He looked at his mate, who turned her back to him in dismissal. He sighed heavily. Zira pulled Trouble towards the door. As it opened, Trouble screeched again. Tarlac, assist me, I'm being assaulted. Tarlac turned in shock, clearly torn between assisting the girl and manhandling his new colleague, also a female. Stand down, warrior, Lucius barked. Assist me. We will escort the Mammon and Mammon Lass to medical with the V-deck until we can figure out something more permanent. The entire motley lot exited the office and there was a moment of silence. The Prime crossed to a decanter on a sideboard and held up a glass to the cadet in offering, and she nodded. He sipped his drink before he spoke. Well, that went well. The cadet's voice was carefully neutral. You put me in a difficult position, Prime. I could have used your support. I know. And I'm sorry, Cadet, but the Mammon have complete authority on Verit. In this particular case, you actually had more authority than I had. He paused, contemplating the amber liquid in the decanter. The Mammon convocation is a large part of why many of our males wish to leave Verit. They are tired of being ruled by manipulation. They seek a new way of life, not just a new version of the old ways. However, the convocation would never have funded this expedition without a Mammon along. It seems no matter how hard we try to forge a new way, we bring our old issues with us. The cadet felt sorry for him almost. We Falosian are not so different. Many of us no longer wish to live by our old ways, but there are still those of us that will not willingly bind to a male permanently, and who will struggle to see males as true partners rather than spoiled boys, only seeking their own pleasure. She strode over to him and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. He jumped. He had clearly been lost in thought. Let us make an effort together to help them find a new way. He stared into her eyes for a moment, weighing her sincerity, before slowly nodding. They raised their glasses in salute to each other. Chapter 5. Accelerated Immunology. Denara hustled down the corridor to the medbay, the urgent request for a healer flashing on her HUD. She had been sitting with her extended team in the mess hall after the excitement of the possible stowaways, discussing their schedule of physical exams and psych check-ins prior to arrival, when a flashing red icon had appeared on the top right of her field of vision. With a deliberate blink of her eye, she accepted the notification and called up a map to the medbay, the green arrows overlaying her vision as she raced through the ship. Denara strode into a medbay in chaos. There were two unfamiliar females, the stowaways she presumed, one hissing and waving a small wicked-looking knife at a young soldier, as he vainly attempted to work out how to contain her without actually touching her. Lucius was loudly instructing the girls to cease and drop the knife, attempting unsuccessfully to assert some control of the situation, and the Mammon was spitting at him to desist in turn. The Falosian officer, Videk Zira, and another Verit officer she did not know, were bodily blocking the Mammon from attacking Lucius. Denara huffed in annoyance. Day 2 on her journey, and she was mere seconds away from an all-out brawl in her own medbay. She hadn't even had a chance to sit down at her own desk yet. Lifting a metal instrument tray from the counter next to the door, she brought it down on the hard surface with a sharp clatter. There was instant silence as they all whirled around in shock. Right, that's quite enough. I will have silence in my medbay. One of the girls opened her mouth to speak and abruptly closed it again with an audible click when Denara sliced a glare at her. Denara turned to Lucius. First warrior, situation report. I have received an emergency alert. Grateful at her interruption, and keeping a wary eye on the girl with the knife, Lucius Day straightened and replied equally formally. Chief Healer, These two Maman La are stowaways, brought on board by Maman Frey. The cadet has requested a full medical checkup, as it appears that they have not undergone the appropriate medical protocols prior to space travel. Once you have applied whatever medical procedures you deem necessary, they will be taken into custody to await transport back to Verit. I do not consent to this, the Maman thundered. Denara pointedly ignored the Maman, raising her voice to talk over her. Girls, what age are you? The two girls glanced at each other and drew themselves up to their full height. It would have been considerably more impressive had they topped 5 feet. As it was, they reminded her of blurked, a species of small, fluffy-tailed rodents with perpetually grumpy faces. Denara fought to control her expression and inappropriate laughter. She was sure they would not appreciate the comparison right at this moment. You will address us as Maman La, the girl with the knife retorted. Denara nodded seriously. Very well. Maman La, what ages are you, please? The girls exchanged another glance, and the girl that had not said a word yet nodded once. Trouble took a deep breath, answering for both of them. We have just turned 15. The Maman inserted herself between Denara and the girls, evading the Falosian officer holding her with a deft twist of her wrist. You will address any questions to me. I brought them here and am responsible for their well-being. Denara grit her teeth and plastered a professional smile on her face. I see, are you their mother or legal guardian? No, I am their maman. They go where I say. Denara clung to her patience. Can you evidence your legal guardianship? I will require proof such as a writ of transfer of guardianship from their parents, adoption papers, or permission to travel documentation. Frey was indignant. Those things are not required for Maman La. The bond of the maman is ancient and sacred. Where I go, they go. Denara shook her head. Verit is a member of the Colonial Alliance, and those things are required by Alliance galactic law. These Maman La are minors, and by your own admission you are not their parent, nor can you evidence legal guardianship or permission. Therefore this is potentially a case of child smuggling. The Maman stepped back in shock as Denara's calm recitation continued. However, that is an issue for justice to sort out. What is relevant at this time is that under Colonial Alliance medical laws, as you are under suspicion of a criminal act relating to child smuggling, you may not act as medical proxy for them. The Maman turned a distressing shade of beetroot, and Denara considered that she may need to schedule a blood pressure checkup for her in the near future. The Maman La had fallen silent, visibly shocked at this female openly defying a senior Maman. Lucius nearly cheered. He had never seen a Maman put in her place so effectively. Maman were vicious, difficult and demanding, and Denara had neatly eviscerated one of the most respected and feared with just a few words. Maman Frey, please step out of the med bay while I undertake preliminary medical examinations. Maman Lass, the first warrior will stay with you for your comfort and safety while we determine who will represent your interests. Maman Frey snarled, I will not. Denara's voice was a whip, her patience at its end. Maman, you will step out of the med bay or I will have the officer remove you. It's your choice. The Maman's lips thinned in anger as she gauged the resolve in Denara's eyes. After a moment she nodded, and head held high with stiff dignity, she shrugged off Vera's guiding hand as she ushered her out. Denara turned to the Maman Lass. Now please follow me to a cubicle. First warrior, please remove their weapons and stand guard inside the door. Lucius nodded and held out his hand to Trouble, who glared at him for a moment before relenting and dropping the knife onto his outstretched hand. Denara winced, considering if she would have to reattach one or more fingers. However, Lucius deftly caught the blade in mid-air and spun it around in one smooth move to drop it into an empty sheath on his belt. He smiled smugly at the girl before bowing and gesturing with his hand for her to precede him. Denara opened an ISO bay and motioned the two girls inside, Lucius assuming a position to the right of the door. His bulk took up a significant chunk of the available space around the scan bed in the small isolation bay, but she felt safer with him there. She had no desire to be stabbed if the girls were hiding any more weapons. One of you please sit on the chair, and the other lie on the scan bed. I need to complete a detailed assessment for each of you, which will take several minutes. As Trouble hopped onto the bed and Quiet One sat in the chair, Lucius struggled to get his surging desire under control. From the moment Denara had walked into the med bay, his entire being had focused on her. Her scent was intoxicating, and the gentle strength and calm manner in which she had dealt with the maman had intrigued him. The heady mixture of compassion, intelligence and strength, an enticement that he could not ignore. He positioned himself so that he could watch both girls and Denara. He listened to her low, husky voice question the maman lass. "Please describe for me what treatments and procedures you have undertaken to prepare you for space travel, and specifically for Colony 29. As Trouble lay on the bed, the diagnostic array arm unfolded and extended its network of translucent fibers over her. The scanner started to cycle through its routine, making gentle clicking and whirring sounds, occasionally emitting a hum or a flash of light. Trouble spoke, staring straight up at the ceiling, refusing to dignify them with eye contact. "We were treated with a serum designed to enhance our digestive processes to enable us to consume food from Colony 29. We were also inoculated with the combined Colonial Alliance vaccine for interstellar travel, which covers all known major viruses." Denara made the note in their charts. "I see. Have you undergone any anti-gravity training to prepare you for emergencies in space? Where are your jumpsuits?" Trouble remained silent. "I'll take that as a no. The jumpsuits are not a fashion statement. Their AI monitoring routine interfaces with my medical monitoring program and lets my team know if you are experiencing any distress, but also if your system is lacking in any necessary nutrients or minerals. Prolonged space travel is known to cause reduction in key nutrients necessary for human life, such as hematocrit, serum iron, ferritin saturation, transferrin, and serum 25-hydroxycholecalciferol. Bone loss, compromised vitamin D, and oxidative damage are among critical nutritional concerns for extended space travel. The suit interacts with the computer and adds the required nutritional supplements to your normal meal plans so that you will never notice a lack." During Denara's recitation, the maman lass visibly shrank into themselves. When Trouble spoke again, her voice was quiet, much less imperious. "We are not human. We are Verit." Denara was having none of it. "The Verit colony is a Gen 2 Earth colony, as is Falosia. The base human template is the same. It is why we agreed to co-sponsor, as we can interbreed. While there has been some genetic drift and modification over the past few hundred years, the essentials are still there. Human template species are not designed for long-term space travel and need significant medical support to remain in optimal health." Lucius nodded slowly in agreement. It was basic spacefaring health knowledge given to all young Verit males. "Whatever reason you had for doing this, and one assumes that it is compelling, or you would not have placed yourself at risk, this decision to stow away is medically ill-advised." The scanner beeped to indicate its completion, and Denara moved to review the results on the medical datapad, motioning for Trouble to jump off of the bed and Quiet One to jump on as the cycle restarted. "More so because it appears that your digestive enhancement was not entirely effective." Trouble scoffed. "That is unlikely, Healer. The Maman Convocation undertook the research themselves. We have the best scientists in the sector." Denara clucked her tongue. "Sloppy research, apparently. I don't know where you got your sample to reverse engineer, but your researchers have not accounted for several key protein strains, nor have they introduced the stabilizer we added to the official batch. Without it, your system is gradually reverting back to your base state. The human template is highly resistant to this kind of change. Digestion is a complex biochemical process, including a delicate bacteria balance. Even though your system is attempting to revert, it will be unable to complete the process effectively without help. You could end up not being able to digest any food at all." The girls wore an identical expression of horror. "Did you experience any uncomfortable symptoms during your digestive enhancement process?" Both girls shook their head, eyes bulging. They had finally begun to realize how much danger they were in. "Did it not occur to you that the males had all experienced moderate to severe digestive symptoms during the transition?" They nodded. "And it didn't make you question why you didn't?" she prompted. Trouble lifted her chin in an echo of her previous defiance. "Females are resilient. We are stronger than our male counterparts, have a higher pain tolerance." Lucius snorted in barely hidden laughter, then quieted as he received 3 identical dark looks from the females. Denara quirked a smile at him, which she hid with a polite cough. "While that statement is medically correct, it is not relevant in this situation. You didn't get the correct treatment, therefore you did not experience the symptoms." Denara paused as another thought occurred to her. Didn't you see your maman go through the transition and wonder why you didn't? Another long pause that had Denara looking up sharply from the datapad. She didn't either. Tell me that she took the official treatment. Oh, she said, eyes wide as she answered her own question. Of course she didn't. That's where the convocation got the sample to work from. But how? They were officially administered. It was Lucius's turn to cough politely, and Denara glanced at him, motioning for him to speak. If I may, Healer, it was administered by male medical techs. It is likely that she just ordered the male medic to hand over the sample to administer to herself later, and they did it. Denara shook her head at the sheer stupidity of it. If this had been discovered on the colony, they may not have had sufficient medical stores or capabilities to correct the damage. All three could have died for this act of folly and pride. All right, ladies, I mean Maman Lass. Do you have a view on who you would like to be your guardian proxy while this mess is sorted out? Another exchange of looks, before Quiet One spoke for the first time. We would prefer the Maman. She really does look out for our best interests, but we understand the situation. In the event that it is not possible for her to represent us, we would ask you to do so. Denara's jaw dropped. Me? Why? Surely the Prime or one of your own males would be better. Quiet One was insistent. With all due respect, Healer, we would prefer a female. Males on Verit. We love and value them, but we don't expect them to make decisions like these. Denara glanced at Lucius to see his reaction, and he didn't flinch. Apparently that was correct. You think that Lucius here would not act in your best interest? Lucius grimaced, considering how to respond without divulging information not normally provided to outsiders. Healer, a Prime may resist an order or disagree with a Maman, if he strongly believes that it would put a female in jeopardy, but the rest of us, the Maman Lass, are correct. We would be bound by our honor to follow their orders. Denara's brain clunked for a moment at the sheer stupidity. You can't be serious. They are children. They need the guidance and protection of a responsible adult. He looked uncomfortable. The expectation is that their supervising Maman would provide such guidance. Denara hummed in disapproval. I see. The Maman Lass had been watching their discourse in fascination, intrigued by the respectful manner in which the healer interacted with Lucius and listened to his views on the subject. Quiet One chimed in again. The genders have their roles, and females are the dominant. We make the decisions. You would be bound by your ethical guidelines to do the best for us, and you have been open with us thus far. Denara was impressed by the girl's insight and began to see a little of why the Verit males regarded their females the way they did. To grow up knowing that you would be responsible for the males around you, all the while being expected to breed as much as possible, would provide a sharp dose of reality at a young age. Still, they were children. Teenagers were not known for their discerning life choices or good judgment. Very well, if that is your preference. She lifted the medical datapad and with a few swipes commenced the recording. This is Denara Pasal, Chief Healer of Colony 29, on board the Ardrak 4022-1221-1030. This is a recording of Guardian Proxy nomination. She turned to the girls. Please state your names, planet of habitation, and nomination of Guardian Proxy for the record. This will not become a binding appointment under Alliance law until endorsed by Cadet Moral Lien as Governor of Colony 29. As minors, your Guardian Proxy has full authority to make any and all decisions relating to your well-being, housing, education, health and finances until you reach your majority, including in the situation where you are incapacitated. Trouble took the datapad. I, Maman La Bilel of Verit, request Maman La Frey of Verit as Guardian Proxy. If this is not possible under Alliance law, I request Chief Healer Denara Pasal of Falosia as alternate Guardian Proxy. Quiet One stepped up to her side. I, Maman Lascara of Verit. Once completed, Denara stepped to the ISO bay door and exited with the girls in tow, with Lucius bringing up the rear. Lucius, please request that the Cadet, Prime and Maman join us. She was cut off as the Cadet walked in with the Prime and Maman in tow. Ah, never mind. I see that everyone is already here. The Cadet nodded to her. Chief Healer, have you completed your scans? Please appraise me of the situation. Yes, Cadet. Denara quickly brought the Cadet up to date on the situation, noting the Cadet's glare at the Maman when she got to the bit on child smuggling. I have completed the medical scans. I have determined that the Maman Lass have had their standard colonial vaccinations. Therefore, they are not a contamination risk. We will not need to decontaminate the ship and delay our arrival." There was an audible sigh of relief. However, both the Maman Las and the Maman have received a flawed digestive and immune enhancement protocol. They will be unable to process Colony 29 proteins, and the enhancement was so flawed there is already evidence that their own normal digestive processes have been seriously compromised. I recommend immediate medical intervention for all three. The Maman looked deeply shocked and surreptitiously reached out to grip the Prime's arm to steady herself. Further, it appears that none of the females in the Verit delegations have worn a jumpsuit, which means that their needs have not been monitored and menu adjusted to meet them. There is already evidence of nutritional deficiencies developing. My medical advice is that all persons must be assigned and wear an AI-enabled jumpsuit. The cadet nodded again. Finally, the Maman Las have requested that I undertake Guardian Proxy until the situation is resolved, and I have accepted. I am streaming you the request now. The cadet paused for a moment to review the requests in her HUD. Approved. You are their Guardian Proxy until we determine otherwise. Prime, we need your approval as well. Brune hesitated, looking at his mate a moment before nodding. Very well. Approved, although this is only temporary. We will receive confirmation of guardianship imminently from Verit. Denara shrugged her shoulders, resisting the urge to massage the tension from her neck. I request that the girls are assigned quarters in the Falosian section, with a round-the-clock security detail, each a Falosian and Verit officer. They are children. We can do better than an isolation cell. I will need to begin their treatments immediately. For now, I will ensure that they can digest food from their native planet. I will not commence treatment to enable them to digest Colony 29 proteins, as I assume you will be sending them home. For the Maman, I will need to conduct the full Colony 29 protocol. Fry's look was venomous. No, I decline. I do not consent for you to treat me. Denara extended her empathist senses to Frey, taking in her anger and fear lurking under the icy surface. Very well. Would you consent to Odran? Stiffly she nodded. Very well, although I will observe so that you cannot order him to do anything that would be harmful to you or others. The Maman's look was acid, and Denara knew that she had been right in her assumption of the female's motives. This will be deeply unpleasant for you, Maman. I recommend that we place you in an induced coma for the duration. The males took weeks to go through the protocol. You will only have a few days. I do not consent. Verit females are strong. I will endure. Denara sighed. Very well, let me know if you change your mind. I can induce coma at any time. The cadet turned to Lucius. Get it done, please. Liaise with Gadek Lenora to arrange quarters and Gadek Sraya to organize around the clock guard. He nodded and bowed formally. Denara reached out to touch his arm as he moved away and caught his hiss at her touch. They may stay here with Zira and Tarlak in the interim until quarters are assigned. We may as well administer the first treatment today. It will take me an hour or so to prepare the initial infusion. Accessing her HUD, she summoned Odran. Odran will be here momentarily to see to the Maman. We must commence her treatment immediately. Ladies, please return to the ISO room. Lucius motioned to the girls, who followed obediently. The Maman entered a second ISO room, pointedly ignoring the Prime that followed her, and the cadet left. Zira and Tarlak took up security positions, Tarlak at the medbay entrance and Zira at the ISO room door, which Lucius sealed once the girls were inside. Denara moved to the other end of the medbay through the open diagnostic area outside the office of the chief healer to where the dispensary was located, to start selecting the compounds she needed to prepare the infusion. She sucked in a deep breath, grateful for the moment of peace, away from the drama and swirling emotional currents that kept brushing against her empathic senses. A deep voice rumbled, "Thank you for your care of the Maman Las." Denara spun around to see Lucius had followed her into the dispensary area. He stood, looming in the doorway, the artificial lights catching the burnished gold and bronze of his skin. She swallowed, her mouth suddenly dry with anxiety. "No problem at all. It is my job, and despite their bluster, they are just scared children." She flashed him what she hoped was a polite smile as she returned to rummaging for the medication, and he stood there silently, just watching her. She felt his admiration emanating for him, and preened a little at his appreciation of her, honest and bright. Awkwardly trying to think of something else to say, she asked, "Did you know them on Verit, the young Maman?" "A little. I am first warrior of the Dathalka clan, which Frey leads. I saw them occasionally at mealtimes with her. It's not uncommon for Mammon La to live with a senior Mammon to gain experience, as these girls did. But we do not interact with them unless they approach us. I have never conversed with them before today. I see. She turned to regard him, leaning against the cabinet. Does it not bother you that they don't believe you can be trusted with decisions like that? He shrugged slightly, and it communicated a world of feeling. Denara wondered if he was aware of the simmering resentment she could sense under his cool facade. Surely, as a leader of warriors, you must make life and death decisions every day. He nodded. And I assume you are competent, or you would not be named first warrior. If you can be trusted with those decisions, it seems obtuse for them to compartmentalize in that way. He smiled arrogantly at her. I am a first warrior. He stroked his animal fur, which she had successfully avoided looking at until now, and pointed out a series of gleaming metal pins and buttons along the edge. Each of these represents a successful campaign. Denara shuddered and turned back to the medicine cabinet, trying not to think about him wearing a dead animal. Lucius prowled up to her, quiet and fast like a panther from old Earth. Why do you do that? Suddenly he was very close. She could feel the heat radiating from him. He had moved so fast and silently that she had not heard him take a step. She spun around, backing up into the medication shelving, knocking several boxes to the floor. Do what? She stammered. He huffed at her. Shudder and turn away. What displeases you so? I saw you do the same thing when you regarded me at the introduction social event. He was very, very close. She could sense his energy. It was distinctly feline. Curiosity with a contained violence and ruthless intelligence. It was highly unusual, and nothing in all her years of experience had prepared her for the closeness of such a male. He seemed to suck up all the air in the room. Oh, it's nothing, she whispered. He regarded her, his eyes deepening from their usual pale blue to a dark navy. She was transfixed at the sight. Why do your eyes do that? Is it an evolutionary adaptation, or a deliberate genetic alteration? He chuckled darkly, amused at her fascination. Deliberate alteration. It allows us to see minute biochemical and heat changes, a useful enhancement for a warrior. It also allows me to see when you lie. I saw your displeasure at the first meet yesterday as well. He cocked his head at her, studying her reactions, attempting to determine the source of her distress. The dark stranger within him was demanding that he find the source of the problem, kill it for her, and lay it at her feet in tribute. Something displeases you, healer. Inform me of it, my lady, and I will remedy it immediately. His voice was pure magic. Could you back up a bit, please? She gasped out, and he took 2 measured steps back to place himself against the opposite wall, as far away as he could get in the small space. He was immediately contrite. My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. I observed you standing close to Odrin yesterday, and assumed it was acceptable in your culture. I would never touch you without your permission. She detected a faint thread of hurt in his emotional resonance as he continued. Or perhaps it is me you don't wish to stand so close to. His gaze was distant, examining her reactions in his mind before snapping back to peace her. Yes, that is it. It is I that distresses you. I shall remedy this by removing my presence. He spun on his heel, intending to march off. Denara reached out to him. No, wait. She grabbed his jumpsuit-clad arm and he jumped back like a scalded cat. It is not you. You do not displease me. He remained serious, gazing down at her, poised to leave. It is your fur, she spluttered, embarrassed. His eyes opened wide in confusion, her reaction entirely unexpected. Reaching over his shoulder, he plucked out a long copper braid and held it out for her to examine. She reached out a finger to stroke the burnished braid, wondering what she was doing and realizing that it was now her that was standing inappropriately close. The braid was incredibly soft and smelled faintly of pine trees. Once more he rumbled, his voice low and soft. My fur, the colour is not so different to yours. He motioned to her blonde hair. Do your males not have fur? Denara giggled. No, not that fur. The one you wear, from a dead megafauna. She gestured vaguely to the white fur wrapped around his torso. Ah, my Taluka. This is ceremonial for my people. We are a predatory variant species of human, and Verit is very cold. We hunted the Dathalka for meat in the early days of our colony establishment, and it has become traditional. It is a sign of strength and virility to wear one. The white-furred Dathalka are very rare. They are larger, and it takes much skill to take one down. I see. She tried for polite interest, but apparently wasn't as good an actress as she thought when he challenged her again. You dislike it. Why? On Falosia, we do not kill creatures if we can avoid it. We attempt to live in harmony with our environment. He grimaced, appalled. You do not eat meat. Only if there is nothing else available. Killing for food we understand and accept as part of the natural order, but we do not kill wastefully, and respect the animals we kill. We would never wear their skins. It is considered disrespectful. He nodded in understanding. We also respect the animals we kill, and believe that by wearing their skins, something of their spirit lives on in the world. Still, if it makes you uncomfortable, I will remove it. Denara felt instantly guilty for making him uncomfortable with displaying something that clearly had a lot of cultural significance for him. No, we'll all need to adjust our views to integrate our cultures. I'll learn to deal. Thank you for explaining. A slow smile. Really, I do not mind removing it for you. You may command me to remove whatever you wish. His voice was low, intimate, and he flashed her a wide, wolfish grin that was entirely unexpected. It catapulted him from brooding good looks into stellar hotness category. We only wear them for formal occasions. He cocked his head at her, his eyes cat-bright with mischief. We wore them specifically to impress you. Denara's joy was like bubbles inside her, caught in his unusual gaze. Didn't work out too well for you, huh? He shrugged. I don't know. It gave us this opportunity for this cultural exchange and provided you an opportunity to admire some of my better qualities. He motioned down, where she realized that she now held his braid possessively and had been absent-mindedly stroking it. First warrior, chief healer, what is going on? They both started, Denara springing back and rocking the shelving as she once again bumped into it, knocking yet more boxes onto the floor. At this rate, she was going to need a medic to apply a topical bruise remover to her shoulders. My apologies, first warrior, chief healer, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Odrin stood in the doorway, a grin and a look of false innocence undermining his attempt at an apology. I hope it was nothing important. Lucius growled, an honest-to-goddess growl, and moved to block her from Odrin's view while Denara bent down to grab the boxes on the floor to hide her scarlet cheeks. He waited until she had gathered herself before bowing to her. Healer, I will take my leave to organize the security arrangements. Denara nodded, unable to look at him as he moved away. Odrin stood in the door for a moment, still grinning. Denara waited for him to say something. So, Lucius, he teased. Oh, shut up, and stop grinning like that, Denara shot back. I have work for you, take these. She thrust the compounds required for the infusion into his hands, and together they walked out to the medbay to start the treatments. Over the following days, the colonists fell into a waiting pattern. Odrin commenced the Mammon's treatment, and it was just as unpleasant as the male's had been. Denara gently patted Frey's face with a cold cloth as she rested between bouts of vomiting, a metal basin propped against her. Bilel and Skara sat in the ISO bay with her, eyes huge in their faces as they watched their mentor convulse with another wretch. 2 days of near-constant vomiting had wrung the small female dry, and she was pale as the sheets around her. Bilel, go to the mess hall and collect another cup of ice chips, please. The girl sprinted off, grateful for the opportunity to be away from the sick smell. Denara swapped out the basin for a new one and went to the medbay biohazard disposal to empty it, passing Odrin sitting at the duty healer desk. As soon as he saw Denara, he bounced up. How is our maman? Denara sighed tiredly. The same. She has deteriorated a lot faster than the males. I think the inferior adjustment agents she cooked up aren't interacting well with the correct ones. I'd like you to examine her as a second opinion. Odrin's eyes opened wide, the whites visible all around. You know I can't. She's ordered me away. That was true enough. Despite the maman's original insistence that Odrin treat her, within a few hours of the onset of the digestive distress, she had decreed that no male could witness her condition. Still, this couldn't go on. Agreed, but I need a second opinion nonetheless. The antiemetics are not effective, and I may need to induce a coma until the process is completed. Odrin paced restlessly. You don't understand, Denara. It's not just that she's declined consent for me to treat her as her healer. She is a mammon and I am male. I cannot go against her orders. Denara huffed. Even if it causes harm to her health? He shrugged helplessly. Even then, their word is law. Denara racked her brain trying to remember anything that could help from her studies of Verit culture. Is there anyone that can countermand her orders? Odrin suddenly found a plate on the floor fascinating, and Denara pounced. There is who? She held his gaze for a long moment before he sighed, defeated. Her mate has the right to countermand the order if he believes her life is in danger. Denara sucked in a breath. I see. Except Prime Frey has conveniently removed himself from the medbay at her order, so that he can't countermand it. Denara began to understand just how complex the male-female dynamics must be on Verit. Hearing the medbay portal open, she turned expecting Bylel back with another glass of ice chips, but instead came face to face to-chest, with Lucius. His unusual eyes expanded, taking her in as he did every time he came for a report, and she schooled her expression to a professional calm, quashing her irritation. Twice a day for the past week, Lucius had attended medbay for a situation report to take back to the Prime. At first she had hoped that he would reach out to her. Even a few friendly words would have been welcome. She'd noted that after that first day, none of the males had worn their furs. Word must have got around. Their moments in the dispensary had hinted at the potential for a deeper connection, and she had welcomed any sign that he wished to extend their association. While she wasn't in the market for a mate, a long, hard romp with the delicious warrior was exactly the kind of healing, no-strings invitation she could see herself accepting. Throughout the days she had found her mind drifting again and again to that moment, stroking his copper braid and gazing into his navy eyes. Instead, he had retreated into the manner of a formal, controlled warrior. It was incredibly annoying and had been highly effective in quelling her interest in him. She forced herself to greet him with a bright, professional smile. First warrior, come for the morning update for the Prime? Yes, Healer. His voice was equally controlled. Fantastic. She was more than ready to give the Prime a report directly, preferably at significant volume. Excellent timing. I wish you to fetch the Prime here immediately. I need to discuss his mate's condition with him in person. He frowned at her, wary displeasure radiating from him. That is not possible, Healer. The Maman has ordered him away from her presence. Denara bared her teeth in an approximation of a smile. Then take me to wherever he is. I need a second opinion from Odrin, and the Maman has declined consent for him to treat her. I require the Prime to overrule that. Lucius looked about helplessly and locked eyes with Odrin, who shrugged. Healer, you don't realize what you're asking. For a mate to countermand a Maman's orders is only done in the most exigent of circumstances. Mates had been executed in the past for overstepping their bounds. He considered Denara closely. In their brief acquaintance, he had not considered her flighty or prone to impulsive orders as many of the Maman. Is it your medical opinion that the Maman's life is at stake? Denara pondered for a moment, her pale eyes clouding as she weighed the question. He liked that about her, that she did not simply respond without thought. Be honest with yourself, he thought. You like everything about her. It is. She is small, and the transition is much more challenging than the ones the males underwent, due to her ineffective previous treatments. Lucius winced. His males had been bedridden for days, and many of them had prayed to the goddess for a swift end. If the Maman was going through worse, he could easily believe that her life could be in jeopardy. Decision made, he bowed sharply. Very well, I will fetch him here. Denara nodded and waited for him to leave. He hesitated for a moment, opening his mouth to speak before shaking his head and thinking better of whatever he was going to say. Is there something else, First Warrior? Looking at her, he once again silenced himself. Every time he visited the medbay, he had tried to think of something meaningful to say, something to allow him to get to know her better, to recapture the piercing intimacy of their previous interaction, but every time he came up short. His suspicion of his unusual reaction to her warred with his increasing attraction. In their every encounter he was more impressed. She was warm and caring with the Maman, intelligent and incisive in her commentary, and her calm, practical manner was so unlike the aggressive females of Verit. Not wanting to sound like a babbling fool, especially here in her place of power where she was so frighteningly competent, he had elected to stay silent. He was not an idiot. Despite his lack of familiarity and general disgust of females, he understood that this strategy had sharpened her temper at him. No, Healer. He bowed his head briefly again and turned to take his leave when he was abruptly shoved back into Denara as Bylel came barreling through the open portal. Lucius and Denara bounced in an awkward tangle of limbs against the opposite bulkhead, Lucius turning slightly to take the hit on his shoulder and hip, holding her upright, his arm curving around her. For a single moment he felt her soft curves pressed against the length of him, and he felt the searing contact down to his bones, scouring him from the inside out. She fit perfectly against him, all lush softness. "Maman la, have a care!" Odrin's voice was a whip. "Oh, my apologies, Healer Odrin. Denara, I brought the ice." He could not feel the heat of her through her jumpsuit, but he was acutely aware of her intoxicating scent, and for a single insane instant he was reluctant to let her go. She let her hand linger for a moment around the width of his biceps, under the guise of steadying herself, and his breath caught in his throat, his heart spiking at her closeness. Now was not the time. He refused to act on these feelings surrounded by prying eyes. "Thank you, Bylel. Please take the ice chips into the maman and encourage her to take a couple. I will be in momentarily." Denara gently extracted herself from Lucius's grasp. "Thank you again, First Warrior. I will await the prime." Denara stepped away towards the dispensary to give herself a moment. Odrin came under the pretense of checking his shoulder. "Smooth, Lucius, very, very smooth. Have a care, Odrin. You are still under my command. You may not be my La anymore, but I can still dump you on the ground." Odrin rolled his eyes at him. "You're meant to be the leading example of Verit manhood. Please let me give you some pointers. It's excruciating seeing our gloried war hero stumble over his own tongue twice a day." He batted Odrin away. "I am not stumbling. I am being respectful of her in her place of work. You might want to try it once in a while rather than chattering like a child." "You're afraid and screwing this up," he said bluntly. Lucius finally looked at Odrin, seeing the insightful healer that he had grown into, rather than the gangly youth he had trained. "Has she said something?" Odrin sighed in exasperation. "She doesn't need to. She was clearly interested the other day. Why have you not expressed your interest again? You must know that many of the boys are attracted to her. This is what we came here for, to meet mates outside of the strictures of Verit society." "It's not that easy," Odrin scowled at him. "Actually it is, if you would just get out of your own damned way." Further conversation was interrupted by the sounds of Denara returning, and Lucius chose discretion as the better part of valor and exited before he could make a bigger fool of himself. The Prime and Lucius arrived sometime later, and Denara met them in one of the medbay consult rooms. Without any preamble, she launched in. "It is my medical opinion that your mate's health is deteriorating, and that her life could be in danger if we continue with the current treatment protocol." The Prime winced at her sharp tone, decades of conditioning under the maman making him excruciatingly sensitive to her emotions. Denara ignored his reaction. She had no patience for his emotions after his days of absence while his mate was seriously ill. "My recommended protocol is an induced coma. I require a second opinion from a senior healer to prescribe that protocol. However, your mate has declined consent for Odrin to observe her." At her recitation, the Prime looked increasingly pained, and Denara's anger drained from her. She could sense the exhaustion pouring from him, and the dark circles under his eyes and rumpled clothing told their own story. She paused for a moment, reassessing him. Perhaps it was not disinterest that had kept him away, but some deeper social construct she had yet to navigate. She simply could not imagine a society where a male was forbidden to attend his seriously ill mate. Despite her plea, the Prime remained stubbornly silent. She extended her empathic senses to him and sensed a deep well of frustration. He wanted to act, but something still held him back. Gently she placed her hand on his shoulder, and his eyes widened in surprise at the contact. "Prime, I can sense you wish to assist her. What holds you back?" He shook his head in denial. "You cannot understand what you ask of us. Then help me understand." He scrubbed his hand over his eyes. "She commands, I follow. This is as the goddess wills." Denara spoke softly. "Even if her commands lead to her own death?" He shook her off and moved to the window of the consult room. He couldn't see into the maman's chambers, but he stared fixedly at the door to her room just across the hall for long minutes, fingers flexing and clenching in agitation. Eventually he spoke. "You are sure her life is in danger?" Denara clenched her hand behind her back where he couldn't see. "Yes, Prime." The Prime sighed heavily. "Very well, I consent to both Odrin and the coma. if he agrees with your prognosis. Thank you. Denara took in his slumped shoulders. Would you like to see her? He didn't turn around, just continued staring at the closed door to the room where his mate lay. When he eventually spoke, his voice was small. It would not distress her. Denara regarded him gravely. I suspect she would appreciate your support. He looked at the ground as if contemplating the striations in the deck plates, and Denara watched the muscles tense in his jaw. I will see her. Denara rose and motioned for him to follow her towards the Iso Bay. From outside the doorway they could hear the maman's laboured breathing, interrupted by painful dry retching. They waited for it to subside before Denara ventured in first. Maman, you have a visitor. No visitors, came the faint reply. I suspect you will want to see this one. Denara stepped aside and ushered the prime in. At the sight of him, the maman tried to sit upright. I instructed you to leave me. She patted at her lank hair feebly. Hush, my lady, just this once. He went to her bedside and sunk down into the chair, big palms stroking her sweat-damp hair back from her forehead. Just this once, lean on my strength. I promise after this is over I will not think less of you. At his whispered words, the maman let out a sob, and her luminous crystal eyes filled with tears. Denara stepped out and motioned to Bilal and Skara to leave, giving them a few moments of privacy. All too soon the interlude was broken by more retching. Denara re-entered and resumed dabbing the maman's head with the cloth. Maman Frey, I will be blunt, this is not progressing well. Thank you for the startling insight, healer. I see your decade of training was well spent. The prime tisked but struggled to hide a smile at his mate's sass. Your condition continues to deteriorate. It is my opinion that the previous treatments you have taken are now interfering with this protocol. I would like to bring Odrin in as a second opinion to confirm my diagnosis. If supported, I will induce a coma until the worst has passed. No more males. Increase the dose of the antiemetic. Denara would not be deterred. You are already well beyond the recommended dose. It is not effective. Increase the antiemetic. And where did you do your decades' worth of medical training? Denara inquired with a raised eyebrow. The maman glared at her, before sighing back into her pillows, her strength exhausted. Then place me in a coma, but I will not consent to any further males observing my weakened state. With a moment of piercing insight, Denara realized just how terrifying it must be for the female to feel so powerless, for someone who had relied on her projection of perfection to control those around her. Very well, maman. Denara complied, and the prime sat by his mate's beside until she slipped under. Brune's voice was husky. Healer? I know she's not perfect, but she is a glorious female, my mate. You may not agree with her methods, but she loves our people and has led our clan for decades, caring for us all. Watch over her as if she were your own sister. I would not like her light to leave this universe yet. He held her gaze with a solemnity that was not feigned. As if she were my own sister, Denara promised. Lucius watched Denara from outside the medbay room and marvelled at the depth of her compassion to a female that, at best, had displayed her a stunning lack of respect, and at worst could be a child smuggler by the standards of Falosia. More and more he was becoming intrigued by the healer, capable of facing down a maman in a rage, yet also capable of compassion to her enemy. So unlike the mamans of his homeworld, who he knew from bitter experience would not have stirred themselves to give a dying enemy water unless there was something in it for them. Belatedly, he realized that Bilal was standing silently, also observing beside him. These Falosians, they are so unlike the mammon I have trained with. How can such compassion be real? How can they survive in this world with such soft hearts? She turned to him, honest confusion in her eyes, and it struck him that for all her hissing, troublesome manner, she was still just a child. Do you think them soft, maman la? I'm not so sure. The Cadec seems to have plenty of steel when required. A maman would have had us all executed for breaching her ship and flouting her rules as an example to others. Lucius nodded. He had seen evidence of such ruthlessness over and over again. Instead, she allows us to remain unfettered and provides medical care. Even when pronouncing judgment on us, she considered our emotional state and made allowances. Perhaps their gifts make them grow up differently and consider how others may feel, because they can also feel it, he offered. Perhaps. It seems an unusual genetic gift to breed empathy and compassion into a species. What could they have been thinking, hobbling their daughters so? he snorted, receiving a glare from the young Mammon La. You should continue reviewing the dossier provided on the Falosians. After diplomats, negotiators and counselors, Falosia's primary interstellar employment is as bodyguards. When you can feel others' emotions, you are able to sense danger and deceit. Seems like an extremely useful adaptation to me. Bilal nodded again and stiffened abruptly, realizing that she had been casually conversing with a male unsupervised, entirely against protocol. Thank you for your words, First Warrior. That will be all. Turning in dismissal, it took her a few seconds to realize that he remained. You are dismissed, Warrior. Lucius stiffened at her tone, but kept his voice deliberately mild. Respectfully, Mammon La, you are not in charge here. I remain under orders from the Prime and the Chief Healer. I will stay until I am no longer required. Bilal's eyes blazed in anger, her small frame angling towards him in the precursor to the Verit attack pose. There it was, the streak of cruelty that defined all Mammon. Before she could retort and punish him for his insolence, Denara reappeared. Thank you, Bilal. You and Skara may leave for a rest period. The Mammon is in an induced coma and will remain such until after we reach the colony. Return tomorrow at 1000 hours to continue your treatments. Bilal gave a final hard look at Lucius before she nodded gracefully at the healer and swept away. Denara turned searching eyes on Lucius. Did she harm you? What? Did she harm you? Are you injured? It dawned on him that she must have sensed the Mammon La's spike of anger and come to intervene, to protect him. It shattered something inside him. Never had a female come to his aid. These Falosians would be dangerous indeed if they ever realized how vulnerable to compassion the Verit males were. His boys would crawl over broken glass for the kindness and protectiveness she was showing him. No, my lady, she did not harm me. She is only a Mammon La and not capable of harming a full-fledged warrior. Only a Mammon La? So a Mammon is? Capable of harming a warrior? Lucius looked distinctly uncomfortable. It is not something we discuss with outsiders, but yes, the Mammon have their secrets and they can be dangerous in the extreme. He smiled crookedly at her. As are all females in their own way. I see, and this knowledge is born from your years of insight into the feminine mind, is it? She quipped. Unfortunately, yes. He paused and swallowed the intense emotions surging within, drowning in a deluge of memories of pain. She regarded him solemnly, and again he wondered how much she could sense. Thank you for your insight, First Warrior. She paused again, as if expecting him to add more, but as usual he could not summon the words. After an awkward silence, he bowed and took his leave, unable to shake the feeling that he had once again disappointed her. Later that night, Denara sat in the medbay monitoring the Mammon. Something scratched at her senses, an insistent feeling that she was being watched, faint emotional resonances that hinted at deception, secrecy. Twice she rose from her desk to double-check that the door to the lab was locked, that the storage rooms were empty. Her agitation increased steadily during the night, so that when Healer and Zira dropped by unexpectedly, bringing her a food tray from the mess hall, she was almost giddy with relief. Denara, this is an intervention. You haven't left medbay for 16 hours. You need to eat and sleep. Denara laughed at Healer's blunt manner as they pulled up chairs to join her at her desk. Oh, gimme. Denara grabbed for the tray and began spreading the warm flatbread with a nutty protein paste, before stuffing her face and groaning in delight at the flavour. In between bites, she continued, I can leave when Frey comes back on duty in a couple of hours. The Mammon have declined male healers, so there are only 3 of us able to monitor them, and Frey, Livia and Kirili have already been pulling double shifts. Healer and Zira ate their own meals more sedately, while they brought Denara up to date on the gossip. It seemed like the 2 groups of colonists were slowly beginning to mingle, but the females were reading some alarming signs from the males. Zira frowned in confusion. They are deeply suspicious. I don't think they realize how much anger they are carrying, and any sign of friendship is met with confusion and fear. Healer nodded. I can tell they are interested, but something is holding them back. She raked her hands through her hair, leaving the long waves dishevelled. The closest thing that I've felt is rescued abused animals, desperate for praise but waiting for punishment. Denara paused, unsure about how much she should say. Naturally, the female sensed her hesitation. Spill, Denara, you know something. She took her time, considering how to phrase it. It's not confidential, But it's private, you understand? The girls nodded. I did some research before we boarded on the history of the Verit colony. Several hundred years ago, they were embroiled in a vicious war. They were losing, their people dying by the tens of thousands. Even then, their birth rate was already declining. They always had a matriarchal society, and the matriarchs at the time decided to take action. Denara paused, her fingers tracing the groves on the end of the tray. The choices they made, they are public record, and I'm sure they felt they had no choice. Their people were dying. Feely leaned forward expectantly. Just say it, Denny, what did those bitches do? They genetically altered their males. They spliced their genes with an assortment of different animal and synthetic strains. They built a super soldier. Fila and Zira sucked in shocked breaths. Fila curled her lip in disgust. Denny, genetic adjustments take decades to research. They can't have perfected them in time. Denara looked at Fila, her champagne eyes haunted. They didn't perfect them. Oh, they worked well enough, but there were unintended consequences. Their males, they were prone to rages, they became berserkers. They would let them loose on the battlefield, and the males would kill the opposition until nothing was left alive. Sometimes they turned on each other. They became unable to function in normal society, prone to aggression at the slightest provocation. The girls sat in horrified silence. How could they do that to their own people? Zira's words were hushed, appalled. Denara continued doggedly. Over time, they ameliorated some of the effects with subsequent genetic alterations, but the result is still a highly aggressive, predatory male population with very few females. The males began to turn on the females that had damaged them. In response, the females built in a control mechanism. Through genetic imperatives, pheromones, and cultural conditioning, they have made it almost impossible for the males to disobey a Verit female. They have coded into their DNA a deep desire to be close to obey their females. Zira was incredulous. They mutated their own people, then turned on them for being what they made them. And this is the people that the Lakar wishes the females of Falosia to take as mates. Denara nodded. Why weren't we told? Zira demanded. Fila jumped in. I suspect because of how you were reacting. They wanted us to give the mating a fair shot. Denara hummed in agreement. Strictly speaking, they didn't hide it. The information is there if people look for it and put two and two together. Zira grabbed a nut from the tray and crunched as she mused. From what I have seen, the cultural conditioning still remains but is wearing down. I think the Marmon on Verit are still afraid of their monster children, and the males are at the end of their rope. If this colony doesn't succeed for them, I don't think their society will last more than a few more generations before it self-destructs. They sat in silence for a few moments. Then Fila asked, What are we going to do about it? Denara smiled. I'm going to get to know them. Make my own decisions about how I progress. I haven't seen any violence from them. If anything, the opposite. They are protective but afraid of overstepping the mark. Zira nodded reluctantly in agreement. What about Lucius? What do you mean? Don't play dumb, Denara. You can sense how he feels about you. Any time you walk into the room, he can't stop staring at you with those big blue eyes. Zira mimicked a lovelorn look, dramatically batting her eyelashes, and had them all in chuckles. Denara felt a pang in her chest that she deliberately pushed away. I can feel his interest, but he hasn't even spoken to me properly since our first chat. Lots of people feel attraction that they don't pursue for lots of reasons. She shrugged helplessly. On a colony specifically designed for mating? Fila was skeptical. Human template species are complex, you know that. Stupid, pesky emotions getting in the way. Maybe I remind him of an old lover that broke his heart, or I look like his mother. The girls cackled and Denara sighed. It's a shame, though, he's gorgeous. But I won't push where I am not wanted. If he's been controlled by the mammon for so long and is carrying resentment, the last thing I want is to make him feel under pressure in any way. She shook off her low mood, picking up a cookie from her tray and throwing it at Fila. Besides, I am not sure I want a mate. Some fun, yes, but a mate. That's a big commitment, and I have a history of poor life choices in that department. Fila snatched the cookie out of the air and took a big bite. Yeah, your dating history sucks. Zira nodded in agreement as Fila continued. But that was before you had us in your corner. Don't worry, Healer, your sisters have got your back this time. Denara snorted out loud. I remember your dating history in school, Fila, darling. You cut a swathe through the senior girls, then did the same at uni. No one was safe. Feeler stood up with mock-injured dignity, prancing around the medbay dramatically. That is unfair. I loved every single one of them. A wicked glint shined in her eye as she spun around, sometimes two at a time. Denara nearly choked on her own cookie, she was laughing so hard, and Zira sniggered into her tea mug. I can't wait to see what the males make of Kirili and Sraya. Feeler stilled. Oh, goddess, you don't think there are any male-mated pairs here, looking for a female? Denara and Zira paused. Such a thing was unheard of on Falosia. Males were so few. She knew it was common on some other planets, but for a Falosian female to have two males... Feeler nodded decisively. I shall make it my mission to find out. Chapter 6, Landing.
Encrypted transmission, Agent Agrantau. Ammunition and catalyst supplies have been successfully diverted. Plan proceeding as scheduled. Agent on ground continues to monitor.
Lucius stood in the storeroom, dusty and sweaty, and frowned at the inventory displayed before him. According to the manifest, there should have been 6 cases of Series M Perimeter Security Battalion bots and 5 cases of remote ultrasonic cannons. This was the last storeroom assigned to munitions, and Peyton and Tarlac had already been through the others and could not locate them. It appeared that a large quantity of munitions had disappeared. He tapped his HUD and placed a call to the Prime. Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we have a serious situation. Explain. Lucius's response was crisp and professional. We are missing several critical armament and munition cases. They are on the manifests, but not in the stores. There was a pregnant pause. I see. I will bring the K-Deck to meet you shortly. Yes, sir. Less than 10 minutes later, the K-Deck, the Prime and Lucius stood examining the manifests. You have examined the other security storerooms? Lucius nodded. Yes, my lady. The cadet glared at the cases in the storeroom, as if she could will the missing items to appear. We have several possibilities before us. The most palatable is that there has been a simple error, and they have been misplaced or mislabeled in another storeroom. We must ensure that this is not the case. My apologies, First Warrior, but I will need you to personally examine all other storerooms to ensure that they have not been misplaced. Lucius nodded, his face carefully blank. As the goddess wills it, my lady. She cocked her head, studying him. Whatever she saw, it softened her demeanour. Secrecy is the highest order here. I know that this is not something you would usually do yourself, but we must contain this until we know more. Eventually, Lucius nodded stiffly, and the K-Deck continued. We must be certain. If it is not an error, then we are faced with less positive outcomes. Someone in the supply chain may have diverted or stolen the supplies or the funds for them. I will investigate this possibility. Both the Prime and Lucius nodded that time, their eyes distant as they processed the implications. The worst possible outcome is that we have a thief on board, and the munitions are here but hidden, to be used for an unknown nefarious purpose at some point. The males exchanged glances before the Prime answered, Before we start a witch hunt, let us eliminate the first 2 possibilities. The cadet tapped her chin in thought. First Warrior, if we cannot locate the stores, what impact does this have on our security perimeter? How compromised are we? Lucius pondered, gratified that the cadet had asked his opinion. We can adapt. We had extra armaments with us in preparation for securing the Phase 2 and 3 sites to minimize transport costs. We can repurpose those, and we should be able to replace them before the end of Phase 1. The Prime turned to Lucius. Pull in whomever you think you can trust, but we need the inspection completed within the next 2 days before we reach Colony 29. The cadet turned on her heel to leave. I reiterate, do it discreetly. We don't want to alert a thief if we have one. Make this look like a normal stock-taking. Find out if there are any other stores missing. I need to report this. The K-Deck paced in her office, waiting for the comm to the Colonial Alliance to connect. Finally, there was a subtle beep indicating connection, and a friendly voice chirped. This is Administrator Kevlin of the... Kevlin, put me through to Amira. A pause and a gulp. Hello, Cadet. Ma'am, I'm afraid that STI Delegate Amira... The cadet cut him off. Now, Kevlin, I have been waiting 5 days for a reply to my report, and this is my 9th call. Kevlin paled. I'm sorry, Cadet, the delegate is extremely busy. Avoiding me. She is very busy avoiding me, and I'm done waiting. Tell her that she gets on the call with me now, or I will put the stowaways into an escape tube and jettison them, and she has 3 days to pick them up before they run out of oxygen. A longer pause. "Hold, please." The cadet resumed her pacing for several minutes before there was another beep, and the face of an annoyed Falosian female filled the screen. "Morale, I do have a day job other than dealing with your crisis." The cadet jabbed a finger at the screen. "No, you don't, Amira. I am your day job. The sole purpose of your role in the Colonial Alliance Council is to represent Falosia's interstellar interests." Amira harumphed. "Which is why I find it so confusing that you have not replied to my report. 2 stowaways on the first wave of a new colony is big news. Add to that the fact that they were brought on by the Mammon Observer sanctioned by their convocation, and that they stole and reverse-engineered the genetic enhancements, and you and I should be living in each other's pockets. So why won't you take my calls?" Amira let out a gusty sigh. "Things aren't that simple, Morale. The convocation is being difficult. Make them undifficult. That's what you're paid for. They are clearly working outside colonial law. It shouldn't be that hard." Amira looked away. "Well, yes, but this new colony is like a marriage. Do you want us to start it off with a dispute?" Morale wasn't having a bar of it. "If one of us isn't playing by the rules, you need to correct it fast before it gets out of line. We are in discussions, and Verit will make reparations, but we may need to concede to the girls staying there. It's cultural. Something about where the Mammon goes, they go." Morale's jaw dropped incredulously. "And they didn't feel the need to mention this before they sent the Mammon? Or is this an ask forgiveness rather than permission situation? Those girls put my ship in jeopardy. Their sloppy science nearly killed 2 miners. It's unacceptable." Amira sat back, her face neutral. "It is absolutely unacceptable. We condemn it in the strongest possible terms, but it is not as simple as just shoving them out an airlock. It could be. No, it can't. You knew taking this assignment would expose you to more interstellar politics than just running station commands, and this is your first foray." The cadet sighed. "I hate it when you are right. And I hate politics." Amira exhaled a gusty sigh, placating now that the cadet had capitulated. "I know, just sit tight. A few more days and we'll have a compromise." 2 days, Amira, or I put them in a pod, and they take a long flight in the dark." Amira threw her hands into the air. "Fine, 2 days, I need to go." "Not so fast, Amira, I have another issue." "Shocking." Morale pointed at Amira in warning. "Don't sass me, little sister. We have identified that we are missing some critical munition components." Amira leaned into the screen. "Is your security compromised?" "We don't believe so. The first warrior believes we will be fine for Phase 1, but will need them replaced before we commence Phase 2. Amira shrugged. "Well, that is indeed an unfortunate inconvenience. I can order you replacements." "Don't be obtuse, Amira. You know the problem is not replacements. The issue is who took our armaments. I need you to investigate where in the supply chain they went missing." Amira regarded Morale for a moment solemnly. "Fine, I'll investigate. I can't promise anything." "What does that mean?" "This is a significant security breach." Amira looked uncomfortable. "What aren't you telling me, sister?" Amira grimaced. "A great many things, most of which are above your pay grade, Morale. I will do what I can to investigate and order your replacements." Realizing that pressing would only piss of Amira more, Morale relented. "I have the first warrior completing a full stock-taking. I will let you know if anything is missing." "Understood. Thank you for your report, Cadet. Say hi to Mum for me and Varys." "I will. They miss you, so do I. Take care out there." "You too." The Cadet ended the comm and wandered over to the view screen in her office. It projected a view from the outside of the ship so realistic she could swear she was looking out glass. The conversation with Amira made her very uncomfortable. Too many things unsaid or under the surface. This was why she had initially rejected this post. She was more suited to running a space station, where all she had to worry about were pirates, aliens, incompetent engineers, and the odd asteroid. The next day, Denara was surprised to find Lucius and Odrin in her medbay storeroom, inspecting the equipment that had been brought from Falosia. All around Lucius were opened crates as they examined each item, checking them off on the datapad. "You know, First Warrior, it is poor form to enter into a medbay area without telling the chief healer," she quipped. He meticulously finished checking off the crate he had opened before he turned and bowed at her entrance. "My apologies, my lady. I am completing a stock-taking at the order of the Cadet." She laughed and walked in. "It's all right, Lucius. I'm just joking. Can I help?" I assume that there is a purpose to this other than just messing up my organization's schema. She motioned to the chaos of open crates. This room contains research equipment that I personally ordered and ensured was shipped and loaded. I did not want to trust security to the third-party contractor responsible for supplying the colony. It is all here. I have already gone through it. Lucius smiled a professional, tight smile at her. No, thank you. We are nearly finished with this room. I see. She looked around uncertainly, dubious at his response. Well, I'll be at lunch if you need anything. Lucius, we've been at this for hours. Why don't you go and grab us some food from the mess hall? Odrin chimed in. Lucius regarded Odrin incredulously while Odrin grinned, flashing dimples, and nodded at Denara hovering in the doorway. I've got this. Just bring me back some food. Lucius resisted the urge to make a face at him. All right, if you are sure. He turned to Denara. If you wouldn't mind company, Healer. Denara beamed at him. Of course, you're welcome to join me. Denara watched him as he efficiently closed the transport cube he was working on. He had pulled up the sleeves of his jumpsuit, and his arms were corded in muscle. He had always drawn the attention of females, and usually it irritated him. He was aware that he moved silently for such a big man, an economy of movement and power that drew the eye. But with Denara, he watched her eyes trace his gold-dusted skin gleaming in the artificial light as he prowled beside her. It warmed something in him. Before long, they reached the mess hall. Unlike their more recent interactions, the silence was peaceful, rather than awkward. Where before he was fumbling to make conversation, there was a new calm between them. He wasn't sure what had changed, but he could sense a difference in the air, and it perversely annoyed him. Are you prepared for landing? She asked. Indeed, inventorying the medbay store was the last pre-landing check I had to make. Me too. Everything is all locked up for landing in medbay, and the maman has been placed in a stasis pod for safety. I can almost taste it now. It's becoming real. We are really about to land on a new colony planet and start building a new society. Denara was animated when she spoke, using her graceful hands to illustrate her words. Her movements were elegant, and his eyes flicked to her strong wrists and neat, trimmed nails. The mess hall was a large crescent-shaped room, with a selection of chairs, sofa groupings and booths dotted around, all in the bright primary colours that were ubiquitous on the Ardrak, spotlit by gentle overhead lighting. Against the dark grey of the walls and floors, the bright colours were islands of cheer. One entire wall was taken up with a giant viewing window, the blackness of space with a sprinkling of stars, a glorious moving backdrop to their conversation. They moved in sync to grab a tray and a bowl of the lunch special, some sort of vegetable soup, with warm Elther bread and fruit. They took their seats in a secluded corner, greeting friends and colleagues in the last of the lunch traffic as they moved across the room to their selected booth. The mood in the crew was buoyant, the group's growing excitement palpable. Lucius could hardly believe that after all his clumsy attempts to make conversation, he was suddenly sitting sharing a meal with her. It was surreal. Feeling his heart flip as he took in her curvy form, he realized he was a complete idiot to have let his anxiety get in the way. The dark stranger within urged him to talk to her, to open up, to lay himself bare for her inspection. He wanted to get to know her, to learn her secret thoughts and places, to see her eyes light up in interest at what he had to say. Well, what shall we discuss? She prompted, as she began to peel a piece of dark purple fruit. She smiled at him gamely, and he noticed she had a faint tracery of wrinkles around her eyes. It made him absurdly happy to notice such a private detail. She must laugh a lot. He smiled at her in return, his eyes warming. While he wasn't ready to make himself vulnerable to any female, whatever the dark stranger urged, he couldn't deny the pleasure he drew in simply being in her presence. "Oh, there we go, a smile. We were beginning to think that none of you knew how," Denara quipped. Lucius sat back in a relaxed sprawl, full of arrogance. "What about Odrin? When he was my trainee, I often thought I would have to gag him to get a word in." Denara took a bite of the light blue segment of fruit, chasing a drop of juice dripping down her hand, and he clenched, watching her tongue dart out to lick the sweet trail. "He's a special case. He's more like a bubbly younger brother." Lucius thought he might keep that to himself. Odrin was very proud of how well he was interacting with the females on board. He would be disappointed if he knew that they saw him as an adolescent. They ate companionably for a few minutes before Denara ventured. "What made you decide to volunteer for the colony?" Lucius chewed methodically, giving himself time to think, to choose his words carefully. I was ordered. The males here are all from the Dathalka clan, and I am the Dathalka first warrior. Denara paused mid-bite to stare at him incredulously. Ordered? So you did not volunteer to come? None of you? You just came to live on another colony because you were told to? No, my lady. We go where we are ordered. Denara was horrified. What? She spluttered. Will you take mates if ordered too? Lucius couldn't understand her distress. Yes, lady, of course. Denara placed her hand over her eyes. Are you unwell, lady? Can I get you anything? She didn't look at him. My name is Denara, she bit out. And yes, I think I'm feeling unwell, but not as unwell as your maman will be when I get a hold of her. When she looked up, Lucius was astounded to see the fury in her eyes. What in the name of the goddess is wrong with your people? Does the convocation really think that they can order people to live where they will, mate with some random female? How did they think we would feel, knowing that the males here don't even want a mate, that you are here out of duty? Clearly he had offended her. Damn it. This was why he had remained so silent. He had no experience interacting with females like her, let alone socially. I do not think they considered how you or we would feel at all, my lady, he replied stiffly. Denara, you may call me Denara, she said firmly. What does that mean? He shrugged. Just that the convocation makes their decisions for the benefit of Verit, and rarely considers the personal feelings of any one individual as a factor in their deliberations. Denara reached out and placed a gentle touch on his arm. He felt her empathic probing, sensed her seeking for the old knot of rage and resentment within him, just under the surface of his titanium control. He wasn't an empath, but did his best to push her away. Please don't, he said simply. She blinked rapidly, her eyes shimmering, and he realized that her soft, empathic heart ached for him. Lucius had never seriously considered taking a mate before. He knew he was not well favoured by the maman, despite his look. They considered him too uncontrollable, largely only valuable for his military expertise. Years of dancing to their brutal whims had scoured him clean within. He was a hollow male, a shell of Verit held together with glue and sheer determination. But the single gentle touch from Denara seemed to reach into his soul. Long dormant emotions came rushing to the fore, screaming awake like a sleeping limb, and it took teeth-gritting focus to resist the urge to escape her touch, her piercing gaze that saw too much. He was an animal caught in a trap between his reluctance to place himself in any female's power and his conditioned desire for a mate and the closeness of female companionship. He wrenched himself away from his whirling emotions to force numb lips to speak. Do not fear, Denara. Saying her name felt incredibly intimate. While my boys did not volunteer, they are beyond excited at this opportunity. Most of us would never have been granted permission to mate on Verit. The knowledge that they may have the opportunity to win mates of their own would have had all volunteering, had they been asked. Most of the males have never had the opportunity to form a bond with a female in any situation before. Surely they have interacted with females before us, even just friendships. This cannot be the first time they have tried to form relationships with females. Lucius paused, trying to gather his thoughts to explain the situation. How could he possibly explain the regimented existence of a Verit male to an outsider? The segregated training camps, the male-only communities, the training and conditioning of the males to the maman's service. In his short time with the Falosians, he already knew that the Verit lifestyle was completely alien to them. Most of us have served on off-world missions and have had some interaction with females in very limited circumstances. Denara smirked knowingly, and he ignored her expression. He wouldn't go near that discussion in a million years. He pushed on. Those interactions are unsatisfying. Verit males crave a close bond with a female. Until this colony, we have rarely been given permission to marry an off-worlder, so most males focus this desire on the mamans. His disgust was unhidden. The maman convocation has strict rules against unsanctioned partnerships, and the opportunity to compete for a mate is the reward for good service. Her jaw dropped. Seriously? You've never dated? Had a fling? He shook his head. I do not know these words, but I understand your meaning and know. Verit males do not engage in casual relationships with females. In these last 2 weeks on the Ardrak, we have had more interaction with females than all of the rest of our lives put together. I see. I guess this will be a learning experience for everyone then. They sat awkwardly, the tension simmering between them. Denara braved a smile at him. You may want to undertake some research into the Falosian concept of dating. It is a social interaction where individuals interested in forming a relationship can meet in a social setting to get to know each other. If one of your boys particularly likes a female, you could try asking them out to the mess hall to eat. We call it a date, and it is an opening step in courtship. Lucius came to attention, a predator sensing blood. Is that what we are doing now? We are doing this, dating? Denara was stunned. She paused in her consumption of her soup. This isn't a date. She scrubbed a hand across her forehead. This is just friends and colleagues having lunch. She leaned back, trying to gauge his mood. Besides, why would we be dating, Lucius? Dating is a prelude to courtship. You've barely spoken to me in days. He said nothing. She was right. Denara didn't meet his eyes. It's all right, Lucius. I don't mind that you are only interested in friendship. I haven't had many male friends. I would value that relationship greatly. He warmed, genuinely touched. In all his years, no female had valued his company enough to desire a friendship. Still, he had to correct her misunderstanding. Thank you, Denara. I would be honored to be your friend. Denara grinned at him, a bright, open smile like the sun coming out. She gave her joy so freely, so unlike the manipulative mammon of his home world. I am sorry that I have been uncommunicative. I am unfamiliar with what to say to females in a casual setting. She barked a laugh. You speak as if we are another species. You might as well be. We know so little of you. Denara nodded her understanding. However, I must correct your misunderstanding. I value your friendship, and if that is all you will offer me, I shall treasure it for the glory that it is. Lucius hesitated, his attraction for Denara warring with his inbuilt caution. He could stop now, enjoy basking in her warmth as a valued companion, and never have to expose himself or his emotions to her. But he had the feeling that if he did, if he stepped back from the gentle promise he sensed between them, he might well regret it for the rest of his life. He swallowed and looked into her golden eyes. He did his best to pour steel into his spine. Courage, Lucius, what's the worst that could happen? She's here on a planet to find a mate after all. He swallowed again, his mouth dry, deluged with memories of pain and anger, shoving them back by sheer force of will. He would not let his history with the Mammons taint this new, fragile, precious thing with Denara. He leapt. If you would consent, however, I would be grateful for the opportunity to forge a deeper connection. I would very much like the opportunity to explore with this dating you speak of. Denara was speechless. Of all the ways she had imagined this conversation going, this was not it. After days of stonewalling, and the conversation with Zira and Fila, she had finally convinced herself that he was not interested. She could feel his attraction, but she had surmised that it was purely physical, or that he was not interested in pursuing her for some other reason. That's what you get for only using empathy, she thought. You feel the emotions, but unless you are a damned psychologist, it's easy to misinterpret why a person feels what they feel. She realized that she had not responded, and the hope she felt within Lucius started to flicker. She did not need her empathic senses to pick up on his emotional fragility, to understand that this, putting his feelings out there for her, was a huge step. She examined him, judging the sincerity of his declaration, before she slowly nodded. His breath caught, and suddenly, after days of confusion and distance, they were right back in the medbay on day one, their connection as electric as ever. Lucius smiled, a slow, roguish grin. I shall research this concept of a date. It intrigues me. Denara met his gaze boldly. You do that. She paused. One piece of advice. I am not interested in going on a date with someone that ghosts me. I do not understand this term. Perhaps you should add that to your list of social constructs to research. All personnel, attend posts and commence landing preparations. A flashing countdown appeared in the top right of Denara's vision, time to disconnection. Lucius reached over to Denara and offered his hand to her as they rose in response to the HUD announcement. I must attend my post. Thank you for your company, Denara. He bowed to her. Thank you, First Warrior. Next time we do this, it will be on our new homeworld. He smiled down at her. I would like that, Denara. They turned to leave, both pausing before the observation window as they watched the planet slowly enter into view. The planet that would be their home. Denara approached the window and pressed her hand against the cool screen. her eyes tracing the site of Colony 29 in all its purple glory. It was roughly Earth-sized, with a lilac hue. Green-blue oceans covered with large floating algae islands, and green and purple landmasses dotted the planet. It was beautiful, and Lucius felt hope rising within him on tiny gossamer wings. He stepped up beside her. "Isn't it stunning?" she asked softly. He nodded, staring at her profile intently. He was quite sure he had never seen anything so beautiful in his life as Denara, watching their new home, the light of the planet reflecting in her eyes. The ship rotated, the planet falling out of view as Colony 29 moved directly below them, as the central ring assumed geosynchronous orbit over the designated site for the first settlement. Taking a deep breath, Denara turned to him, eyes sparkling. "Let's do it! Go start a new colony!" She grinned mischievously. "Denara?" "Yes? I'm glad I get to see this new colony with you." Denara smiled broadly, a warmth that he had come to recognize as uniquely her. She didn't say anything, just moved to place a hand on his arm for a fleeting instant. "See you on the ground, First Warrior." Lucius stood, dumbfounded for a moment, unable to understand the sharp turn his life had taken. Surely the goddess was laughing at him. The dark stranger within was strangely quiet, contented and purring like a cat in his mind. He turned to attend his post when Peyton Parr sidled up to him, watching Denara's retreating back in a manner usually reserved for wild animals, and whispered, "Lucius, she sat down with you in public." "I know. She ate with you outside of work." He turned to regard him. "I know." Peyton scratched his eyebrow. "What does that mean?" "I have no idea. I don't think the rules of engagement have been written yet for this." Peyton turned to regard him. "I'll make sure to take notes on all your screw-ups for future reference." The males nearby guffawed. "Actually, I have an assignment for you. Find out what it means to ghost someone and why it would pertain to a romantic social interaction the Falosians call dating. Is this important? It could be your most important assignment in years. I shall make it a priority once we land." In the medbay, Denara sped through her pre-landing protocols, her HUD alert progressing to amber status, indicating the reducing countdown until medbay disconnection. Before she knew it, they were mere minutes away from landing. She completed her final checks with cool, professional detachment, all anxiety gone. She noted that her charges, the Mamonlas, had arrived, Odran locking them into the restraint harnesses along the right wall opposite the ISO rooms. Denara walked along the line of harnesses, ensuring that her staff were correctly positioned and secure, before strapping herself in last. "Medbay, 1 minute to scheduled disconnection. Acknowledge all clear." With one last scan along the line of her staff, Denara flicked an acknowledgement on her HUD and streamed the countdown to her team. All of the habitation and function pods would be disconnected from the central ring and remotely guided onto the ground into their pre-assigned positions, the individual pods becoming prefabricated buildings that would serve during the initial phases of the colony. The Ardrak central core would then become a supply shuttle, and the transit ring disassembled over the coming months to become a comms relay beacon and satellites for the planet, augmenting the prelim satellites left behind by the scanning and survey team. This was why the Ardrak, and ships like her, were so sought after. Falosia had been lucky to be able to acquire one. They were efficient, nothing wasted. Her HUD alert flashed red, and Denara closed her eyes as the medbay shuddered, then floated free, disconnecting from its umbilical to the central ring, and began to drift. A series of muffled thumps were the thrusters extending, before they kicked in and began maneuvering the bulky pod towards the planet. The routine was automatic, locking into the homing beacons that had been shot into the colony site months before by the survey team. As they descended through the atmosphere, the pod began to shudder. A rectangular-shaped box does not make for a gentle aerodynamic flight. Through the tiny viewing window slits, she could see the red tinge of atmospheric friction before it gave way to a pale lilac light, daytime on the planet. The following few minutes were unpleasant as the pod went through a series of jerky motions as the thrusters blasted in turn to course correct, and her stomach made a real effort to lurch into her throat. Looking to her team, she saw many of them swallowing convulsively, and the Mamonlas looked positively green. Denara did her best to muster a reassuring smile, but she suspected it was more of a grimace. At last she felt all of the thrusters come on at once, slowing their descent velocity, and she realized that she could see treetops through the tiny window slits. With a gentle bump, the pod landed, and she took a deep breath. All around them she could hear the metal of the hull clicking as it cooled, and the whine of the engines cycling down. "Whoop! Can I go again?" Her paramedic nurse, Kenan Saar, grinned from ear to ear, the youngest of her team. That was incredible. Denara detached her harness and proceeded to the medbay door, which now functioned as an airlock to the outside. Accessing the pod's rudimentary sensor array with her HUD, she waited for the scanning cycle to run. One by one, the markers on the display turned green. Green across the board. Who wants to do the honors? Denara turned to her team, motioning to the control to open the door. Who wants to go first? Odrin promptly stepped forward, to their collective laughter. All right, you can go first. Don't leave the medbay perimeter field until we know that all the other pods are down and you get authorization. Odrin stepped up to the control, took a deep breath and hit the release. The airlock hissed as the oculus retracted, and they clustered through into the secondary door. At the secondary release beep, Odrin paused a moment, and the group waited in anticipation. Turning to him, Denara was going to ask him if he was all right when she saw his smirk. Cuffing him gently on the back of his head, she said, "Enough dramatics, you open the damn door." He winked cheerfully to the groans of the others and hit the final release. The airlock opened and they crowded out on the gantry of the medbay pod, raised from the layer of soft lilac moss and brown dirt by a walkway a foot above the ground. The sight was incredible. The survey team had selected a plateau for their first settlement location, large and flat, on the side of a valley next to a freshwater river leading to an ocean. Sheltered by the valley, they had some protection from storms. All around them, the pods from the ship dropped into position, arrayed in standard colonial formation, with the medical, administrative, communal and living pods forming a central hub around an enclosed courtyard/green. The central hub was in turn surrounded by the industrial pods of power, water, livestock, stores, engineering and fabrication, agriculture, aquaculture, biodomes for test planning, vehicle pools, security. The list went on and on. All of the essentials required to support a new colony, in turn surrounded by a physical and electronic defense perimeter comprised of automated sensor and guard towers. It was a spectacular sight, the pods' hulls glistening in the sunlight, the roar of their thrusters as they dropped into place. The pale grey pods were backdropped against a range of green and grey trees, beyond which was a glistening river, lazily weaving its way down the valley. Denara noted that her suit had adjusted her temperature, a little cooler than most Falosians would prefer, but manageable. As the last of the Ardrak pods dropped into position, the all-clear flashed in everyone's HUD. There was a moment of silence before the cheers echoed through the valley. Looking around, Denara could see the colonists standing on the gantries of their respective pods, hooting. She stepped down the short drop onto the dirt and moved to the centre of the open square formed by the central hub pods. With each step she took, she felt herself attuning to the energy of the planet. The Kidek raised her arms when she stepped from the colonial administration pod and sent a summons across the Falosian female frequency. It manifested as a pulsing harmonic bass. All of the Falosians disembarked from their pods and walked to the centre of the open ground. When Denara reached the middle, she removed her boots and sunk her toes into the earth. Sinking down to her knees, she stilled her inner centre, readying to open her mind to the energy of the planet. She reached her arms up to the sky before letting them drift down to touch the outstretched fingers of her sisters kneeling on either side of her, each joining her own harmony to the Cadets. The Verit males had fallen silent, aware that something was happening among the females which they did not understand. The Falosians formed a kneeling circle, each connected to her sisters at her fingertips as they turned their faces to the sky. They began to vary the frequency of their sound, to weave their energies together to harmonize with the standing wave pattern of their new planet, sending out a gentle pulse to the trees and the ground beneath them. Surprisingly, they felt the energy wash back towards them immediately, warm and deep and welcoming. The welcome ritual was practiced in all Falosian colonies, cities and towns. The attunement often took years. The depth of energy they were receiving at Colony 29 was akin to that of their most sacred sites that had hundreds of years of alignment. The Verit males first felt it as a thrumming in their bones, and a scent of green growing things wrapping around them. Gradually the energy moved into the visible light spectrum, surrounding the females in a luminescent silver glow that pulsed gently for a few moments before settling into the moss and dissipating. They knelt for long minutes singing to the planet. The sound wrapped around the males, its beauty and warmth settling into their muscles, encouraging them to relax, to lay down their burdens for a moment. It was indescribable. Many of the males muttered prayers to the goddess in both joy and fear. In time, the females lowered their arms and knelt forward to touch their foreheads to the ground. The cadet was the first to rise from her kneeling position, holding a handful of soil above her head, letting it slowly trickle out as she paced the inside of the Falosian circle. As she spun, she spoke to the males. "This planet welcomes us. It is strong and happy to have new life on it. We have formed a connection, which will grow in time to enable us to make this place abundant." The Verit males held their breath, spellbound. This feminine energy was unlike anything they had experienced before. She turned and held her hand out to Brown to join her, and he walked into the center of the females, head held high, betraying nothing of his awe or anxiety. "Let's mark this occasion." She motioned for him to give her his hand. The cadet placed her hand with the remaining dirt over his and concentrated. From their joined hands a warm glow emanated. Eventually she removed her palm, and a small shoot with a tiny flower had sprouted from the dirt in their cupped hands. Brown stared at the plant, speechless. "Let's work together to build a colony our children and grandchildren will be proud to call home." Chapter 7, Day 1.
Encrypted transmission security command to Agent Agrentau. Agrentau text. The maman has taken ill. Request advice. End transmission. Security command response. The maman is classified a high priority target. Removal significantly increases the operation's probability of success. Remove target. End transmission. Agrentau text. Confirmed. I will attempt to infiltrate the medical bay and remove her. End transmission.
Colony-class ships like the Ardrak were so popular because of their ease of use. By breaking down into habitation modules, the colonists had ready-made housing, each pod with its own generator and life support system sufficient to run for several months. In the 2 years of planning for the colony, every department had been given a detailed schedule for landing, and their respective heads sprang into smooth efficiency, calling for their personnel to join them in the pods assigned to each area. The combined defense, survival, and internal security team's first task was to establish perimeter security. They split up into smaller groups, each taking a small mobile hoverbike, and rode to their assigned targets in various locations to set the GPS markers. Once at the assigned points, they were to use a mag shutter to drive a perimeter node deep beneath the surface. When all nodes were in place, the engineering teams would fire up the perimeter power rig, which they had been setting up in parallel as their initial priority. At least that was the plan. It became immediately apparent that the perimeter surveys were not entirely useful. "The surveys are complete shit, sir," Tarlak reported to Lucius and Gadek Ratan through the comm. Lucius squinted at the HUD display in his office. "Define complete shit." "Well, I am standing about half a scree away from where I am meant to insert the node. Except it's not there." "What's not there?" "The ground." Tarlak turned on his HUD viewer and spun it around, showing himself standing on the edge of a cliff on the valley side. Lucius rubbed his forehead. "Okay, clearly the surveying team was incompetent. We'll contact the ship and get them to rerun the perimeter scans and send them a strongly worded comm later." Tarlak cut him off. "Actually, sir, I think it's more than that. Look at my sensor readings." Tarlak streamed them his analysis, which showed that according to the sensors, there was indeed another half scree of land before the edge. "I think there is something in the land around here that make the sensors inaccurate." Lucius ground his teeth. "Noted. Move to the next target. The net was designed with redundancy in mind to be able to withstand attack. It will be fine without a node or two. You can take..." Sreya motioned to Lucius to pause the comm for a moment. "Hold a moment, Tarlak." He paused the transmission. "What is it?" Sreya's eyes were distant for a moment as she received another HUD report, before snapping back to Lucius. "I've got Beta Team comming in the same issue. There's a waterfall in the way of their node." Lucius's HUD flashed with an alert from Gamma Team, and he raised an eyebrow at Sreya as he acknowledged the call. "Gamma Team needs to talk. 3 guesses what the issue is." Sreya snickered. turning to the projected map of the planned perimeter network floating over the large work table. She studied the topography, considering the potential options. I suggest that we go old-fashioned and abandon mag shutter positioning for now. How so? If we get enough of the mag shutter nodes misaligned or offline, we risk the whole perimeter destabilizing. It is a significant security risk that could be easily exploited. Who knows what other issues there were with the scans? We use manual sight laser measuring. We'll only be able to go 15 scree out, not 30 as planned. We don't have strong enough lasers for any further, and we'll need to calculate the field strength manually, but it'll get it done. Lucius nodded. It was the best solution given their situation, and activated an all-teams channel. All security teams, return to base for collection of new equipment. Soraya turned away to mutter into her own HUD before turning back to him. I've requested an engineer to come over to help us calculate the field strength and distance. I will inform the K-Deck to be wary of any other scans that have been done. Until we know what has caused the interference, we can't compensate for it, so we'll need to post manual guards and undertake physical scans. They both sighed. Everyone would be pulling double shifts until this was resolved. Belatedly, Lucius had another thought. I'll get a science team onto the survey analysis. We need to find out why our surveys are inaccurate. Something in the environment must be causing the distortion. Denara stared at Odrin as he listed off the missing medical supplies, feeling her ire rising. She had tasked him overseeing the setup of the medical regeneration labs, and he had been dragging his feet. Eventually, he had revealed to her that he could not complete the setup. What do you mean we don't have any more catalyst or skoo skin? We are on an alien planet. There will be medical injuries, and you are telling me that we don't have the ability to code and create antivenin, or grow replacement skin and organs. Odrin took a prudent step back in the face of her anger. Yes, Chief Healer. And you were going to tell me this when? What, Odrin? When I was in the middle of an emergency and someone's life was in the balance. This is unacceptable. How could the logistics area have screwed up so badly? This has placed us all in danger. Odrin took another careful step further back. Chief Healer, Lucius was tasked with reporting any missing supplies to the K-Deck. I was ordered to keep it confidential. Denara's breath caught in her throat, a kernel of hurt forming. It was absurd. She barely knew Lucius and he barely knew her. She had no reason to expect him to share with her, but it still hurt. Lucius told you to keep it secret, even from me in my own medbay. Odrin nodded miserably. Denara paced in agitation. Odrin's revelation. It certainly shed a new light on Lucius undertaking a stocktake. If the cadet suspected something was wrong and requested any missing items to be kept confidential, she must be worried about something. Still, not informing the chief healer of missing supplies was a recipe for disaster. The risk to health response overrode any political machination. Denara activated a priority channel on her HUD. Cadet, I need to report missing medical supplies. The cadet's cool voice spoke in her ear. I'm aware, Denara. Denara was undeterred. My capability to respond to medical emergencies is severely compromised. I do not appreciate being kept in the dark. The cadet's response was clipped. Please elaborate. I cannot generate antivenin or custom antiparasitics, nor can I create new skin grafts, organs, or custom blood products. I have enough painkillers and normal medical supplies for 6 months, maybe less, and a single vial of catalyst remaining. It was in our medical emergency kit, not shipped with the rest of the supplies. We had better hope that we don't encounter anything that requires a custom build treatment. Anything beyond basic cuts, bruises, and broken bones will be challenging. Thank you for your report, Healer. Your advice is noted. I'm not finished, Cadet. I recommend that we prioritize tasking scientific teams investigating the local flora for plants that may have medicinal properties. With your permission, I will set up a team. Morale huffed a laugh. Very well, Denara. Approved. Denara was not appeased. You should also know I used a lot of our medication on hand treating the maman. If I had known it was missing, I would not have commenced her treatment. I would have had her placed in stasis and shipped to a specialist medical station. Denara worked to control her snapping tone. Roaring her frustration at the colony's governor would not resolve the situation. Completing her treatment will exhaust the last vial of catalyst. I request instructions. There was a pause as the cadet considered. Complete the treatment. We will deal with any other situations as they emerge. Denara resisted the urge to grind her teeth in frustration at being stonewalled. Cadec, do you know what happened to our supplies? Not yet. We are investigating. Please keep this confidential. Denara blew out a breath, her gaze scanning the room as if she could materialize the missing supplies by will alone. Eventually, she swallowed her pride and anger. It was not the Cadec's fault. Thank you, Cadec. Denara ended the comm and turned to Odrin. You have work to do, Odrin. Your bioengineering skills are about to become very much in demand. I want you to pull up the preliminary analysis scans of the local flora and fauna and tag any that were identified as having medicinal potential. Odrin nodded, clearly relieved to escape unscathed. I am going to commence the process to wake up the maman and prep her last treatment. The process to remove the maman from stasis, complete her treatment and raise her from her coma took several days. During that time, the medbay was plagued with minor injuries that kept Denara and her team busy. Finally, finding a quiet moment to sit, she took the opportunity to go over the medical files of the colonists again. With the advent of colonization, DNA engineering became highly popular. Colonies could engineer their population to thrive on their new planet and design personnel specific to their conditions. It was much easier to alter the population to suit the planet than terraform the complex ecosystems of their new planets to their own needs. The result was that while the Alliance was technically made up of Earth colonies and their descendants, there was significant variation from the base human template. As humanity had encountered aliens in its spread across the galaxy, splicing in useful alien strains had become increasingly popular. Since the late 3500s, the Alliance had been making moves to limit the types of genetic changes that could be applied to ensure that Alliance planets could still interbreed. It all came down to the definition of human. The Verit males had a fascinating DNA structure, the base human DNA intertwined and spliced with a hodgepodge of alien and synthetic strands that somehow seemed to consolidate into an elegant whole. There were strains of a dozen alien predators. Together, the elements resulted in a significant improvement in strength, stamina, increased acuity in all senses, and some fascinating changes in hormones, musculature, and joints that she was unsure of the purpose of. This fascinating, deliberate adaptation was the reason that the clans of Verit were among the best warriors in the galaxy, hiring out as private armies and mercenaries. Denara was interrupted from her study by a gentle ping in her HUD, an icon flashing in her vision on the left, telling her that the maman would be raising to consciousness imminently. She hustled to the Iso Bay to the maman's side. The woman lay on the bed surrounded by a glittering net of sensors. Her pale, silver-white hair was a cloud around her head, and her slender, muscled body revealed by the plain white hospital gown. Maman, can you hear me? It is time to wake up. The maman opened her eyes, cloudy with sleep and confusion for a few seconds before they sharpened into icy blue recognition. Chief Healer, we are on the colony. Yes, maman. We arrived a few days ago. I've kept you in the stasis field until the worst has passed. The maman was overcome with a coughing fit, and Denara patiently held up a glass for her to sip before she could speak again. All is well? Mostly. Everyone landed safely. I understand there is some problem with the scanners, but everyone is hale and healthy. The maman nodded and raised a shaking arm to brush her hair back, scowling at her weakness. Give it an hour or so. I have applied derma nutrition packs and muscle stimulation, but your body will take some time to understand that it is awake again. The maman nodded. I have requested that Bilal and Skara attend you shortly. They will bring your clothing and anything else you wish. There is a shower through there. Your HUD has been reactivated. Denara motioned to the end of the medbay where the ablutions units were and handed the maman her silver ear cuff. Thank you, Healer. She hesitated. That is most kind. Denara heard the unspoken and unexpected. Denara was touched. Whatever she had expected from the maman, gratitude wasn't it. You are my patient, maman. Whatever else is going on, your health, safety and well-being is my priority when you are in my medbay. The maman snorted, which turned into another painful cough. A charming sentiment, suitable for a child. I hope you have not been conveying such nonsense to my charges. Denara grinned as she handed the maman a pouch of water to sip. Goddess forbid they learn compassion. The maman closed her eyes, fatigued by their interaction. Goddess forbid indeed, Chief Healer. Those young women will hold the reins of tens of thousands of trained killers. Compassion, weakness of any kind, will get them killed and unleash a torrent of destruction on the universe. Denara started, her eyebrows raising. You can't truly believe that. I've met your males, they are intelligent, reasoning, sentient beings. The maman studied her through slitted eyes. It has happened before. We will not allow it to happen again. It is our responsibility and penance for the changes we wrought in our children ages past. Iron control is the only way. This is as the goddess wills it. The last was said with an exhausted sigh, and Denara's heart went out to her even as she opened her mouth to disagree. Seeing her intention, the maman waved a hand weakly at her. Healer, fascinating as this discussion is, I do not have the energy to debate social politics with you right now. Her voice was caustic and Denara flushed in embarrassment. My apologies, maman, that was highly unprofessional of me to raise the topic when you are my patient. The maman nodded slightly. Rest now. I will let you know when the girls arrive. Healer? Yes. Thank you for not allowing any males in. Denara nodded. I will honour your request to the best of my ability. What about when I told you not to allow the Prime in, or to allow Odron to assess me? Denara was taken aback. The maman was correct. She had applied her own cultural value judgments in contravention of the maman's express wishes. It was a deep breach of medical ethics. Again, maman, I find myself in the position of apologising to you. The maman sighed. You are too soft, Healer. You must learn to stand your ground. Did you believe you were doing the right thing? That it was in my best interest and that of the colony? That I, as an individual, was causing myself or others harm? Denara hesitated for a moment before nodding gravely. Then stand your ground. Denara swallowed the words crowding up her throat. Rest, maman. Denara exited the isobay to return to her desk, but stopped when she entered the consulting area. She couldn't put her finger on it, but something was different. She spun around in a slow circle, extending her senses out. Nothing appeared out of place, but there was the faintest sense of something. Anger, bitterness, stealth. An emotional resonance that shouldn't be in a place of healing. Unable to detect anything but lingering traces, she took her seat again and waited for the maman last to arrive, her every sense on high alert. When the girls finally barreled through the airlock, she was grateful for their bustling energy as they flitted into the isobay, arms full of clothing and cosmetics. Lucius grumbled under his breath as he half-carried Peyton across the open green towards the medbay. This planet was a wicked bitch worthy of the mammals. Just before he stepped up onto the raised walkway, he brought himself and his cargo up short before he ran into Gadek Lenora, who was similarly assisting one of her young staff officers. Sighing at the anticipated wait, he eased Peyton down to sit on the ground, leaning against the wall. What happened to you? He inquired of Lenora. Helena here had some sort of vine wrapped around her hand. Before she could remove it, it broke a finger with its hydraulic constriction. You? Peyton stepped into a burrow of a local creature and wrenched his ankle. Lenora winced as she aided Helena inside the Oculus door. Whole damn planet is out to get us, Lucius muttered as he settled himself down next to Peyton. Since the ships had landed a few days ago, it had been a never-ending parade of minor ailments, injuries, and inconveniences. Verit males were not normally given to flights of fancy, but there were distinct mutterings that there was something on this planet that didn't want them here. It did not help that they were all pulling extra shifts to man the incomplete perimeter, the laser measuring painfully slow. And they still had not yet found the source of the scanning interference. Sharpening his already short temper to an edge, Lucius had also not yet had a moment to speak to Denara. Between extra shifts and all of the injuries, they had been ships passing in space. He had replayed the memory of their meal on the ship an embarrassing amount of times, analysing it for every nuance. Peyton shuffled, attempting to get more comfortable, and they sat companionably in the sunshine to wait their turn. After a lifetime on the freezing plains of Verit, or engaged in space warfare, simply sitting on a planet's surface enjoying the air was still a novelty. Lucius squinted at the ground cover on the green. He was fairly sure that he could see a darker, lusher circle of growth in the centre, where the Falosians had undertaken their incredible, astounding ritual. Warrior, may I ask you a question? Lucius turned to Peyton, taken aback by his formal tone. Peyton had been his second in command for the past 2 years, and they had formed a deep respect and friendship. Please do. Have you explored the dating concept with Denara yet? Peyton stared straight out at the courtyard, not meeting his eyes, and Lucius stiffened. This was not a conversation he wanted to have. Not yet. Why? Peyton shuffled awkwardly. You should be aware that some of the others, they are starting to mutter that they will present themselves to her as potential mates. They saw you eating with her in public on the ship, then nothing these past days. They think she has rejected you. It is the only reason they can think of that you have not presented yourself. Lucius growled under his breath. Is there anyone in particular? Peyton finally looked at him. Lucius, there are several. She is both intelligent and lovely. You know the males will not stand by and risk missing the opportunity to allow her to choose them. Lucius huffed. I have been trying to give her time and space to acclimatize, and we have all been busy. She has not rejected me. You may tell the others that if she does, I will stand aside and allow them their opportunity, but not until then. Lucius bared his teeth in challenge. I am Warrior D. The first opportunity is mine. Peyton nodded again and relaxed. Verit males did not deal well with uncertainty. Eventually, Denara came out of the oculus and waved them in. Peyton was taken into the depths of the medbay by Keenan, one of the nurses, to treat his ankle. Taking in Denara's pallor and the dark circles under her eyes, Lucius bristled at her condition. How dare she fail to take better care of herself? He consciously moderated his ire, aware that anger against fatigue would only result in a negative outcome. Are you well, Denara? It still felt incredibly intimate to say her name. Denara dragged her hands through her hair, wearily pulling it down from her bun. We are exhausted. It has been an endless array of nonsense injuries, as well as completing the maman's treatments. We have barely had any time to unpack or set up the permanent medical facilities because of all of the distractions. When did you last sleep? Denara shrugged. I caught a few hours last night before I was awoken when one of the sentries injured themselves patrolling when there was a minor rock slide. He nodded. Patrolling physically in an unknown area in the dark was hazardous, and they were still mapping out routes. When did you last eat? I'm not sure. He cut her off before she could answer, his anger and concern at her condition bubbling over. Are you trying to do yourself harm? Her eyes flashed in response, her hands balling into fists. I am doing my job, Lucius, healing people. Injuries don't wait until it is convenient. And how will we fare if our senior healer runs herself into the ground? Don't be ridiculous. I pulled plenty of all-nighters in med school and during my residency. I won't die from a few days of fatigue. It's nothing that some sleep and some food won't fix. Lucius gave her an arrogant, condescending grin that set her teeth on edge. I see. And when will you get that? She grit her teeth in anger at him, and he was certain that she was resisting the urge to smack him on the side of his head. Don't do it, lady. You'll only hurt your hand. I've always been thick-skulled. Lucius had the insane desire to wrap her up in his arms and take her to his rooms. He wanted to tuck her into his bed and make her eat until her stomach groaned. He had never reacted so strongly to female distress before. Her entire being sang at him to protect her, take care of her. Dripping with disdain, Denara's response should have singed the hairs off his balls. First Warrior, if you'd stop interrogating me, I will go and eat momentarily. My shift is over. I am just waiting for Odrin to arrive. As if on cue, Odrin appeared through the airlock. Lucius refused to give her a chance to back out or become distracted by something else. Perfect timing. Come on. He grabbed her wrist to her annoyed squawk and started to pull her through the door. He stilled abruptly when the room went silent behind him, and he felt the prick of a knife at his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bilel standing at his shoulder, her Latzi at his carotid artery. Its razor-sharp edge kissed his skin, and he felt a trickle of warm blood run down into his collar. She hissed in fury. Release the healer at once, First Warrior. You do not ever touch a female without her permission. I will have you stripped of rank for this. His stomach fell into his boots. Goddess, how had he made such a mistake? His affection for Denara, their growing friendship, his unusual reactions muddling his mind. All of it had led him to treat her as one of his own, to care for her as he would a family member, if they were unwell or failing to look after themselves. He had forgotten for a split second that she was female. Had it been one of his own warriors that had committed such a stupid act, he would have blistered their hide for such a foolish, dangerous mistake. Males could never forget, even for a second, who held the power of life and death over them. Deliberately, he released his grip on Denara's wrist and held up his hands. He could easily disarm Bilal, but he would never put his hands on a female in anger. He was consumed with regret at his actions, felt sick to his core. "Oh, for the love of the goddess, put that damn thing away, Bilal. Why the hell do you have a knife out in my medbay?" Denara groaned. "I am too tired for this shit. Put it down now." Bilal turned, confused, and Lucius watched a drop of his red blood fall onto the deck plate from the tip of her knife. "He touched you without permission. It is against the law. Punishment is required." Denara scoffed. "Punishment, that's ridiculous," Odrin intervened. "Healer Pasal, the Mamonla is correct. It is against Verit law for a male to touch a female without her permission. There are some exceptions, such as for mates, children, emergency medical care or security duties, but they are rare." Denara gaped in shock. "Well, we are not on Verit here. This colony is governed by Colonial Alliance Charter, and there is nothing in it that says that a casual touch is illegal. He was not harming me in any way. He was attempting to take care of me." Lucius turned to her in surprise. Did she really believe that? "Besides, I have touched Lucius without his explicit permission. Should I also be punished?" Bilal snorted. "Females are above such considerations. Females cannot harm men in the manner that males can harm females." Denara took her time studying her. Her expression shuttered. "I know you are young, but you cannot be that naive. I have read your history, and I'm sure there are plenty of recent examples of females in your world that have harmed the males under their care." Bilal looked like she'd bitten a lemon, and Odrin and Lucius both inhaled sharply. Denara raised her voice so that the entire medbay could hear. "For the avoidance of doubt, Lucius has my permission to casually interact with my person. There is no punishment required. Thank you for trying to assist me, but it is not necessary." Denara moved to join him at the door, hesitating before turning back to the audience that had assembled in medbay. "I do want to be clear. Interaction including touching should always require explicit, enthusiastic consent. If I do not consent to a male touching me, I will make it very evident. Lucius, I think I'd like that food now." Deliberately she held out her hand, and he extended his arm for her to intertwine. He nodded, and fell into step with her as they exited the medbay onto the gantry, then down the single step to the grassed courtyard. When they had walked around the corner of the building, she murmured to him, "Can they see us?" "No." She slammed her small hands into him, pushing him back under the shadowy overhang housing the mechanical fixtures. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you do that?" He went cold. She hadn't forgiven him for touching her. She was furious, magnificent in her anger. "I am sorry I touched you, Denara. I did not mean any disrespect." "Not for touching me, you idiot. You would have stood there and let that angry child slice your neck open, for some stupid bloody reason. Don't pretend that you couldn't have stopped her. You are a fully trained warrior, and she's a 15-year-old with an attitude problem." Lucius couldn't have been more surprised if the goddess herself had appeared and danced naked before him. You are angry at me because I could have been hurt." "Yes," Denara growled at him, and pulled at her hair in frustration before something tugged at her senses. She spun back to him, feeling for his emotions. They were a whirling mass, and she struggled to separate them from her own adrenaline and terror. She could still feel her panic when she realized that Lucius would just stand there passively and let Bilal slice into his artery. Slowly, as she sorted through the threads of his emotions, it dawned on her. "You are surprised that I would care if you were harmed, that I would defend you." He nodded once, clenching his jaw to prevent him from saying something unwise. She moved closer, reaching up to his chin to pull his face towards her, her breath a whisper against his cheek. She asked softly, "Why would you think such a thing?" Lucius focused on a point over her shoulder, determined not to look at her. "Females are important. They are the embodiment of the goddess, givers of life and the future of our world. Males are expendable and replaceable." She snorted. "That is what the Mammon Council say. What do you think?" He was silent. Denara gently stroked his cheek with a fingertip, tracing the lines of his snarling canid tattoo. "Is that what you think of me? That I see you as dispensable? That I see you as they see you?" she asked softly. Lucius looked down at her, drowning in her honey eyes. It seemed for a moment that the world held its breath, before he surged forward to close the distance between them. She expected his kiss to be passionate, aggressive, like the emotions she could feel churning in his mind. Instead, it was tender, almost reverent. He cupped the back of her head in his hands, gently adjusting them until they achieved a perfect fit. She melted into it, teasing him with her tongue in tiny darts. Denara snaked her arms around his neck and pressed herself against the length of him, encouraging him to kiss her deeper. With a groan, he wrapped his arms around her. Leaning back against the wall of the medbay, he ran his hands down her back to cup her ass, and he hauled her up to sit against him as she wrapped her legs around his hips. She moaned, his mouth stealing the sound, and he nipped his way down her throat to the zip of her suit. The door of the medbay hissed open. They froze, silently holding their breath as they heard Peyton murmur to another before heading off in the other direction. Denara clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle, and they waited, frozen for long seconds, acutely aware that anyone walking past the medbay towards the colony admin facility would be able to see them between the buildings. Her eyes danced with delight, and Lucius grinned back at her, still holding her by her thighs at his waist, pressed against the building. Denara, a becoming flushed pink, framed his face with her hands and spoke in a hushed whisper. Perhaps we should continue this another time. He considered, reluctant to lose their closeness before her stomach rumbled on cue. Another time, Healer. He had a lump in his throat, reluctant to let this incredible experience end. He kissed her again softly, his question a breath against her lips. Would you let me get you some food, my lady? She nodded, delighted. Right now I would be honored to eat with you, warrior, then I need at least 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. He examined her closely, noting her pallor and fatigue that even the flush of excitement from their kiss could not hide. Why don't you go back to your apartment, and I will bring you some food from the mess hall. Take a shower, I will be there in a few minutes. He pressed a gentle kiss to her temple before disentangling them. He watched as Denara turned and trudged toward her apartment, making sure she was safely inside her unit before he headed to the mess. Denara really was exhausted. She felt like she was dragging a whole shuttlecraft behind her. As the adrenaline of their incredible out-of-this-world kiss wore off, her fatigue swamped her. Like all the habitat units, her apartment had been dropped into position in the compound, and hers was in the top story of the Northern Habitat Group. She cursed under her breath at the goddess, space travel, stupid planets, and the world in general as she slumped her way up the stairs to her room. Once there, she undressed and stood under the sonic shower until she finally felt clean. After, she dragged her sweats and tank on and opened her door expecting to see Lucius. Instead, there was a tray on the floor containing several plates with warming covers. Bringing it inside, she accessed her HUD to divert her calls to Odrin for her sleep shift, unless there was a code-red emergency, and noticed there was a held message from Lucius. I thought you might need food and sleep more than my company for tonight. Enjoy the food and call me when you wake tomorrow. Perhaps we can take another lunch together. Denara lifted the warming covers and found more of the ubiquitous vegetable stew, a chunk of bread and a large slice of spiced fruit tart. Smiling at his consideration, she tucked in. Chapter 8, A Call from Home.
Encrypted transmission from Agent Agrentau. Unable to remove Maman. Empathic senses of the Falosians are proving an obstacle. Colony 29 has discovered the diverted ammunition and catalyst supplies. They have requested resupply urgently. A remote control vessel has been dispatched to destroy the resupply ship in the Caphoid belt. Agent on ground continues to monitor. Moving to Phase 2.
Denara was dragged from her sleep by her HUD, beeping incessantly in her ear. Confused, she batted at it repeatedly until it silenced, before she dragged herself over to the side of the bed to check the time on the wall clock. She had barely had 5 hours sleep, enough to be functional to keep going, but not enough to recover all her lost rest cycles. She snuggled back down into her covers again when there came a loud banging at the door. All right, she grumbled as she drunkenly dragged herself up, cursing when she stood in the remnants of last night's dinner tray that she'd left on the floor beside the bed. She hopped to the small kitchenette sink and pushed her foot under the flow while she yelled at the unwelcome visitor. What's the problem? Can't this damned colony survive for a single shift without me? Once she had sufficiently washed the remnants of mushy vegetables off of her soul, she moved to the portal and grumpily mashed the door open button to reveal the wide expanse of Lucius's chest. He looked down at her and then down further, taking in her curves under her faded crop tee, and further still to her tanned legs in the shorts that she preferred to rest in. He opened his mouth to talk to her, but his brain came to a screeching halt. She was adorable, all warm and sleep-rumpled as she scrubbed at her face, the lines from the sheet still pressed into her skin. It was not a word that he typically associated with females. The maman learned their viciousness from birth, but it fit Denara perfectly. She was adorable. "Well," she repeated, "speak now. You have 5 seconds before I return to bed." Clearly, he thought, she is not a morning person. "I'm sorry to wake you, Denara. I know you have only had a few hours off duty, but the cadet has sent me to fetch you. There has been a development with the Mamonlas case, and as their guardian proxy, your presence is required." She huffed a sigh. "It can't be that urgent. Why didn't they alert me on the HUD?" "You diverted it for everything but red alerts only." She nodded, but he could tell that she wasn't really following yet, sleep clouding her eyes. "So we used the cadet's authorization code to override it. Didn't you hear it ping?" Denara guiltily looked back at the HUD cuff she had removed on the bed. "Ah, yes, I may have. Come on, get dressed and I'll get you a caffeine drink from Colony Admin." She nodded and turned to go back in. "Denara? I like your sleeping gear." She turned back to him, colour flaring in her cheeks and running down her neck to the tops of her breasts he could see jutting out of her crop. "Oh, yeah, it's comfy." His grin widened. "I like it very much. It is quite unlike what our own people wear to sleep." Denara brightened with interest. "Oh, what do you wear?" He leaned in, smirking mischievously. "Nothing. We rest as nature intended." Denara gasped, brain instantly filled with images of a glorious golden naked Lucius. Perhaps lying on furs. Hang on, furs. Denara almost missed the twinkle in his eye, and she reached out to shove him. "I wasn't born yesterday. Your planet is an ice house. You probably wear 10 layers to go to sleep in summer." He laughed, capturing her hand against his chest, and she was instantly caught up his joy. She realized that it was the first time he had laughed freely with her. She immediately determined that she would make him laugh as often as possible. Hearing that booming laugh suddenly became a significant priority in her life. "I'm sorry, Denara, I couldn't resist." He nudged her inside again. "Now go get ready and I will get you your caffeine drink, or the next time the Kidek will send a whole squad to fetch you." She nodded, still smiling, and went inside to get ready. Once she was dressed in her uniform jumpsuit, they double-timed it across the compound to the Cadec's office in the admin building. When they entered, the Cadec looked up from her desk and grimaced. "You look like shit, Denara." "Thank you, Cadec. You look peachy too." In truth, the Cadec looked terrible as well. The past few days had been wearing on all of them. The Cadec huffed a laugh at her acerbic comment. "I'm sorry for waking you, but we cannot proceed without you. I promise to keep this brief, and then you can return to your rest cycle." Denara nodded. "What has happened?" The Cadec looked pointedly at Lucius. "That will be all, First Warrior. Thank you for fetching the Chief Healer." He turned smartly, turning to go, and briefly touched Denara's elbow on the way out. "I will bring you your caffeine drink and wait for you outside, Healer." The Cadec's eye lingered on their interaction. "You two seem to be forming a bond." "Cadec, if this is a gossip session about my love life, it can wait until I've had 12 hours of sleep and you can bring the wine and cheese." "Goddess bless that we will have time for such things soon. I have finally heard back from the Alliance about your little hellcats and their maman. The situation is a political mess, and everyone is running for the hills to keep their hands clean of it. We have a call with Sadai delegate Amira shortly, and we will then be joined by Maman Zaluda, their delegate to the Alliance." Denara ran a hand through her hair and endeavoured to sit a little straighter. She really needed that caffeine now if she was going to face 2 of the most powerful females in the Alliance. The comm screen beeped, and the Cadec and Denara turned to it. After a few moments, the Falosian logo of a crossed spear and a leaf over the pale blue goddess's hand appeared, before Delegate Amira's face filled the scene. Denara concealed her shock. The delegate's features were the Cadec's. They were twins, highly unusual in Falosian society. How had she not heard of 2 such high-ranking sisters? The delegate had the same aristocratic features and dark red skin, her silvered hair long and her physique visible on screen softer than the Cadec's, but the similarity was unmistakable. "Morale, Healer, Blessings of the goddess on you both in your new colony. Denara bowed her head while the Kadex scowled. Cut the shit, Amira. We have a few minutes before we meet with the maman. Brief us. Amira narrowed her eyes at her. Very well, sister. Essentially, the maman spoke true. In Verit, the maman take on fostered daughters for training, their maman-la, and they become their guardians for the duration of their training. Legally, however, it is a tradition, not a deed of guardianship, so it is not recognized by the Alliance, and they never bothered having it registered legally because the mamans so rarely travel. Practically no one has ever bothered enforcing it until now, so they have precedent on their side. Aside from the legal guardianship issue, she also facilitated a stowaway, an interstellar crime. It's a mess. Denara shuffled her tired bones in the chair, trying to get more comfortable. This wasn't going to be a short conversation. Amira continued. There are factions on both sides. As you know, back home the Lakar is new in her position. She desires improved interstellar relationships but cannot appear weak so early in her tenure. Both the Kadek and Denara nodded at that. The Lakar had only been in power a few years and the colony was one of her first major ventures. The ethical treatment groups were always uncomfortable with us entering into this agreement with Verit, given their historic breaches of Alliance sentient rights legislation. This has fueled the fire for them. You should hear them screeching about it. See, they kidnap children. Amira sighed dramatically. It has given me quite the headache. The Kadek tapped her fingers in thought. All right, but what does the Lakar want us to do? Amira seemed surprised at the question. The Lakar wants us to find a way out of this mess that allows the colony to continue, does not alienate the convocation, and which does not make us look weak. We cannot be run over, and we cannot stay silent on the legal issues. The Kadek sat back in her chair. Right, easy then. Don't start with me, Morale. You weren't even on the damn planet before your colony created one of the largest diplomatic incidents in recent memory. Denara frowned. With all due respect, Sadai, that is uncalled for. The Kadek has handled this better than anyone else could have, given the situation. Amira turned her acid glare at Denara for a moment, then cracked a smile. At least someone has your back there, sister. You are right, Healer. I shudder to think what would have happened had Morale not been there. The comm beeped discreetly, and a small timer appeared in the upper corner, signaling 60 seconds until the maman joined. Can you tell us anything about the maman joining? Zalud and I worked in concert to put the colony project together. She is heavily invested in its success and is an ally for the most part. She also has the ear of the Matriarch. Whatever she says, we should take it as the direct view of the Maman Ray. Like all Maman, Zaludi is also ruthlessly intelligent and vicious when cornered. The Kadek smiled grimly. Would that she had been appointed to this colony rather than that idiot Fry. Amira paled at that and leaned forward to convey her urgency to the Kadek. Fry Brune is many things, but she is not an idiot. She is the leader of one of the largest and most aggressive clans on Verit. If you think she's an idiot, then that is what she wants you to think. Do not underestimate her, ever. The timer beeped, indicating 30 seconds left. Didn't you read your pre-induction materials about their genetic engineering? The Kadek and Denara exchanged a glance, and Denara responded. They engineered their males for increased strength, vision, stamina, and hand-eye coordination. Amira tisked impatiently. Yes, but did you read what they did to their females? The Kadek and Denara exchanged glances again, confused, before Denara answered hesitantly. Sadai, I designed the genetic program for this colony myself. I am 100% certain that there was nothing in the dossiers or the research on genetic enhancement of their female population, only their males. Amira shook her head. They engineered their females for intelligence. Their females lead every aspect of their planet, are genetically designed and trained from birth to do so. They are predators in every sense of the word. Their only goal is the protection of their world and propagation and survival of their species. Denara was stunned at the implications. An entire population had been engineered for war, split into leading and warrior classes through eugenics. She was also horrified that they had deliberately hidden it from the researchers planning this colony. Much of their medical knowledge was inaccurate. It also explained why the Maman had stolen the environmental adjustment serum to re-engineer themselves, and experienced such a strong adverse reaction to the treatment. The serum had not been effectively tailored to female Verit biology. They could not discuss further. The timer flashed orange and the screen split to show the delegate from Verit, Maman Zeluda. She was flawless. a princess carved from ice with a serene visage. Her pale violet eyes stood out in a carven face, her shockingly white hair held back by an ornate silver torque that appeared made from metal feathers, curving above her forehead and round to frame her face. She wore a dark purple velvet coat with a high, stiffened collar, embroidery in silver tracing the neck, down the front of the buttons and the cuffs. Despite her cool elegance, her eyes gave her away, her ruthless cunning. Amira smiled in welcome. Maman Zalude, thank you for making time to meet with us. May I introduce Cadet Maral Lien and Chief Healer Denara Pasal, who has taken on guardianship of the Maman La while we resolve this situation. Zalude bowed slightly, her eyes flicking between the Kadek and the Stai. The goddess has truly blessed your family, Amira, to have two such powerful daughters. Thank you, my friend. I hear that the goddess has also blessed your Maman Ray with a surprise fourth daughter. Zaluda smirked then, and Denara realized that underneath the crystal facade she hid a wicked sense of humor. Indeed, it was quite a shock. No female and male pairing has birthed 4 daughters in the past 300 years. The traditionalists almost had a collective apoplexy. Zalude turned her violet gaze to Denara. Healer Denara, I thank you for taking temporary care of our lass. They are precious to us. They have reported to me that you have been most kind and solicitous of their health and well-being. Denara responded with warmth. It is my pleasure. I have enjoyed learning about your people and find them to be bright young females. They have great potential and will be a credit to your race. It was my honor to care for 2 such young sisters. Zalude nodded again before returning her gaze to Amira. Well then, Sadai, now that the formalities are over, what shall we do about this mess Frey has created? Amira smiled tightly. I'm glad you agree that this is Frey's mess at least. Zaluda sighed in exasperation. Yes, if she had asked permission to take her, lass, it would have been given. No one expects a maman to leave her foster daughters behind. Amira frowned. One wonders why she did not request permission. Unless this was intentional, the thin edge of a wedge to drive between our cooperation. Zaluda shrugged, and Denara noted that she did not deny the suggestion. At any rate, we must deal with the situation. We agree that the stowaway fiasco is unacceptable, and agree to make reparations for that if you will grant forbearance on this ridiculous kidnapping accusation. Amira nodded, her eyes distant as she considered the implications. We agree. We can apportion blame to cultural misunderstanding, and use this as an example of how well we can accommodate our differences. It may end up being a positive for us. Both females gave tight smiles of approval, and Denara was horrified at how casually they spoke of ignoring legal charges and spinning the truth for political gain. Amira regarded Zaluda frankly. What reparations do you propose? We cede selection rights in its entirety to the second wave of colonists. The cadet sucked in a breath, and Denara realized that she had missed something important. Amira was clearly stunned and chose her words carefully. I will be blunt, Zalude. That is a significant concession well beyond the scope of this offence. What else do you want? Zaluda's face hardened. I personally wish for nothing more. However, you are correct that this concession comes with an additional condition, at the request of the matriarch herself. Amira waited, her face expressionless. We wish that Maman Frey remain on the colony. What? Absolutely not. Amira and the Kadek spoke over each other. Maman, Frey placed herself, the lives of my people and her own foster daughters at risk. She is a highly disruptive influence that jeopardizes the success and cohesion of this colony. Zalude turned her crystal eyes on the Kadek. You do not seem shy or retiring, Kadek. I was on the selection committee for the colony management personnel. I have read your service record. I am quite sure that you can manage one maman. After all, she does not even have a formal role in colony governance. She is a private citizen, subject to Alliance colony law, observing only. The Kadek bristled. That is not the point. Denara cut her off. Why? They all stopped talking. Why? Why is it so important that she stay? That you will give us what is apparently a significant concession? Zalude smiled at her like she was a child that had been unexpectedly bright. Finally, a sensible question. You do not need to know the answer, only that this is our requirement. Amira tapped her finger on the arm of her chair, considering. Very well, maman. As you know, I cannot make this call myself. I will need to seek the Lacar's approval. We will discuss and come back to you shortly. They wrapped up the meeting with a few more polite formalities before the maman exited the comm, leaving Amira and the colonists alone once more. Amira regarded Denara. Your question is highly relevant, Healer. Fortunately, I know the answer. I am aware that the Maman Ray had to negotiate some delicate politics internally to get this colony approved. There is a strong faction, the isolationists, that believe that the Verit culture and people are superior and are culturally contaminated by their interactions with other planets. They strongly opposed forming a joint colony, as you can imagine. Frey is a prominent leader in that faction. I suspect part of the deal to have this go through was having her appointed here. The Maman Ray could well face a civil war if Frey was removed. The Kadek and Denara exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Morale, this is your call. I can guarantee that the Lakar will support whatever decision we make, but ultimately you are the one that must deal with Frey on a daily basis. If you truly believe her a threat to the colony, then deport her and we'll manage the consequences. The Kadek's eyes softened. Thank you for your support, sister. Before you make your decision, I will offer one more incentive. If you keep Frey there, I will approve Varys for the next wave. The Kadek was light-headed, could hear the blood rushing in her ears. That is not possible. Children are not scheduled for a decade more. The schedule can change. Morale tapped the desk sharply. That is nepotism of the highest order, bordering on corruption. Consider your position, sister. Healer, if Frey stays, we will release you from guardianship duties and return them to the Maman. However, you will remain their mentor and monitor their emotional and physical health. They both nodded. Now I have to go. I have 3 more crises to deal with before lunch. Amira, we have completed our stocktake. As I suspected, there are other vital supplies missing. I will send you the inventory. We will need replacements immediately. How goes your investigation? It goes. That is all I can say for now. I will schedule a resupply ship immediately. Be well, sister. Healer. Amira logged off and the comm went dark. They sat in silence for a few moments before Denara reached over and ventured placing a hand on the Kadek's shoulder. Are you all right, Mum? The Kadek continued to stare off into space. Denara could feel the tension singing in her bones. No, Healer, I am not sure I am. When no more was forthcoming, Denara tried again. Who is Varys? Eventually the Kadek looked at her. My granddaughter, she is 5, her mother. Her mother is no longer with us and Amira travels as widely as I do, so she lives with our mother on Falosia. I see. So Amira has offered to have her brought here next year. The Kadek nodded. Is this not a good thing? It is, but it is also difficult. She will be jumping the queue, which will cause bad feeling and is an abuse of power. Also, yes, she is half Svobodan. Denara inhaled sharply. Her ex-husband was Svobodan. She knew all too well how the females in the colony regarded the notorious species, and how they themselves regarded females. The Kadek continued. It is not common knowledge, but it is widely believed in political circles that the Svobodans are responsible for the current Verit infertility, that they introduced a biological agent into their biome. I do not know if a half Svobodan would survive here. Denara had no response, so she sat beside the Kadek for long moments, waiting for the older female to get her control back. Eventually the Kadek stood. Thank you, Denara, for your patience and care. Please keep this matter confidential for now. Denara nodded. Absolutely, I will tell no one. Let me know when you have made your decision. She bowed and exited, the words and undercurrent of the meetings churning in her mind. As she exited the office, Lucius was waiting outside as promised with the offered caffeine drink. Lucius guided her to the open, grassed area next to the mess while she drank. As she sat on the prickly grass, she became increasingly aware that there were several people watching them unobtrusively. Lucius, why are all the Verit males watching us? Lucius looked uncomfortable. Are they? Yes, don't play dumb. Spill, what's going on? He sighed. He really didn't want to have this conversation, especially not before she had consumed her caffeine. She was prickly when awoken early. They are watching for a sign that you have accepted my courtship offer, or that you have rejected me and are therefore free for them to pursue. Denara spluttered out her drink. What? While there are others that have found potential partners that may interest them, we are the first to have even discussed your dating. They look to us for guidance as to what follows next. Denara wrinkled her nose. I'm not sure if I like that. It seems like a lot of pressure. Lucius shrugged. It is my responsibility to lead. Still, we do not need an audience. He glared at the Verit males nearby, and miraculously all seemed to find pressing duties elsewhere. I see. So you're only doing this to pave the way? How self-sacrificing of you. Exactly. I am a model of Verit leadership. They shared a laugh and fell into an easy silence, watching the wind ripple through the trees surrounding the plateau. Denara could feel him studying her, sneaking glances, and eventually he turned to face her, sitting cross-legged on the grass. Denara, I have investigated the meaning of ghosting. I wish to discuss this. Denara was nonplussed. This was not where she had thought the conversation was going. Oh, go on. You thought we had a connection and were displeased when I did not continue our interactions in the same vein. You believed that I had engaged your emotions, then left. Is this correct? Ah, yeah, pretty much. But things have progressed somewhat since then. He cut her off. Does this mean that your feelings are engaged? Are we doing the dating? Denara closed her mouth with an audible click. Staring into his blue eyes, she gave him the honest truth. No, we are not dating, not yet. We are getting to know one another. For me to reject or accept you, you'd have to actually ask me. Her playful tone belied her true feelings. This was what she had hoped to avoid. Relationships required vulnerability, and her last had scarred her deeply. The risk of rejection. Lucius did not try and pretend that he did not understand her reticence. Ask you on a date? She nodded. Gently, he reached over and loosely encircled her neck, his thumbs stroking with maddening slowness. She was enraptured by the slight roughness of his calluses as he stroked, and the slow, feather-light touch in the hollow of her throat. Denara, would you like to go on a date with me? She nodded a second time. Tell me. His voice held a note of command, and she loved it, her face flushing. I wish no misunderstandings between us. I would love to go on a date with you, Lucius. Ever so slowly he leaned forward, giving her plenty of time to back away, and gave her the lightest of kisses. Their breath mingled, and she said, Kisses usually come at the end of the date. I think on this planet we shall write our own rules, he replied, before moving his hand down around to the back of her neck and pulling her in closer. Just like that, they went up in flames, his tongue delving in and out of her mouth, stealing the tiny sounds she made. They kissed for an eternity before they broke apart, breathing heavily. I will plan the date. I understand it is traditionally a male responsibility. Denara glowed, charmed at his first hesitant steps to reach out to a female. Thank you, that would be lovely. But for now you must sleep. You are not on shift for another 12 hours. Denara rose to go, and he grabbed her hand. You should know, Denara, that my intention is courtship. I have researched the different forms of relationship on Falosia. I do not intend any short-term liaison. I did not volunteer for mating, but now that I have met you, I wish to explore where our liaison may take us. She watched the sun glint through his bronze metallic hair for a moment. Thank you for your honesty. In the interests of the same, I must tell you that I was also not looking for a permanent mate. We will take this slow. I have made mistakes with previous partners. I want this to be different, want us to get to know each other properly. I do not wish for another unsuitable mating. Honestly, I'm not sure that I want another mate at all. And you've never had the chance to find out what kind of female you truly want. He reached over and captured her hand in his, tugging her round to look at him. You doubt my interest and sincerity? Yes, she doubted. She continued to sense his churning emotions within. His interest was a bright, true flash of emotion, but underneath whirled a maelstrom that she could not penetrate. Still, she couldn't let him stew without trying to explain. It's not just that. We have a term, puppy love. It's from old Earth. It refers to the first time you fall in love with someone. It is special, and often fades rapidly. I don't want that for us, you understand? He nodded, and she realized that he still gripped her hand. Slowly he slid his hand down to her wrist, gently stroking over the fluttering pulse. Your heart races, he murmured. This is for me? She nodded. Lucius frowned, considering her words. You have been mated before? She nodded and went to pull back her wrist, uncertain how he would react. He shackled her wrist with utmost gentleness but resisted her retreat. I don't wish to speak of it. It was not a pleasant experience for me. Does it bother you? He nodded, and she felt her heart fall. It bothers me that a male did not see your worth or treat you as you deserve. It hurts me to see you sad. It does not bother me that you have mated before. It is a female prerogative to mate as she pleases. Do you believe me?" Denara nodded, unable to speak. Lucius studied her beautiful face, the curve of her cheek and the slight curls escaping from her hair coil on her head. "I will take this slowly as you command, my lady, but I doubt this small canine love. Verit males are not the fickle versions you have met elsewhere. We spend our lives in the hope that we will be honored with a chance to find a mate to cherish. When we decide, we decide. Perhaps Falosian females will need time to believe this truth." He smiled a wicked smile, and she felt a rush of heat. "I am sure that we will find this dating enjoyable." Her jaw hardened, and he saw the shadows in her eyes. He instantly resolved to investigate her previous mate. Denara spoke in a hushed whisper. "I came here to continue my research." She softened and stroked his cheek down to his jawline. "But then again, my imagination could never have dreamed up you. I acknowledge your intention, Lucius, but make no promises. I make my own decisions." He nodded and bowed his head to her. "As the goddess wills it, always, Healer." Chapter 9. Picnic. Lucius spent several nights undertaking research on the topic of Falosian dating. There seemed to be many rules regarding an appropriate initial date. He hit a snag when he realized that most of them required attending some sort of establishment for recreation or dining. At this early stage of the colony, there was limited entertainment, and the only dining available was the communal mess. Eventually, he elected to enlist the aid of someone he felt he could trust. While he wanted to talk about his romantic intentions for the healer about as much as he wanted to eat glass or confront a raging bull whale, he was forced to accept that he needed to seek expert assistance. He walked into the security office before the beginning of his next shift and was pleased to find an opportunity presented so early. Sraya was coming off her own shift, standing before her desk logging her reports. The security office was a utilitarian space, and in contrast to the rest of the Ardrak, the overwhelming impression was of greyness. The main area had several grey desks spread out in a large open room, each bolted to the grey deck plates. The wall to the left featured a single large window that broke up the reinforced grey walls with a view of the landing field. The back wall had a series of doors, one with a heavy-duty security panel next to it, leading to the armory, and another couple on the right leading to the security storage lockers and cells. "Gedek Sraya," he greeted her warmly. He had come to appreciate the Falosian officer in their first weeks working together. He found her intelligent, insightful, and hard-working. He had never had a female friend before, but had begun to think that in time, Sraya and he could become friends. It was a strange thought. "Good morning, Lucius. How are you?" "Well, thank you. I wish to discuss something with you." At his serious tone, she glanced up from her reports. "How may I be of assistance?" He shuffled awkwardly for a moment, unsure of how to broach the subject, leading him to just blurt it out. "I wish to discuss the subject of dating." She slowly placed her tablet on the desk and turned to face him. "Dating?" Her voice was carefully neutral. "Yes. Where would you suggest as an appropriate first date on this planet?" She stared at him, nonplussed, as he continued. "I have considered the mess hall, however, that does not seem special enough." She cleared her throat to interrupt him. "First warrior, are you sure you wish to discuss this with me?" He was taken aback. "Yes, you are a sensible female, and I have come to value your insight and advice." She exhaled in a rush. "My insight and advice? So you aren't asking me on a date?" Lucius looked shocked. "Of course not. We work together. It would be entirely inappropriate." Sraya sagged with relief. "Thank the goddess. I was trying to come up with polite ways to tell you that I'm not interested. Denara is my friend, and I know that there is something going on between you two." Sraya rambled on. "Also, not that you aren't handsome, sir, but I am already in a committed life pairing with specialist Kirili. We intend to find a male mate that we can both appreciate, and her tastes lie in other directions." Lucius was completely floored, and Sraya laughed at his stunned expression. "You didn't know? It is common on Falosia. Surely with a lack of females, some of your males also find companionship with other males." Lucius cleared his throat, his mouth suddenly dry. "Well, yes, many males form close bonds together to raise the young males of the clan. It had just never occurred to me that two females would do so as well." He paused. Have you made any other males aware of this? She considered, tapping her finger gently against her chin in thought. I don't know. It's not a secret. Many of the females know, but it's not unusual for Falosia, so no one would necessarily have mentioned it. Lucius nodded in understanding. I would advise that you discuss this with Specialist Kirili before you reveal this. There are many males that would fall over themselves at the opportunity to have 2 female mates. It would increase a male's social standing significantly. You will want to be sure that their affections are sincere. Clearly grateful that they were on safe ground, Sreya ventured a pat on his shoulder. Thank you for your insight. Now, Denara, you've finally asked her on a date. He nodded. That's wonderful. I'm pleased to know that you support my intentions. I have reviewed the available materials on Falosian dating, and the ceremonies for the initial stages of courtship seem to revolve around attending dining or recreational establishments, which we have in short supply at the moment. I seek your advice on an appropriate interaction for our first courtship event. Sreya grinned widely. It would be my pleasure, Lucius. Denara knew something was up the moment she left her quarters. Odrin winked at her as she passed him entering the administration building, and she was sure that she saw Zira dip abruptly into a storeroom when she saw her coming. When she passed Fila as she entered the medbay, Fila mouthed, "Good luck," before blowing her an air kiss. Thus she was not entirely surprised when Lucius arrived just after her morning shift had started. There were no secrets in a small colony. It was worse than living in dorms at university. She was sitting at the little round table in the consulting area, sipping a warm drink and going through the morning schedule. She was astounded, however, when he appeared and thrust the large clump of violet blooms at her. They were quite beautiful, if somewhat bedraggled from being held in his hands. He had been confused about the significance of gifting flora that could not be eaten or replanted, but Sreya had assured him that it would be well received. Eventually deciding that it must contain a symbolism he did not need to understand, he had followed her instructions to the letter and was rewarded by Denara's dazzling smile. He resisted the urge to kiss it, to taste her joy, demand she shower him in her warmth. Sreya had not guided him astray. Lucius, this is lovely, thank you. She turned and placed them into the small sink in the kitchenette of the consulting room, her gentle touch lingering on the dark petals as she arranged them. I am glad you like them. He slowly stepped into her space and took her hands. Denara Pasal, in accordance with the traditions of your people, I have scheduled our initial date. I would be grateful if you would attend an evening of dining outside, referred to in Falosia as a picnic, at 1900 hours this evening. Touched by his formality, she smiled up at him, dimples showing. Thank you, Lucius, that would be lovely. She rose on tiptoe to press a sweet kiss against his stubbled jaw. His eyes widened in shock for a second before he relaxed his tense stance. Truly? You will attend? She laughed lightly. Yes, of course. I said that I would be happy to go on a date with you. Why are you surprised that I said yes? He didn't reply for a long moment, his brow furrowed. Truly, I do not know. It is an anxiety-inducing process, this date-asking. On Verit, the maman commands the male she wishes to mate with to attend her. There is no uncertainty about acceptance. Denara cocked her head and asked, What if the male does not wish to go? Lucius shrugged. Her ladyship commands as the goddess wills it. I see. Denara felt a wave of compassion for the Verit males, trying to pave their way for their brothers into the unknown. Well, I thank you for the effort you have gone to in researching Falosian customs. It is very sweet. Sweet. The words refer to flavouring, but your context implies a positive value judgment. It is good, this sweet. She smiled again and nodded. It is good, he nodded firmly. I shall see you at 1900 hours. Lucius exited the medbay and moved towards the rec centre and the training gymnasium. He was due to lead his team through hand-to-hand combat drills. As he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the gaggle of people waiting for him, all who had fallen silent at his entrance. He was surprised to see several of the Falosian officers as well as his males. Well? Fila pushed through. Get out of the way, you idiot. She shoved poor Broken Day out of her path with a sharp elbow as he raised his arms in surrender. What did she say? They paused expectantly. How did you know it was today? He replied. Tidekli snorted and rolled her eyes. Hello, security officer here. Plus you left the perimeter early this morning and returned with a large bunch of native flora. It wasn't a hard deduction. Nice touch, by the way. Healer interjected, and the other Falosians muttered in agreement. But what did she say? Lucius smiled smugly. She said yes. She agreed to dine with me tonight at the picnic. There was a silence for a moment before the group erupted in whoops. Calm down or someone will hear you, he hissed. What do you mean someone? Everyone wants to know. We're all told to come and bring the gossip back to our assigned areas. Healer laughed and clapped her hands. First dates are so exciting. The females exited chattering, leaving Lucius, Broken, Tarlac and Peyton staring after them incredulously. They are truly terrifying, Broken whispered, still nursing his smarting ribs. Denara was finishing up in the med bay when the maman appeared. The healer was somewhat frazzled and looking forward to finishing and getting ready for her date. The day had been a parade of excited and affectionately nosy people. She had been graced with advice from the Falosians, the butt of jokes from the med staff, and the recipient of some stilted but genuine questions from some of the Verit males interested in scheduling similar nights of their own. It was lovely, all of the support, and it made her want to hide in her quarters with a blanket over her head. Of all the people that would visit her, she had least expected the maman. Since Fry's discharge from medbay, she had studiously avoided Denara's presence. Denara noted that while Fry was finally wearing an AI jumpsuit, it was a custom pale gold edition, clearly not standard issue, embroidered in glittering AI smart thread. Over her jumpsuit she wore a heavy, open, sleeveless white jacket with a stiff high collar and more glittering embroidery with images of fierce Dathalka trailing down the front and the hem. Her white hair shimmered with dusted gold powder and was swept into a complex braid, topped with a gold and platinum diadem. It was stunning and entirely impractical for rough colony living. She shone like a faceted diamond. "Can I help you, maman? Are you feeling unwell?" Frey's response was stilted. "Yes, healer, I have a fever. I require your assistance." Denara directed Frey to one of the ISO bays. "Of course, come in, please. Please lie down on the bed and I will commence a scan. It will take a few moments." "Thank you." The maman complied, and as Denara moved around the room setting up the scan, she could feel the maman's eyes on her. "Bilel tells me that you and the First Warrior have your first mating interaction this evening. This is an encouraging step towards mating for the colony." Yeah, Fry was the last person she wanted to discuss this with. Still, she had to be polite. "Well, yes, it is a social interaction we refer to as dating, sometimes a prelude to mating. It is an opportunity for us to get to know each other away from the camp." The maman furrowed her brow. "Is there something wrong, maman?" Frey's frown deepened. "It seems foolish to go away from the camp with the warrior if you do not already know him. You should never let the male pick the battlefield." Denara laughed as she commenced the scan. "I do not fear for my safety with Lucius. I know that he would never harm me. It is not a battle, it is a date." Frey tisked at her. "The maman lass have informed me that you have had several eating engagements with him. What more can you need to know to mate him? Just command him and have done with it." Denara snorted. "You are moving several steps ahead in the dance, maman. I am nowhere near considering mating. I like Lucius and wish to know him more, and frankly our mating is none of your business." The scan beeped its completion, and Denara turned her attention back to the screen as the maman sat up to look at her. "You are mistaken, Chief Healer. The Convocation has approved this colony to save our declining population. Every mating on this colony is my business. No priority is more important." Denara regarded the maman and was taken aback at the fervent glint in her eye. "You aren't unwell, are you, maman? Your scan is clear. Please do me the respect of dropping the pretense and say whatever it is you want to say." The maman stood and resettled her wrap around her. "Very well. The males of Verit are not like other males. We love them and care for them, but they are dangerous, more than you know. The reverence that our males have for females cannot change. It has kept our society stable for generations. People do not revere the commonplace. Distance, formality, ritual, these things protect us all." Denara opened her mouth to disagree, but Frey continued. "You are an intelligent female healer. Surely you can see how these casual interactions are dangerous. You would do well to avail yourself of my guidance." That was quite enough for Denara. "No, maman, I don't see. Mating may be a primary part of your role on Verit, but I do not report to you. I am not a child. I have no need or desire for your supervision." Frey hissed at her. "These casual interactions, allowing him to interact with your person freely, It will create a familiarity and casualness that can only lead to danger. Denara attempted to quell her rising anger and listen. She could sense the well of fear within the maman. She spoke deliberately and gently, trying to reach the older woman. The males are not vicious animals, they are intelligent beings. If we cannot trust the males, then this colony is over before it has begun. Trust is the building block of successful relationships, and no male can trust what he fears. The maman snarled viciously, the sound reverberating around the room. Your goddess-damned soft heart will end up getting someone killed. You have no idea what you are dealing with. She spun around, pointing at Denara with a vicious stab of her finger. I had thought to assist you after your kindness to me, but it seems you are determined to run towards your own destruction. I will not let you drag my males with you. Denara took a step back from the maman's unexpected anger and reached down to touch the laser scalpel on her belt, assuring herself it was there. We are done here. You are not unwell. Please leave my medbay. The maman flushed with fury before drawing herself up and stilling, wrapping her anger around her, turning cold. Denara could not believe the speed with which the other female corralled her emotions, her face becoming an expressionless mask. Who was the real maman, she wondered? The angry, passionate female protecting her males, or this icy, ruthless predator now before her that was capable of anything? As the maman turned to exit, she threw a final barb over her shoulder. Have a care, healer. You may not report to me, but Lucius does. Denara's blood ran hot with rage, her head pounding with anger and fear for Lucius. Do not threaten us, Frey, Denara shot back. The maman raked her with a final contemptuous glance as she walked away. Watching after her until she left, Denara doubled over, gulping in air as she tried to calm her racing heart. Not the best prelude to a first date. Her HUD beeped her half-hour warning, and she cursed and turned to leave. She had half an hour to get ready, and she was shaking with adrenaline. For a moment she considered cancelling the date, but she was furious at the thought of letting the maman win. Resolving to put it behind her, at least for tonight, she waved at Audran on the way out and raced to her quarters, taking the stairs 2 at a time. As she breezed in the door, she stripped off her blue jumpsuit and threw it into the cleanser while she jumped into the sonic shower. As soon as she was clean, she plopped herself down on her bed and scrabbled through her meagre collection of cosmetics before slapping some colour on her eyes and lips. At 10 minutes before she was scheduled to meet Lucius, the cleanser buzzed, and she retrieved her jumpsuit. For a moment she felt a pang of regret at her attire. Not too long ago she had had closets of gowns that she wore to state functions with her husband. Ah well, even if she'd had them, she wouldn't have been able to wear them. Until they got the scans working properly and could secure the nearby area, everyone was required to wear their jumpsuits so that command could monitor their health in case of incident. At 1 minute to go, she turned to examine herself in the full-length mirror on the back of her door. She took her hair down from her bun and fluffed it out. Not bad at all. Lucius buzzed at promptly 1900. Not that she would expect anything else. When she opened the door, his eyes travelled from her eyes down, caressing her curves with his gaze in open admiration. Denara, you look lovely. He reached a hand out and gripped her chin gently, turning her face to the side. You have applied colour to your skin. This is a Falosian custom. Is it a dating ritual paint? Indeed it is, although it is often worn at other special events. It is lovely. The colours enhance the gold of your eyes. Thank you. Lucius held up a small day pack. I have food and drink for us and have selected a location that I think you will enjoy, shall we? He hefted the small pack with an easy strength that made her want to run her hands all over his muscled frame. He gestured for her to step outside, and they ambled companionably down the stairs and across the compound to exit towards the river valley. The air was cool in the early evening, and the sky was a stunning lilac. Mercifully, they managed to avoid most people, although she saw one of the sentries give Lucius a knowing wink. As they exited the inner perimeter, they moved out into the dappled light of the trees. The violet suns were setting, and the evening was cool as Lucius led them down a moss path. Where are we going? Denara asked. He turned and flashed her a smile. You'll see. Are you always this patient? She snorted. I've asked exactly once. I'm walking into an unexplored forest on an alien planet, on a first date with a male I barely know. Females that don't ask questions end up as those have you seen this being? Bulletins on the interstellar news. He cocked a sardonic eyebrow at her. What if I was taking you into the dark forest to have my way with you? She snickered. I have a laser scalpel and I'm not afraid to use it. He laughed, a deep, warm sound, and he reached over to grasp her hand. They moved quietly through the forest, aware of the buzz of wildlife around them. Denara could see flashes of colour as native birds flitted by, and heard rustling as unseen creatures moved through the undergrowth. The further they moved into the lush lilac and green, the more she felt the weight lift off of her. Her heart squeezed in joy as they wandered for 10 minutes before they emerged from the tree cover to a stunning lookout. Denara was spellbound as she gazed down the valley to the rapidly moving river far below them, painted in hues of pink, violet and pale green in the twilight. Oh, Lucius, this is gorgeous. When did you find it? One of the late-night patrols. There are some perks to running security the old-fashioned way. He dropped to one knee and took his pack off, placing it on the ground to unpack. He withdrew a silver thermal blanket which he spread on the spongy lilac moss, and then proceeded to pull out a thermos and several small packages of foodstuffs. Before hanging a couple of small solar lanterns above the blanket, he poured her a drink from the thermos and crossed to stand next to her at the lookout. Are there many places like this in Falosia? She accepted the mug with a smile and nodded. Falosia is a warm climate with black sand beaches and pink skies. A large portion of the planet is covered in lakes, rivers and oceans. This almost feels like home. She took a sip and sighed. It was a tart alcohol with a sweet aftertaste. Its warmth flowed through her like sunshine in her blood. She leaned into Lucius and relaxed. What about Verit? Lucius shook his head. Verit is frozen most of the year, and our cities are largely underground. The ice plains are stunning, and you'd be surprised at how beautiful it is below. There are huge geothermal pools illuminated by bioluminescent algae, fields of feathered fungi that are so soft you can fall asleep on them. It sounds beautiful. She took another sip of the drink. This is lovely. It is a fermented fruit drink, a batch made by brothers. We make it to warm the insides. He smiled lopsidedly at her. And warm the brain, she laughed again. Perhaps I can visit Verit someday. He shook his head. Off-worlders are not welcome on Verit. There is an occasional diplomat, but that's it. The Maman fear that we will be contaminated by off-world ideas. The last was said with unhidden bitterness. Denara moved to sit on the blanket to watch the sun set over the valley. New ideas are not to be feared. They are how societies evolve. The Maman have no wish for us to evolve. Yet you are here on another planet, mixing with dangerous Falosians with our strange ideas. She nudged his foot with hers. Perhaps I will corrupt you, tempt you into rebellion. She turned to him laughing, but was taken aback at his shuttered expression. You must never joke of rebellion against the Maman, not even in private, Denara. You have no idea what they are like, the lengths they will go to protect their way of life. They always have a plan, always have leverage. She cocked her head, studying both his expression and emotional resonance before she asked softly, And what leverage do they have over you, Lucius? What has you so afraid you bottle your spirit up within? She reached out to place a hand on his throat, trailing down to rest over his heart. He clenched his jaw so hard, she worried he might hurt himself, the tendons standing straight out in his neck. He turned away, shrugged her off, and she decided not to push for the moment. Long moments later, she was about to suggest a return to the campsite, when he spoke. He didn't look at her, just stared out at the rapidly darkening landscape. I have 6 brothers, all younger. It is common practice in Verit to foster brothers with different families, different mamans, as insurance against their brothers' behaviour. It also provides the clans with an opportunity to share skills, and if a male is lucky enough to be selected, mixed gene pools. Before I came here, I was notified that my youngest brothers have been honoured by being fostered by the matriarch herself. Denara nodded. Why are you so angry then? If this is normal, an honour. He turned again and she saw frustration in his eyes, and she realised that he wanted to tell her, but was bound in some way to prevent it. She reached out again, a gentle stroke on his shoulder. It's all right, Lucius, I won't push. You may tell me or not in your own time. After a long moment, he nodded and turned back to the view. Without looking at her, he reached up and placed his hand over hers. They sat that way, quietly watching the setting suns, allowing the cool breeze to blow away the tension between them. Would you like to see a trick? He blinked in surprise. What? A trick, something that Falosians don't often show outsiders. Not waiting for his reply, she stood up and walked to a nearby bush that bore large buds. I have been analysing some of the flora that the bioteams have been bringing in, and if I'm not mistaken, this is a fruiting plant. She reached her hands out to cut one of the buds and bent to place her lips next to it, whispering, bathing the bud in her breath. Lucius moved next to her, staring in rapt interest. He reminded her again of a huge jungle cat, eyes bright with curiosity. A few moments passed and she opened her hands to show a peach-coloured fruit covered in fuzzy blue hairs. She plucked the fruit, pulled her laser knife out, and sliced a section away to reveal the dark blue pearls within. Lucius leaned in to sniff, his eyes flicking to hers at the sweet smell. Go on, it's perfectly edible. They will start appearing on our normal food rotation soon, now that we've confirmed they are suitable for our digestion. He took the offered fruit and scooped out some of the pearls, dropping them into his mouth and popping them with his teeth. As he did, his mouth was flooded with a sweet, slightly spicy juice. I suspect they will be very popular. This would make an excellent fermented spirit, Denara laughed. I will start mixing hangover cures. How did you do that? Denara smiled archly. I said I'd show you a trick, not that I'd show you how I did it. You can't expect me to show you all my secrets at once. Lucius nodded seriously. Fair enough. Hungry? They returned to the blanket and began dividing the small packs of dried meat, vegetables, cheeses, and added Denara's fruit to the fruit Lucius had brought. They ate their picnic and watched the stars emerge. After a while, Lucius lay down on the blanket, the night a glittering blanket drawing across the sky. Denara snuggled up against him, enjoying the warmth he gave off. It was like lying next to a radiator. They watched the stars appear one by one, her hand gently resting on his chest and her head in the crook of his arm. Slowly they began to share stories as they fed each other snacks. He played gently with her hair as he told her of running wild with his brothers over the ice floes of home. She laughed when he described dunking his elder brother in an ice pool, and she shared stories in turn of her surfing with her sister on the black sand beaches of Falosia. It seemed only natural for her to raise herself up on her elbow until she was half lying on top of him, his hands continuing to stroke the silk waves of her hair. When his lips lifted up at the corner to laugh as she described her sister's antics, she gave in to her desire to kiss him. His other hand came around her to press against her lower back, flexing gently, while he let her explore with sweet kisses, his pupils dilating with pleasure at her gentle caresses. Gradually the sweet kisses became more passionate. He nuzzled into her neck, and she was startled to feel a purring from deep within his chest. What is that? He looked at her through half-slitted eyes, and without answering, he leaned forward to bite at her neck gently, sending a shiver of anticipation down her spine. He grinned wickedly. You'll find out. Good goddess, the male was hot, she thought as she stared down at him. He bestowed long suckling kisses down the curve of her neck and twined his hands in her hair, and after a while she had no more coherent thoughts, as she let herself be carried away in a cloud of passion. Afterwards they lay together on the blanket, sweat-slicked skin cooling in the air. Denara was soft and languid, sated and relaxed in a way she hadn't been in a very long time. That was incredible, thank you. She yawned and he moved to cover her with her jumpsuit. This night was for you, my gift, in thanks for agreeing to come into the dark forest with me. He frowned at her. I don't need your thanks. He chuckled, tapping her nose in reprimand. It was not a favour. I enjoy pleasing you. Reluctantly she nodded, and he pulled her closer, noting with satisfaction the red marks of passion left from his kisses. The other males would know that she had accepted his courtship. So some feline DNA? She asked. Lucius looked at her and she could sense his uncertainty. It's all right, I like it. Your purring feels nice when we are pressed together. She paused for a moment. And everything looks like it will fit. I was a bit worried about possible differences in alien biology there for a bit. Lucius barked out a laugh. Denara continued to surprise him. He couldn't believe that she had allowed him to bring her such pleasure, or that she'd not demanded, just followed where he had led. He was floored by her sweetness, her joy at his presence. Every time he looked at her, his heart thudded and his throat tightened. He was falling for her far too fast, and his mind screamed at him to keep some distance, to protect himself and his brothers. He swallowed the fear deliberately, refusing to let it steal the beauty of their first night together. The evening was magical and easily the most romantic time of Denara's life. They stayed on the cliffside lookout, feeding each other titbits, snuggling and occasionally kissing, enjoying the view into the evening until the cool air had turned cold. Lucius walked her back to her unit hand in hand. When they reached her quarters, she paused outside the door. "Thank you for your company, Denara. It was most enjoyable. I think I could come to like your custom of dating." Denara sniggered. He was absolutely adorable in his formality. "Thank you, Lucius. I had a lovely time." Lucius leaned in, tipping her chin up to him, giving her plenty of time to pull back, before skimming the gentlest of kisses across her lips. She tasted of the sweet, tart drink. He gently sipped at her full lips, before deepening the kiss to nibble on her lower lip. Denara was breathing heavily by the time they had finished. He pulled back to smile wickedly at her before stepping away. "Sleep well, Healer." He tapped her on her nose again, bowed briefly and sauntered off, pleased with himself as she stood there with her mouth hanging open in shock, staring after him before she chuckled at his sheer audacity. Damned warrior certainly had some style about him. All in all, it was a very good first date. Chapter 10. Thief. Denara was floating on air the next morning when she danced into the medbay. Odrin was seated at his desk and offered her a lazy salute. "Morning, Healer. Good night." She tisked him, reaching over to flick his ear as she walked past, while he ducked away laughing. "Don't you have work to do, Healer?" she mock-chided. "What's on the list for today?" Odrin motioned to a small silver canister sitting on the desk. "It seems like we are finally getting some respite from all the injuries. The ecology team have dropped off several samples of local plants that they believe have chemical structures that could have medical applications. We can start analysing them." Odrin's eyes sparkled when he spoke about his research, his true passion. "Wonderful. The more local plants we can find, the better. I would prefer to reserve our prepared medications in case of emergency. Get started on prepping the imager." Odrin nodded and sprung up to follow her actions. He resembled nothing more than an eager puppy. She had to constantly remind herself that he was a fully qualified medical professional and blooded warrior on his planet. Denara sat at her own desk, and her gaze fell on the stunning purple wildflowers Lucius had brought her yesterday. Someone had found them a container and left them on the corner of her desk. Last night really had been a revelation. Lucius was surprisingly sweet. It was unexpected in such a fearsome warrior. She connected her HUD to the desk screen and began pulling up medical records of the treatments for the past few days. With all the nuisance injuries, she had got behind in her record-keeping, and while Odrin was prepping the gear for their analysis, she had the time to bring her records up to date. She had barely got started when she heard Odrin call out from the lab storage area. "Chief Healer, have you moved the Valen imager?" she called back. "No, it should be in the storage box on the top shelf of Temperature Control Storage Unit 1. That's where I am looking, and it is not here." Denara frowned and moved to the storage room. "Perhaps someone has moved it." Odrin pushed the box he was looking in aside. "Why would someone move it? Its only purpose is for medical research. The backup is also missing." "What?" Alarm shivered through her as Odrin continued. "I did the medical stock-taking with Lucius myself. There should be two here, a large format research imager and a small format field one." Denara's pulse accelerated. Without the catalyst to print new medications, researching local plants that could be adapted to medical purposes was a high priority. The Valen imager was an essential piece of tech. It analysed the chemical structure of flora and simulated its effect on humanoid body types. Without it, they would be reduced to trial and error, mashing together poultices like primitives. "We must be certain. Search all the boxes and the secondary storage unit. I will put a priority call out. Perhaps someone has taken it and failed to report it in." Denara fervently hoped that the issue was just a breach of protocol, an administrative oversight in failing to get permission to take the tech off-site. But the sinking feeling in her stomach suggested that it was nothing so benign. The healer activated her HUD and placed a priority call to all medical personnel, the only ones that should have access to the storage area. "All medical personnel report in. Has anyone taken a Valen imager from Medbay?" They responded immediately with a chorus of negatives. Her next call was to the heads of all the colony teams with the same question, and again she received all negative responses. Lucius immediately contacted her through a direct channel, his voice crisp and formal. "Chief Healer, is there a problem?" She responded back in the same manner. At this moment they were not lovers. "Yes, First Warrior. We are missing a key piece of medical equipment from stores. According to your stocktake, there should be 2 Valen images and both are missing. None of the medical or senior personnel have reported them in use. Odrin and I are going to do a thorough search now of the other store to confirm that they have not been misplaced, but I have not authorized their use thus far on the colony. They should be in their assigned location." Noted. How critical is the missing tech? It is essential. Without it, it will be nearly impossible to synthesize local medications. With both our missing catalyst supplies and no imager, it is only a matter of time before I have a medical issue that I cannot heal. Injuries and illnesses are inevitable in a colony. People will die. One infection or bacteria could kill us all. I would have no way to create a treatment. Lucius was silent for a moment. "Inform me if you locate it. I will advise the Kedek that we may have another theft." Denara joined Odrin in the storage area, and they spent several hot, sweaty hours sifting through the boxes and crates. As they did, Denara became increasingly convinced. Someone had stolen a piece of kit essential for their survival. The missing catalyst and ammunition could have been put down to incompetent suppliers, or someone siphoning money or supplies, but the images were here just a couple of days ago. Someone had taken them. Someone was trying to sabotage the colony before it had even got started. She stilled, remembering the times of the past few days that she had sensed something unusual. Had the person been waiting, learning their routines for this theft? Denara felt sick at the thought that someone had been creeping around her medbay. It was akin to a home invasion. Her medbay was a place of healing. This was a deep violation. Eventually she conceded defeat and calmed the Kedek. "Ma'am, I am reporting in on the potential theft. It is confirmed someone has stolen the images. Report to my office. I will call an emergency senior staff meeting." When the senior staff arrived at the Kedek's office, they all looked grim. Gossip travelled like wildfire in the small colony. They took their seats at the large conference table, the hanging data screen transparent above them. The Kedek wasted no time in diving in. "The chief healer has informed me that we have a missing item of medical technology that is critical to our survival. This item was present when the stocktaking was undertaken before we landed, meaning that someone on the colony has stolen it." There was absolute silence before the Prime spoke. "I cannot believe that anyone here would wish to do such a thing, to jeopardize the success of the colony. This is a dream for my males." The Kedek nodded. "I also would not like to believe that one of my Falosians would do such a thing, but nevertheless it has happened. To ignore the possibility because we wish it were not so is folly." She did not speak unkindly, but all felt the blow of her words. Petrida jumped in. "There is another option, another stowaway." The Kedek looked to Lucius, who shook his head. "After the Mammon La situation, we scanned the ship thoroughly. I am confident that there were no more stowaways." Broken Day exhaled a gusty sigh. "Then we are left with only one option. One of our own trusted people has done this thing." "Excuse me, but that is not the only option," Lucius interrupted, and the Kedek motioned for him to speak. "The thief could have been here already." They all sat back, contemplating as he continued. "Our scans are ineffective. We still have not yet found the cause of the interference. It's possible that there is a saboteur team in place on the planet, and we are unable to detect them." Lenora frowned, lost in thought. "For what purpose? This planet is not rich. We don't even know if it is survivable. If anyone else wanted to create a colony here, they had an opportunity to petition when the deed was heard before the Alliance Council." The Kedek hesitated a moment too long, and they turned to her. "There was one objection to the deed heard in the council." The Kedek locked eyes with the Maman, who had been silent until now. The Maman's lips firmed before she sighed and spoke. "The Svobodans voted against the planetary deed going to Verit. Luckily for us, it only required a simple majority in the council, and they were outvoted. However, when the joint colony creation was put forward, they lodged a challenge against it. It was not sustained, but it was a close thing and caused considerable consternation." There was a chorus of muttering at that. The Prime turned to his mate, shocked. "Why did we never hear of this?" She looked at him, her clear eyes cold as ice. "It took all of our power and influence to have the joint colony go ahead. The Svobodans had taken extreme measures to prevent it. Several of the Alliance Council were asked to step down when it was discovered that they were under Svobodan influence. The Alliance agreed that the colony could go ahead, on the condition that we kept silent about the disgraced Alliance members. They felt it would reflect poorly on the Alliance if it was known how easily their diplomatic processes could be corrupted. They sat in stunned silence before the group exploded. "Svoboda! What?" Lucius was seething, as was Shreya. It was Lucius's growl that cut over the group, glaring at the Mammon. "It was a grave error to keep this from us. It would have significantly changed how we have approached security on this colony from the start." The Prime sucked in a breath at Lucius's accusation, preparing to defend the Mammon. "Your damn secrecy has put everyone here in jeopardy." The Mammon smiled viciously. "Do not be so dramatic, Lucius. It is medical equipment. It's not as if they have set the shield to overload or similar. It is a problem, but not an urgent one." "It will be an urgent one if someone gets sick or injured and we can't treat them," Denara shot back, her eyes blazing. "Some losses are to be expected in a new colony. We deemed it worth the risk." The Mammon was all arrogant dismissiveness. She didn't even deign to look at Denara. "I wouldn't expect a soft-hearted healer to understand the decisions leaders must make." Lucius stiffened further at the insult. Under the table, Denara reached over and placed a gentling hand on his thigh. She wondered if the Mammon realized how close Lucius was to jumping over the table and attacking her. The Falosians looked at the Mammon in disgust and anger, and the Verit males stared at the table in embarrassment. Even the Prime couldn't look at his mate. Denara couldn't hide the horror in her voice. "Your males are acceptable losses?" The Mammon met her eyes and didn't flinch as she nodded once, and the Falosians snarled in response to the males' collective surprise. Denara continued softly. "And your Mammon la? Would they be acceptable losses?" Denara watched as a moment of panic flared in the other female's eyes before she quenched it. Again, Denara was reminded of the force of will that lived in the diminutive matriarch. "I will not allow that to happen." Fry snapped out each word. Denara's laugh was bitter. "How will you do that, Maman? Do you have some hidden medicine or technology, some magical power over injury and infection that you are hiding? Please tell us if you do, and I will take the rest of the month off. I will send all the injuries I now cannot treat your way." Her tone was caustic, stripping away the Maman's arrogance. Lucius saw the Mammon go white with anger, and he reached down to squeeze the hand that Denara had placed on his thigh. "We're getting off topic," the cadet interrupted. "We can debate the merits of secrecy later. Suffice it to say that matter was made classified, and we cannot rewrite the past now. We must deal with the situation at hand. We face the risk that we either have a saboteur in our number, or there is one or more unknown combatants on the planet. We must determine our strategy." Broken D spoke into the awkward silence. "Surely if it is one of our own, it won't be that hard to find them. Our HUDs all have trackers, and there are cameras in all buildings. Every storage area door requires authorization to open. Have we checked?" Lucius responded. "It was the first thing that Shreya and I looked at. There is no record of anyone unauthorized being in med stores, and no record of the door opening at all. The security footage also shows no entry. I have assigned Lee to analyze the security system to determine where the cover-up occurred, but it is going to take some time. Unfortunately, our systems are standard colonial issue and not particularly hard to hack, as our initial risk assessment was not made aware of any external threats." There was another round of black looks at the Maman, which she continued to ignore. "We deemed the risk low in this initial phase." Lenora jumped in again. "My question remains, for what purpose? What is the goal here? If they wanted the colony to fail, like Frey said, there are easier ways. A simple explosion poisoning the food supplies. Goddess, they could have killed us all during transit or landing with a simple navigational error introduced to the computer. This seems clumsy. It would obviously be found. Coupled with the missing ammunition and catalyst supplies, the only conclusion is that there is sabotage. It's like they want to be found." The Maman sneered. "The Svobodans need no reason. They hate females, hated any notion of another female-led colony. Zealots need no logical reason beyond hate." Denara rolled her eyes. "Have you ever spent any time on Svoboda, Maman? Because I have." All eyes looked to her in stunned silence. Denara paused and swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. "I mated one. I can tell you that while they are zealots, they are also vicious and fiercely intelligent. Revenge is an art form for them. They never do anything without a purpose, a plan. If we truly believe that Svoboda is behind this, then there is much more to this than we are seeing. The maman was agape. "You mated a Svobodan," she spat. "I guess that explains your current questionable judgment." She flicked an eye to Lucius, who appeared struck. "That is enough," the Kadek roared. "We are jumping at shadows. We do not know who is behind this, only that there is a theft and someone has interfered with our security system. Consider perhaps that this is part of the reason to seed distrust amongst us. This colony is fragile. We must nurture it." Sreya spoke for the first time. "We have two options before us. Option 1, we adjust our security protocols to suit. No one goes anywhere alone, everyone logs their movements, and we raise security monitoring level to amber. We inform the colonists, we conduct a colony-wide search for the tech." Everyone nodded. "Option 2, we pretend that we don't know what is going on. We can't hide that we know the tech is missing. Too many people were involved in the initial response, but we let it slip that we believe it is just a normal misplaced item. Better for them to think we are incompetent than put them on alert." The group pondered. Eventually, Petra spoke into the silence. "I don't know much about relationships." He blushed. "But I would guess that it is a poor start to a new relationship to begin with distrust. I think we must be honest with the colonists. If we allow this to drive a wedge into the group, we allow them to win, whomever they are. Honesty removes a potential weapon and may gain us allies." The cadet looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each person sitting at the table. They each nodded, except the maman, who did not deign to respond. "Very well. I will make an announcement. Prime, I would appreciate it if you would stand with me while I do so." When the Prime agreed, the maman clucked her tongue in disgust, slammed her chair back and stormed away. The cadet motioned the Prime to join her before the viewing screen, and the others filtered out, each lost in their thoughts. When Denara exited the colony administration building, she turned right towards the medbay, and Lucius pulled her into the alley between the buildings. He wrapped her in his arms, feeling her tension. "Are you all right, my lady?" She nodded against his shoulder, giving him another squeeze before stepping back. For a mad moment he considered holding her to him, but reluctantly let her go. "I have to say, Lucius, your maman is a bitch." Lucius smirked and nodded. "But she's not wrong." He stilled. "My judgment in my first husband was sorely lacking. I still can't believe I married him, bought his lies. Your first mate was Svobodan." He made it a statement, not a question. She sighed and nodded. "He was the son of the Svobodan Alliance ambassador. I met him when the University of Svoboda invited me as a visiting professor for a year. I hated it the whole time. I had few friends and was deeply lonely. Svobodan culture is highly restrictive for females, and there were few places I could go unescorted." She wrapped her arms around herself in a subconscious gesture of protection. "I met Amun at a function and he was so friendly. He was fascinated by my work, my research. I didn't find out until later that he had been told to meet me, to charm me. Svoboda has been trying to rehabilitate their interstellar reputation for years. They had decided that it would look good for them to marry off the son of a leading politician to an off-worlder, and a young medical genius was a good fit. I was quiet and unlikely to make ripples." Lucius folded his arms. "Svoboda is male-dominated. Why would you want to marry into one of their prominent families? They have dozens of interstellar sentient rights sanctions for their treatment of females." Denara snigged miserably. "His family said that they wanted to lead their people to change, to lead by example. I believed that I could help the females of Svoboda, be a mentor and example of a different way of living, marry their traditions with feminine empowerment." She met his eyes. "Why couldn't you sense their deceit?" Denara laughed wetly. "The sad thing is, they meant it, but what they thought of as progress was a long step away from my life." Denara turned to look out the end of the alley towards the hills in the distance. "The Svobodans are mildly telepathic, capable of shielding, and like I said, they meant what they said mostly. They thought they were being very progressive in letting me continue my research, to work at the university. They thought I was being an ungrateful bitch when I railed against their other restrictions. We have done so much for you. Surely you can do this one thing for us." There was always just this one thing. Lucius moved to her, unable to bear her pain and distance, and stood behind her, his hands on her shoulders, simply providing her support by his presence. Being married to Amun was a slow suffocation. It happened so gradually I didn't notice at first. Changes to my hair, then my wardrobe, new clothes arriving, gifts, and old ones disappearing. The clothes were so rich and beautiful but modest, an admonishment not to speak at certain events unless spoken to, then guards for my protection, of course, so that I couldn't go anywhere alone, a personal secretary to help me. That meant my friends and family from Falosia couldn't contact me. Denara's voice grew more agitated as she spoke, and she angrily took her hair down and raked her fingers through it. Whenever I spoke to my mother, he had to be there. We were a family after all. He wanted to talk to his mother-in-law. Lucius gently massaged her shoulders, just listening. This was a well of poison that needed to be drained, a wound soul deep. His sisters and mothers were the worst, constantly reinforcing the barriers. They were more judgmental than the males. 3 years of constant criticism, it wears away at you. I became desperate to escape, but was monitored everywhere. I had done one thing right. When we had first mated, I had only signed a 3-year contract. When it came time to renew, I gave them every indication that I would sign a lifetime agreement, that I had accepted our life together. I planned a huge celebration with his mother and invited my own mother and sister. Denara turned back to Lucius to look at him. I let them all think it was going ahead, right up until we were standing at the altar with about half of the Svobodan leadership and aristocracy, and I denounced the marriage and the family. It was chaos. They were furious and embarrassed. The worst was Amun. He was so angry and hurt. How did you get out? His voice was husky, filled with pent-up emotion. The dark stranger within was closer than ever, demanding that he find and punish these people that had so damaged his gentle healer, that had thought to trap her butterfly spirit. I left with my mother, with nothing but the clothes I was wearing. Denara laughed, a wet sniffle. I escaped in my damned wedding dress. They couldn't legally stop me. I had never relinquished my Falosian citizenship, and by Svobodan standards, if I was not married, I was property of my parents, so my mother could take me off-world. Denara dashed the tears away from her eyes. I'm not telling you this as a sob story. It's so you understand why we need to take things slow. My judgment failed me once. I ignored my instincts. I will never do that again and never put myself in any male's power. His heart broke for her, and for the first time he wondered if this was what the maman feared, what drove their brutal chokehold of control of their males. In Verit's dark past, females had been hunted, had been considered property of the clan to own and protect, treasures closeted away. My lady, I do not want you in my power. I only wish for you to choose to spend your time with me. If you decide to continue or end our liaison, it will always be your choice. Denara nodded, her champagne eyes wet, and he could tell that she didn't really believe him. That was all right. They would have plenty of time together for him to prove himself. Chapter 11. Moonlight Dipping. Colonists, I apologize for interrupting your day. We have unfortunate news. It has come to our attention that stores have been diverted and stolen, including an important piece of medical equipment. It appears that we may have a thief in our midst, either in the initial colony group or on the planet already when we arrived. Our security teams are investigating the theft. In the interim, we will be raising our security status to Amber. Your leaders will discuss the new protocols with you when they are issued. We implore you to work collaboratively with your fellow colonists, form friendships and start to build this new world of ours. Do not let this action sow seeds of distrust and fear. That may well be the intent. I have confidence that we are stronger than this, that our similarities will draw us together, more than our differences will push us apart. In any new venture, there is risk and adversity, and together we will overcome this. Thank you for your time. Message from Governor Kadek Moral Lien to First Wave Colonists, Unnamed Planet Colony 29. Denara slunk up to the side of the shield generator unit, its shiny bulk and low vibration perfect for hiding her movements from the hulking Verit male. Hearing a scuff, she gathered herself, preparing to pounce, before dropping silently back into her hiding place at the last moment, when she realized that it was Broken Dew, not her intended target. It was nearly an hour past his shift end, and her HUD showed that her target was still sitting in his office. Ever so slightly, she extended an empathic tendril towards him, her empathy strong enough that she could share her feelings with others. Denara gently projected her impatience, her excitement, and waited. After just a few seconds, she heard footsteps, and Lucius stepped out onto the raised walkway next to the security office. He looked around suspiciously. Fascinating. Not many people were aware enough to recognize that someone was imposing emotions on them externally. He sniffed the air, a large jungle cat, blue eyes gleaming in the darkening light. Ha! No such luck, she was positioned downwind. Come on, she thought, just a little closer. He took a deep breath and stood staring at the courtyard for a moment. She could feel his bone-deep exhaustion and frustration. Lucius had spent the past several days running himself ragged, tearing the security system apart trying to find the access point. He had taken the breach of security personally. Determined to unearth the thief, he worked around the clock examining the security system trying to find the point of entry. Denara had hardly spoken to him, and after nearly a week she decided enough was enough. Another tendril, enticing him towards the corner where she was hiding. Eventually he moved, responding to her emotional nudge, and took the final 2 steps towards her that she needed. Timing her move, she raised the rifle and doused him with water. She leapt from her hiding spot on top of the security cage against the side of the building, intending to land beside him and get in a second shot. He turned in an instant, grabbing her by the waist while she was still in the air and swinging her around to press her against the wall of the building with a speed that left her blinking in surprise. As soon as he scented her, his brain caught up with his instincts, and he realized that he was not under attack. He softened his hold, pressing his lower body against her to hold her in place while his hands tightened at her waist. "Denara, what in the name of the goddess are you playing at? I could have killed you!" She laughed outright, eyes dancing, and wiggled against him, her movements doing interesting things to certain key parts of his anatomy. "I'm kidnapping you to come on an adventure." Lucius was nonplussed. Nothing in his history had ever prepared him for this situation. Her words sank in, and he moved one hand up to her wrists, removing the gun and dropping it to the floor, and capturing them in his hand, while his other hand reached down to support her rear, shamelessly stroking and squeezing the plump flesh there. His lower body settled more firmly into place against her. "I see. I should be concerned about this kidnapping. Clearly it is a subtle and cunning plan indeed." He raised an eyebrow and glanced pointedly at her wrists manacled in his hands. "Yup, you're at my mercy," she responded, and laughed again, a deep husky sound. "Don't you want to know where I'm going to take you?" Lucius pretended to consider, hiding his visceral reaction. She had no idea how right she was. He was at her mercy. This female could destroy him. He could never ever let her know how deeply she affected him, and he was slightly terrified at how fast she had wormed past his defences as they fell one by one with every kind act, gentle gesture or shared moment. It was devastating. "All right, I'll bite. Where am I being kidnapped to?" "Nope, doesn't work like that. You asked me to blindly follow you into the deep dark forest at night. Now you need to blindly follow me." "My lady, it was afternoon and still daylight when we went into the forest. I planned a romantic date to watch the sunset in accordance with the traditions of your planet. Secondly, I accept your challenge. I think I can meet any battle strategy you field." He smiled sardonically at her, and she smirked back at him. "You think so?" He nodded, adorably arrogant in his confidence. Denara twisted her wrists deftly to release them and simultaneously dropped a leg behind her to push off the wall in a fluid motion that had them spinning around so that Lucius ended up with his back against the wall, while Denara landed lightly on the walkway in front of him. Lucius froze. The motion was elegant and had almost been too quick to catch. It indicated several years of training at least. Yet more surprises from the Falosians. Denara laughed again at his expression. "You are keeping secrets, my lady," she crooned. "Come on, let's go." "Now?" He looked to the security office when she cut in. "Yes, now. No going back in, I'm kidnapping you." She grabbed his wrist, marvelling again at the gorgeous gold of his skin against the caramel of her own, and pulled him towards the perimeter of the compound. "If you go back in, you'll get distracted again. And as your healer, I have noted all the extra hours you have logged. I prescribe a relaxation period." Lucius's heart lightened. Never in his history had a female cared for him so, cared about him as Lucius the male, not just his fitness as a warrior to do her bidding. Obediently he allowed himself to be towed behind Denara as she wove them through the compound to exit towards the hillside. On the way, she grabbed a small bundle from Zira, who had clearly formed an alliance with Denara and conspired in his willing entrapment. He mock-frowned at his team member, who winked at him unrepentantly and waggled her eyebrows. "Have fun, sir." Denara pulled him towards a small trail through the trees, and within moments they had passed the perimeter, and were into the raw nature of their new planet. It really was stunning, the large lilac, green and grey trees looming around them in the twilight, tiny white phosphorescent fungi starting to appear. They hiked for a few minutes before Denara pulled him to a stop and turned to him. She motioned him down to her and cupped his face in her hands, kissing him soundly. Arousal was a fist in his throat as they deepened their kiss. He twined his hands in her hair, angling her head for a more perfect seal. He could have kissed her for hours, would happily go where she led, but after just a few moments she gentled their kiss, nipping and sipping from him. She opened her eyes and smiled up at him, the energy between them palpable in the cool night air. "Lucius." "Yes, my lady." "Chase me." With that, she was off. She slipped out of his grip and took off through the trees, agile and lithe like nothing he had ever seen before. He paused for a single moment before his instincts took over, and in that split second she disappeared from view. He followed after her, his legs lengthening and his muscles warming as he traced her path through the forest, using scent and sound to track her. Abruptly, her scent trail ended, and he emerged into a clearing in the forest. He turned around in a circle, trying to see where she might have gone, and noticed a pile of vines on the ground. He laughed with delight at her cleverness. It had been such a long time since he had allowed the more feral aspects of his nature out to play. Smart, sneaky prey, climbing the vines and then cutting them, preventing him from following her into the trees. He surveyed the trees again before finding an ancient forest king that would hold his weight. He stood at the base, looking up at the canopy, gauging the distance. Bouncing on his heels, he moved back a couple of steps to sprint at the tree and up the trunk, to launch himself into the branches. As soon as he reached the dense foliage, he caught her scent trail again, bright and spicy and uniquely her, and followed, moving through the trees with economical grace that would have revealed his feline heritage to anyone watching. He tracked her for several minutes through the trees before he came to a river carving through the forest. It was nearly full dark now, the only light the pinpricks of gently glowing fungi on the rocks beside the river. It didn't bother Lucius. Verit males were well adapted to the darkness. He leapt from the trees down the rocky riverbank, absorbing the impact as he landed in a crouch. Immediately he caught her scent, stronger than before. He crept towards the scent and spotted a pile of fabric lying among some dark pink fern-like plants. Lifting it up, he realized it was the light jacket Denara had been wearing over her jumpsuit. Smiling a wicked grin, he followed her trail and the occasional footsteps in the mud on the riverside. Gradually, the river opened up into a small pool edged in rocks, except for a semicircle at one end, which cascaded down a waterfall into another, larger pool. He gingerly picked his way down the rocks beside the waterfall, the smooth surfaces slick with spray. Reaching the lower pool, he stood stunned at the sight before him. The pool was surrounded by cliffs covered in ferns in a multitude of shades from darkest red to palest pink, the rocks shimmering slightly in his night vision. Little piles of phosphorescent fungi dotted the rocks, casting a gentle green glow over the rippling dark water. He caught movement in the corner of his eye and turned to see a jumpsuit hanging against a branch, moving in the gentle breeze. He reached for it when a voice called out from the darkness. "Enjoying the view?" He turned around in a circle, hunting for her, the cliffs echoing the sound so that he couldn't exactly her location exactly. A motion in the water, dark ripples as she emerged from beside the waterfall into the gentle, reflected light. She stood in the waist-deep water wearing nothing, her golden hair slick against her luscious caramel curves. His mouth went dry. He was certain he had never seen anything more beautiful in his life. For a second it threw him from his hunting mode, as he simply took in the glory that she was. She gave him a sultry smile that ignited a dark possessiveness, unlike anything he had ever known. He crouched down and reached out a hand to her. "Come here, Denara," he murmured. "Why would I do that, warrior?" Her eyes held a challenge. He could see her skin pebbling in the air. "You are cold. I can warm you up," he offered, struggling to form coherent words against his rising heat. She trailed her fingers in the water, turning her back on him to look over her shoulder. "A tempting offer, but no!" She erupted into a shriek as he dove into the water to grab her. She laughed and splashed water at him as he lifted her out of the water against his chest. and stole a kiss so hot that it should have had the water steaming around them. They erupted into a water fight, Denara splashing water with a sniper's precision, and Lucius ducking and diving to roll her under, wrestling slickly against each other until eventually he had her pinned against him, her back to him, her arms held tight against her waist. "I win. What's my prize? Let me go and you'll see." "Why would I want to do that, Healer?" he mocked, mimicking her. She reached a hand up into his hair and pulled him down to kiss her. He sucked breath in. "You present a compelling argument." He spoke the words against her skin as he bent to kiss her shoulder. She turned around and pushed him back until his butt found a low shelf, and he wedged himself there while she settled over him. She took his face in her hands, caressing gently, scratching his stubble with her nails, and kissed the breath out of him. He let her control the dance for now, and she covered him with a feminine possession, her nails flexing in his shoulders and her tongue exploring his lips, sipping hot kisses. The night was long, and the hours learning each other, exploring and playing. Lucius was certain that he had never felt happiness like it, the unbridled happiness and joy that was Denara's nature spilling out to bathe him in her light. It struck a core of terror in him. Now that he had experienced her, he feared having to go back to the darkness again. After their explosion, Denara floated lazily in the cool water, her hair a halo of gold around her, while Lucius reclined against the edge, his arms resting on the smooth edge, and watched her with a satisfied smile. "Thank you for this, Denara." She smiled gently, eyes closed as she floated. "No worries, you needed to blow off some steam. You're pushing yourself too hard." "I see. So you did it just for me then?" "Yup. I'm practically a saint taking one for the team." He chuckled, sinking more deeply into the water, letting his mind drift. "It is frustrating. The thefts, the scanning issues. It does appear that someone is engineering the failure of the colony, but I cannot discern why or how." "Are you sure the two issues are related?" "It seems unlikely that the two would occur simultaneously without some connection." As Lucius spoke, he ran his fingers over the smooth edge of the stone in contemplation, mapping the edges and striations before it dawned on him what he was feeling. "Denara, did you bring a light source?" She moved upright, hearing the change in the tone of his voice. "Yes, why?" "Can you bring it over here, please? I'd like to look at something." She swam to the edge and hauled herself out of the pool, giving him a delicious glimpse of her ample rear. She rummaged through the belt attached to her jumpsuit and then walked around the pool to where he was now examining the rock formation. She crouched down, confident in her nakedness, and shone the torchlight at the rock. In the greater illumination it was apparent what he had felt. The rock had been carved. There was a smooth rim around this part of the pool, leading down to a step, and lines of delicate decoration carved into the rim, mimicking the ferns that grew all around. Fascinating. There was no evidence of prior habitation recorded in the pre-establishment scans. Yes, but we know how inaccurate the scans were. There could easily be evidence all around us that they did not detect. Lucius surveyed the pool again with a critical eye, noting now its symmetry and the gentle stepped gradient that had been hidden behind the overgrowth of ferns and deterioration in time. This pool was clearly made by a sentient creature. Look, I'm sure the rim would have run all the way around. Well, whoever they are, they're long gone. Perhaps. We should do a perimeter scan anyway, see if they left any tech behind. Lucius moved to collect his own tool belt from his jumpsuit where they had discarded it in their passion, and selected a scanner. He activated the device and waited for it to connect to his HUD cuff. When it did, the readings were nonsensical, spiking and disappearing randomly. He frowned down at it and cursed. "It appears that our persistent scanning issues have struck again. I can't get anything down here." Denara stood near the cliff wall, pushing the ferns aside to get a better look at the wall formation. "I thought that we could scan for several hundred scree before the issues became a problem. Usually, yes. Something down here must be amplifying the scrambling effect." Denara turned back to the wall and the shimmering rock. "Lucius, do you know what this is?" He came over and shook his head. "I'm not a geologist. I wouldn't know one mineral from another." "Well, the cliffs are laced with it. We should take a sample back for analysis, see if it is what is causing the issues." Lucius quickly complied, retrieving a small sample bag from Denara's tool belt and scraping some of the mineral into it with his knife. Noting Denara start to shiver in the cool air, He retrieved his jumpsuit and handed Denara hers. As soon as she zipped up her jumpsuit, it began to warm her, having detected her lowered body temperature. "Thank you." He pulled her close and kissed her gently. "Thank you, my lady. No one has ever done anything like this for me before." He dotted kisses on her nose, cheeks, and closed eyelids, surprising a delighted laugh out of her. "Well, you looked after me when I was tired. It seemed only fair. Had I known this was an option, I would have done this immediately." She whacked him good-naturedly. He stilled. "Denara, may I ask you a question?" "Of course." He looked embarrassed. "How did you know I would chase you? It did not frighten you." She reached up and gripped his face in her hands. "I can feel your emotions, Lucius. They are a firelight blaze against my mind. Your frustration, your anger, your lust." She tugged him down to press her forehead against his, her hands smoothing his long hair back from his face. "I know that you would never hurt me. I can feel your protectiveness." She released him. "As for the chase, well, I've seen your DNA analysis. I know how much feline you have in you. It made sense that you'd like to hunt." She smiled wickedly. "And I do appreciate a good chase." She took his hand, feeling his confusion and shock. "Don't worry about it too much or you'll talk yourself out of enjoying a good night." He nodded. She was right. She was so unlike the maman, who both needed and feared their male's feral natures. No maman would ever have willingly brought out that nature and run through the woods with their mate. They unleashed their males on the battlefield but insisted those same males chain their natures the rest of the time. It created a dissonance that broke so many good males. Denara tugged his hand, and together they wandered back to the colony site. Chapter 12. Riches Beyond Imagining. The next morning, Denara made a pit stop at the Environmental Research Lab, delivering her sample to Specialist Liarch, an elegant Falosian with a mane of black hair, midnight skin, and stunning amber eyes. She seemed painfully young to Denara, just out of university, and she bounced with the energy of an excited kitten. The Environmental Research Lab was full of stacks of plants, rocks, samples of strange metals, and more. The research teams had been bringing everything and anything they thought might be useful, and it was a controlled chaos in the lab. When Denara explained her request, Liarch's eyes grew round and she immediately took the sample and began preparing her scanner. "How long before we get the results?" "I can give you a preliminary assessment within a couple of hours, but a full analysis with a simulation of its environmental interactions will take a couple of days. I'll also need the Cadex approval to prioritize this over our other colony initiation assessments." Denara considered. "It's not a priority, I just have a hunch. Let's see what the prelim results show and take it from there." Liarch nodded. Denara paused before she left. "Specialist, keep this confidential for now." Liarch hesitated. "Even from Odrin D." It was Denara's turn to hesitate. Odrin was in charge of the research team. Specialist Liarch reported to him, although technically they both reported to Denara. She didn't want to undermine his authority, but she was also aware of the thief. If her hunch was right, this would be a game-changer for the colony. Having the scanners up and running could make all the difference in locating their thief. "Just for now. I will tell him myself when I next see him in person. Keep this quiet, Specialist. You heard the announcement from the cadet." Liarch straightened and nodded to Denara. "Yes, ma'am, I'll get on it." Denara returned to the medbay to continue her biological research into the local flora, in an effort to locate plants that could be suitable for use as medications. She had barely begun before Bilal burst into her office. "Healer, we need your assistance. The maman is unwell." Denara sprinted out the door, grabbing her emergency medkit on the way by. She accessed her HUD, which superimposed a map of the compound on her vision, a flashing amber icon on the maman's location in the mess hall. When she arrived, it was to find the maman sitting at the end of a booth, the prime kneeling beside her. She was wheezing and doubled over in pain. Several of the Verit males hovered nearby, with varying degrees of concern evident. Denara opened her kit and produced the scanner, while she assessed the maman visually. "Maman, can you tell me what has occurred? If I knew that, I wouldn't need you, Healer." Denara rolled her eyes and set the scanner to undertake a level 1 assessment. "This is not my first rodeo, and you are not my first difficult patient, maman. Your resistance only harms yourself by delaying your treatment. Now walk me through your morning." The maman glared at her. "I got up, took a sonic shower, came here for breakfast with the prime and my Elars, and I doubled over in pain. I hope it provides you with some great insight, Healer. Give me something for the pain." In just a moment, Maman. I need to complete the initial scan to make sure that whatever I give you does not cause more problems. Did the pain come on suddenly? You had no earlier signs of trouble. The Maman shook her head. Have you had any other symptoms? Nausea, vomiting, feeling faint? The Maman shook her head again, and her face paled further with another wave of pain. Skara shuffled from foot to foot uncertainly. Excuse me, Maman, she ventured. You were unwell yesterday at lunchtime, remember? Bailel brought us some of the new fruit that has been approved for consumption, but you said that the smell of it turned your stomach and made you feel ill. You were unable to finish your lunch and made us eat ours outside. Denara gripped the Maman's chin to look into her eyes. Have you eaten any unsanctioned food? Anything that hasn't been cleared by the bio teams? The Maman shook her head. At the same time, Denara's med scanner emitted a gentle ping and streamed the scan results to her HUD. Denara frowned, her visage grim. She took a small green tube from her medkit and held it to the Maman's mouth. Take a deep breath, please. Touching an indentation on the outside of the tube, it emitted a shimmering cloud into the Maman's face, which she inhaled. The effect was immediate, the Maman's eyelids lowering, her body relaxing. I have given you a painkiller and muscle relaxant. We must get you to medbay immediately. The Maman nodded. Denara retrieved 2 short silver poles from her bag and a length of dark blue fabric. With a few twists, the poles had extended into a lightweight stretcher. She attached a small gold disc to the ends of each pole, and the stretcher hovered at waist height. Come, Prime, assist me. Help her lie on the stretcher. Between Denara and the Prime, they managed to maneuver the Mammon onto the hovering platform. She started to shiver in shock, and Denara covered the female with a lighter blue fabric, shot through with threads of silver. Connecting her HUD to the micro-threads in the blanket, they started to glow, warming the Mammon. The healer motioned to Bailel, Skara and the Prime to walk beside the Mammon. She murmured to them, block her from view as much as you can, she would not wish to be seen thus. It took only moments to cross the courtyard to the medbay, where the Mammon was once again returned to her isolation room. Once there, Denara administered a stimulant and motioned the Prime to join her. The Mammon sat up in her bed, looking wan. Maman, unfortunately your system is rejecting the digestive adjustment protocols. As I advised earlier, it appears that the ineffective treatments provided by your convocation have interacted poorly with the recommended protocols. You are becoming unable to digest any food. The Maman nodded for Denara to continue. This is something that will be challenging to correct in a full-service acute care med facility. Here it will be extremely difficult. I thought you were meant to be a medical genius. Genius has nothing to do with it. This requires multiple detailed scans to map the malfunctioning areas of the digestion, synthesizers to create custom bacteria and genetic viruses to deliver genetic alterations. I can design the protocol, but we simply don't have the facilities to manufacture the treatment. Even if I take the scans and send them off-world for another facility to manufacture, it will take months. It took 2 solar years for my team to design the original protocols. Can't you give me the original treatment again in the interim? Denara shook her head. Even if it worked, which I'm unconvinced of, I don't have any more catalyst to make the required formula. There are only 2 options for you. The first is to place you back into stasis and organize for you to be transferred to a specialist medical facility. Unacceptable! The Maman snapped. This colony is my responsibility. What is the second choice? I can provide you with dermapatch nutrition. I will complete the scans and design a protocol, and then have an alliance lab manufacture the medication and ship it to us. This will take several months at a minimum, possibly a year. You will be unable to consume any food without severe pain and systemic damage. You will need to attend medbay daily during that time. The Maman nodded. I urge you to consider the stasis option. While the derma nutrition will keep you alive, it will be unpleasant, and your system will begin to atrophy. Human template species physiques are essentially digestion machines. I don't know what the long-term impacts of it will be. No, healer. I will not leave my males here without my guidance. Commence the derma treatment and start your scans. Denara nodded. Later that afternoon, Denara sat in her office going over the first of the scans of the Maman, while the Maman was in the scanner in the ISO room, undertaking her second round of deep scans. The interaction between the initial failed treatment and the new one had created multiple mutations in the digestive processes. She was interrupted from her studying by Specialist Lyack, contacting her on her HUD. Accepting the call with a flick of her eye, the image of Liak appeared, superimposed on her vision. "Go ahead, specialist." The younger female was flushed, brimming with excitement. "Chief Healer, I have the preliminary scans. I will be ready to present my analysis in half an hour, but I would like permission to consult with Gedek Sraya in advance. I need to compare my results with her environmental and security scans." Denara considered the request for a moment before granting her approval. Denara hesitated. "Specialist, do the analysis outcomes warrant informing the Gedek?" Specialist Liak nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Denara cut off the call and sent a brief message to the Gedek, requesting her and Gedek Sraya's presence in the medbay. They sat in Denara's office at the small round conference table. Specialist Liak connected to the display, which turned opaque, and she brought up an image of a 3D chemical structure. As it rotated slowly on the screen, Sraya sucked in a breath sharply. "Officers, I have completed my analysis on the sample provided by the Chief Healer. While we have not come across this exact mineral before, the chemical modelling shows that it contains high volumes of Xylon beta-D." Liak paused. "This mineral is the precursor to creating Xylon gamma." There was a stunned silence before the Gedek cleared her throat. "Are you certain?" "Yes, ma'am. I double-checked." Sraya pushed her hair back with a shaking hand. "There has never been an instance of naturally occurring Xylon beta-D outside of the Talta system." Liak nodded. "Healer, where did you find it?" "In a cavern next to the river about an hour's walk away. The surrounding rocks were peppered with it." The others paled visibly. Denara cleared her throat. "Excuse me, ladies, but I am a healer, not a chemist. What is Xylon beta-D?" Sraya turned to look at Denara. Her eyes were wide. Xylon beta-D is the raw, unprocessed version of a multitude of Xylon-based chemicals. It can be lab-manufactured in small quantities and is mined extensively in the Talta system. Xylon compounds are highly sought after, as they have a range of uses. They appear in a lot of high-end health devices, but most commonly as shielding for advanced stealth vessels. It is extremely expensive. That sample you brought us would buy your own island on most planets. "How could the scans have missed this?" Sraya sighed. "Its very nature makes it highly resistant to detection. It is most likely what is interfering with our own scans. If they only took surface samples and relied on aerial scans, they could easily have missed it. Like most minerals, it occurs in veins below the surface of the planet. Unless they happen to stumble across that particular area, they could easily have missed it." Denara sat back in her chair. She hadn't known what the mineral was, but she'd had a hunch that it was important when she brought it in. "Can we adjust for it, now that we know it is present? Get the scanners functioning properly?" Sraya frowned. "I think so. I will need to do some research on how to compensate for naturally occurring Xylon. Perhaps reach out to someone in Talta to find out how they do it. They have advanced security systems to stop people stealing from their planets, so they must have some methodology." The Gedek turned to Sraya and spoke for the first time. "No, Sraya. No one can know of this for now. This changes everything. If this planet has Xylon naturally occurring, it will be open warfare for us. You'll need to do the best you can yourself." "But the Alliance granted us a charter to establish a colony. This is a joint planet," Sraya argued. The Gedek grunted dismissively. "That will be conveniently forgotten. No one will play by the rules. This will change the entire state of power in the Alliance. For once, I agree with you, Gedek." They all started and turned to see the maman in the doorway leaning heavily on the frame. "We'll have everyone from researchers to prospectors to pirates attacking us and our supply ships in and out. Until we can effectively defend this planet, this goes nowhere." "Maman, you should not be walking." Denara stood to hustle the maman off to bed, when she waved her away and slowly limped into the room, taking the last seat around the table. "If the galaxy discovers this before we are ready, it will descend like a pack of Dathalka." The Gedek met her gaze and nodded. "We cannot discuss it over the comm, either within the colony or off-world, until we establish secure links and discover if we have a traitor within the colony walls. We must keep this between just us." Sraya stirred. "I will need to bring in some of the other techs to help adjust the scans, Gedek. If I can't get help off-world, then I will need my team working on it." "Very well. You may recruit VDEC Roth. Bring in specialist flight from engineering as well. It's essential we get a high-security comm link up and running. Basic security is no longer sufficient. Tell Broken Do that he can come and talk to me if he has questions." but that it is a confidential security mission. What about Lucius? This will affect our security posture. Surely he needs to be informed to prepare, Denara inquired. The cadet shook her head. We will tell the first warrior when the time is right, but for now every extra person that knows is a risk of exposure. The maman nodded. This is beyond the scope of the males here. They were sent to guard a backwater colony and produce babies. My mate is a good man and well suited to arbitrating squabbles over where the boundary of a plot of land should be, or suitable crop rotation. But this, he is out of his depth. Denara glared coldly at the maman. You underestimate your males, my lady. And you don't know them, the maman shot back. She sneered at Denara. You think a few kisses in the moonlight makes you an expert. Are you that naive? You have no idea what they are capable of, their strengths and weaknesses. We bred them for war. Too late we realized what we could have unleashed on the galaxy. They were violent, uncontrollable when in the red rage. Denara was surprised to see a shimmer of tears in the maman's eyes. We have spent generations trying to undo the damage we did to our males. They are genetically stable now, but the instincts, they are still there. It is the sacred charge of the females of my people to care for, protect and control our males. It is penance we give ourselves, to the goddess, for the harm we have done. Denara's heart went out to the maman at the depth of sadness she felt from her, old and aged with time. Perhaps, she asked softly, it is time for a change of strategy. Your males are angry, their resentment runs deep. Be careful you don't sow the seeds of your own destruction. The maman's lips pressed tight into a thin line. Consider this, maman. If the males have been ordered to squash their emotions, their instincts from birth, never been given the freedom to express themselves or be heard, is it any surprise that they harbour resentment and rage? I suspect if you were in their position, you would want to lash out at your jailers as well. The maman flushed with rage. We are not there. We are getting off topic, ladies. Table this for another time. The cadet thumped her fist on the table in emphasis. You have your orders, Healer. No one outside this group is to be informed. As soon as the secure channel is up and running, we will contact the Matriarchy and the Lakar and advise them of this development. In the meantime, we must keep everyone else focused on locating the thief. Liak had been watching the interaction with silent, wide eyes. Ladies, there is one other consideration. All eyes turned to her, and she visibly shrank in her seat. Zealand B has also been found in ancient tech. Sreya's mouth gaped. Ancient tech? It's not enough we have this to deal with. You want to add ancient tech? Liak waved her arms defensively. I'm not saying that it is here, just that on several of the Talta planets the discovery of natural Zealand was nearby ancestral alien tech sites. Our own stealth technology is based on equipment we reverse-engineered from the ancient Zealand shields. The maman spoke quietly into the silence that followed. If there is ancestral tech on this planet, it would give them grounds to revoke our charter. Discovery of ancient tech automatically makes the area Alliance property. Her eyes were troubled. It would be a disaster. We need this colony to work. The others were silent for a few moments before the cadet stood. There's nothing we can do about it now. Let's worry about that if it happens. We have our plan of action. Let's do it. She nodded to them all and left. Chapter 13. Just like Maman. Transmission. Sadai Delegate Amira Lien to Cadet Moral Lien, Co-Governor Unnamed Colony Planet 29. Cadet, the resupply ship sent to replenish your missing armaments and medical supplies has disappeared in the Caphoid Belt, presumed destroyed. A full investigation has been launched. This is no longer a minor issue, but a coordinated effort to undermine our new colony. The Lakai has authorized a planetary security team to be dispatched to investigate. A new resupply ship has been scheduled, however, given the issues reported, it requires a full security detail which will take several weeks to become available. You are advised to accelerate the plans to establish local food sources. You should not rely on resupply ships arriving with frequency until the situation is resolved. Further updates to come. Transmission end. Denara could hardly sit still in the following days. She struggled to concentrate on the maman's scans, to design a new protocol, and every HUD made her jump, expecting it to be the Kidek. Her only moments of relief from the stress were occasional dinners or lunches with Lucius when they could sneak off. Still, the anxiety of not telling him anything was wearing on her. He could tell she was keeping something from him. and she fretted that their relationship was too fragile to support the weight of his suspicion. Deciding that she needed a break, Denara suggested that she and Odrin go for a walk for their morning meeting to have their discussion outside. They meandered along an animal trail in the forest, enjoying the cool morning sunshine as it broke through the trees above, covering them in dappled pale violet light. Odrin brought her up to speed on the flora analysis his teams had been undertaking. They had identified several plants that had the potential for local medications, for use as topical creams and painkillers. Denara updated him in turn on the maman's condition. She was making slow, steady progress in developing a treatment protocol, although her daily interactions with the maman were still strained. They reached a lovely clearing in the forest. It opened into a wide oval, the trees forming a natural cathedral above them. The branches were covered in pale lilac and vibrant pink-feathered leaves, and the ground was covered in a dark blue wandering vine dotted with occasional unexpectedly bright orange flowers, which opened when they got close to them. "Healer, I do have one matter to report. It is somewhat delicate." "Yes, Odran, what's wrong?" "It concerns Specialist Lyack. I believe that she is running unsanctioned experiments. I noted that she had used a mineral scanner, and when I questioned her about it, she advised that it was for a personal project. When I checked the results log, the results had been deleted. The behavior is suspicious, coupled with the theft." Odran paused, looking pained. "You don't think she could be involved, do you?" Denara considered her response, wondering how much she could say. She didn't want poor Liach to be under suspicion. She decided to go with the truth, as much as she was able. "My apologies, Odran, I forgot to tell you. I asked Liach to run an analysis for me, and I told her that I'd discuss it with you." He nodded, a frown between his eyes. "So why didn't she just say that then?" "Because I asked her not to discuss it. The results are classified." "Classified," he responded flatly. "Yes, Odran, classified, not able to be discussed with anyone. You are military, I'm sure you are familiar with the concept," she quipped, trying to lighten the mood. "Even me. It's my lab the tests were run in." Denara nodded and responded gently. "Even you, my friend. And while it is your lab, it's ultimately mine." "I see." He was stiff with affront. Denara didn't need to use her empathic skills to detect the hurt radiating from him. "I'm sorry, Odran, truly, but orders are orders, you know that." He examined her, and eventually he nodded. They returned to the base in frigid silence, and Denara was very afraid that this had shredded their budding friendship. Lucius was in better spirits when he walked into the security office the next morning. The interlude in the oasis with Denara had much improved his mood, and he felt himself falling even more for her. Never had he imagined that he would trust a female enough to consider mating, but when he was with her, her light shone and warmed the frozen cracks of his soul. He could feel his shields melting under her warmth, revealing depths of emotion that he was sure would have been locked solid forever. This morning he had woken up full of energy and motivation, considering potential strategies on how they could locate the thief, and after he collected his morning caffeine drink, he elected to wander by the security office to see if he could bounce his ideas off of Soraya. He was pleased with how well he was working with the Gadek, and he had begun to value their regular consultations, appreciating her keen, strategic mind. When he entered the security pod Oculus, he was surprised to find Vedek Roth, Soraya, and an unfamiliar Falosian huddled over the work table, a projected map of the settlement hovering above it. "Good morning, ladies, what's going on?" Soraya spun round in surprise, and the unfamiliar Falosian immediately opaqued the projection. "First Warrior, you startled me. We were not expecting you on shift for another hour." He shrugged, taken aback by her manner. "I know, I wanted to catch you early to run something by you. If you have time, I would appreciate a consult." "I am sorry, Lucius, but it is not a good time. I have an urgent matter to attend to," she stammered. "Oh, my apologies for interrupting. Is it anything that I can assist with?" Soraya flashed a smile that he would bet his manhood fur was not real. "No, it's fine, just a comms issue." Lucius's face hardened. "I see, a comms issue." Soraya responded brightly. "Yes, just a recalibration. Nothing wrong, but it's time-sensitive." Lucius nodded. "A comms issue that requires recalibration of the sensor grid." Soraya stilled for a fraction of a second too long. "No, we aren't working on the sensor grid. Don't lie to me, my lady. I've had a lifetime of it. I know a sensor grid when I see one, And you had the grid for this encampment up on the datapad when I entered. Sreya turned cold in a way that Lucius had never seen on a Falosian. You are incorrect, First Warrior. Excuse me, but we must continue. I have to ask you to leave. We will be finished and out of the way by the time your shift commences. Lucius hesitated for a moment, caught between his desire to push further, find out why they were lying, and his instinctive need to obey her command. He looked Sreya in the eye. I thought we had a better working relationship than this, Sreya. He spoke quietly, but Sreya looked as if she had been struck. Don't worry about it, Lucius. This will be done soon. She stepped forward as if to reach for him before thinking better of it, and dropped her hand. With a shake of his head, he turned and strode out of the security office, leaving the 3 Falosians staring at his retreating back. Seething with anger, he went to the mess hall to get some breakfast. It was nearly empty at this time of day, a bit early for shift changeover, so he had it all to himself. Perfect. He was not good company. He grabbed a ladle of the ever-present vegetable stew and a bowl of fruit. As he ate, he contemplated the interaction with Sreya. He knew what he had seen. It was the sensor grid, and they were running a simulation on it. He had done it hundreds of times before. He was not mistaken. But why would Sreya lie? He was head of security, had full clearance. More, any withholding of information could only compromise his effectiveness at his job, which ultimately put them all in danger. He was interrupted in his musings when Odran joined him in the mess hall. As he grabbed a bowl of oatmeal, Lucius waved the younger male over. Odran, what are you doing here? Don't you have your morning meeting with Denara? Keeping track of her movements now, Lucius. That's a bit overbearing, even for you. Lucius gave Odran a good-natured whack. They both knew that their natures were such that the more attached they got to a female, the more ferally protective they would become. I had my meeting, but we ended it early today. Odran seemed morose, so unlike his usual sunny self that it broke Lucius from his reverie. What happened? Did she finally get fed up with your non-stop yammering? He joked. Odran looked up from his own breakfast, his eyes containing a mystified hurt. This was serious, Lucius realized. Odran hero-worshipped Denara, had followed her work all through his medical training. She authorized a lab study to be done in my lab without telling me. When I asked about it, she told me it was classified. Odran frowned into his oatmeal, plopping the spoon in and out in frustration. I have high clearance, there's nothing she couldn't tell me. I think she doesn't trust my judgment or my skills. The younger male was devastated, but his situation certainly threw things into a different light in the security office. Lucius reached over and grabbed Odran's wrist. Look at me, boy. It's not you. A similar thing just happened in security. I went in early to talk to Sreya and found them doing some simulations. When I asked about it, they lied and tried to play it off as a comms issue and hustled me out as quick as they could. Odran looked up. Truly? Lucius nodded. The question is why? I thought we were making headway with them, slowly building bridges, but did we do something to offend them, to cause them to distrust us? Odran shook his head. I can't think of anything. Denara seemed genuinely sad that she couldn't tell me. She said that she was under orders. Lucius's head came up. Hunting. Orders, I wonder. Perhaps the Falosians don't like sharing control of the colony after all. You think they are trying to cut us out, take over? It's a possibility. I think we need to take this to the Prime and the Maman. If there's a chance of the Falosians keeping something critical from us, we have to know. Odran held his navy gaze for a moment before he reluctantly nodded. Later that afternoon they convened at the Prime's office to meet with the him and Maman. Well, First Warrior? The Prime inquired. Don't keep us in suspense. What was so urgent that you needed to speak to us immediately? I have reason to suspect that the Falosians are keeping something from us, something that impacts the security of this colony. Lucius cleared his throat and laid out the situation, throwing to Odran to describe his interaction with Denara. The Prime sat back in his chair, his fingers steepled. Thank you for bringing this to us, First Warrior. I hear your concern. Please leave this matter with us to investigate. Lucius was bewildered. That's it. You aren't concerned. Certainly I am most concerned. But this situation is delicate. This new colony is in a fragile phase. We must tread carefully when investigating this matter. Lucius was furious. After decades living under the Maman, he knew a political response when he heard one, had heard it time and time again. His frustration blew up. Really, Prime? That's the best you can come up with. Why not just tell the truth? I don't want some political bullshit, just tell me what is going on. He leaned forward, his fists on the desk, getting in the Prime's face. You forget yourself, warrior. The Prime surged up to meet him, thrusting his chair back and snarled at him, exposing long canines. I am Prime. Do not forget. I lead the males here. You follow my orders. You are a toothless lapdog of this bitch. He slashed a glance at the mammon and sneered at the Prime. You were chosen because you come to heal like such a good little boy. The Prime's eyes opened wide in shock for a second before he flushed with rage, his pupils expanding and washing navy, his body flooding with hormones preparing him for battle. Lucius, think about what you are saying. Do you wish to challenge me for Prime? Lucius snorted. What, and play pony for her? Don't speak about her like that! Audran got in between them, pushing Lucius back. Calm down, Luke. Calm down, your fight isn't with the Prime. The mammon stood and spoke for the first time. You should listen to Audran, Lucius. He shows uncommonly good sense for his age. Lucius's eyes burned when he looked at her. He could feel his own canines lengthening in response to the tension in the air. This is your doing, isn't it? Somehow you got to them. Perhaps they are finally seeing you as you are, a ravening beast. Look at you, you are steps away from exploding. She stepped into his space, crowding him, provoking him. Why would they trust you with decisions, secrets? You can't even manage your own temper. Lucius looked at her in disgust. Even in his anger, he could not put his hands on her. Before he could retort, she continued, Have a care, Lucius. We wouldn't want anything to happen to your brothers now, would we? She ran a fingertip along one of his braids. So young and breakable, such fine specimens of Verit manhood. It would be a shame were your bloodline to end, to be deemed uncontrollable. He reached up and grabbed her wrist, removing her hand from his hair with deliberate gentleness. He moved in close to her, his body pressed against hers, and he sensed the Prime tensing, reading to intervene. He whispered in her ear, And you call us monsters? Look in a mirror, my lady. I am not the one threatening a child to get my way. He spun around and stormed out. Audran took one more look at the Prime and Maman and ran after him. Lucius stalked out of the administration office, seething with rage. He flexed his hands, his claws releasing and retracting, his body flooded with hormones, priming him for a battle that did not exist. Lucius! A voice called. He turned to see Denara running towards him, concern on her face. What is wrong? I felt the spike of your rage. What happened? Are you okay? Lucius rounded on her. Don't pretend that you care. You're just like them. What the hell? What are you talking about? Denara was taken aback. Lucius had never spoken to her with such anger. He was vibrating with rage. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Actually, no I don't, and you need to pull back the attitude and stop with the cryptic shit. If you've got something to say, come out and say it. Lucius snarled at her. You are hiding something from us. What is going on? Oh, that's what this is about. She turned to glare at Audran, who held his hands up in defense. I don't know what Audran has told you, but I can't talk about it. It's classified. Lucius snarled. Classified? Who decided it was classified? Denara stiffened. The Cadec and the Maman. And frankly, screaming about it in the open isn't helping maintain secrecy. If you want to discuss this further, let's go to the Cadec's office. She reached out towards him and felt him flinch back from her. Don't touch me. You are just like them. We thought it would be different here, but when it comes down to it, the females band together and make the decisions, excluding us. We are just the expendable labor force. The dark stranger within howled with rage and hurt, screaming to be let out. To protect his brothers, to lash out at the female that had made them feel, then savage them like this. He strangled his anger, terror that he might actually hurt her, dousing his rage. Denara's face blanched. No, Lucius, that's not it at all. Please, let's just go in and discuss this. He stepped back, bitter and hurt, bleeding from this unexpected heart wound. No, I'm done. I'm sure you'll tell us where to go, when to fight. Let me know when you want servicing again. I'd like to say that I have enough pride to say no, but I'm not in the habit of lying. Denara looked like he had struck her, and for a moment he regretted his words. Lucius, you are behaving like a child. It's classified, you're military, you know how it goes. Hell, you didn't tell me when you found the catalyst missing in my own medbay because it was classified. His eyes glazed over, a million light years away, and her own temper snapped. You know what? You go right ahead and be just what everyone says you are. I do my duty, And I don't let my feelings get in the way. Don't tell me for a second that if you were told something was classified, that you'd even consider breaking it to me." Lucius shook his head to deny her accusation, but she continued over him. "You're right. It's been fun, Lucius. But if I wanted a male just to service me, I'd have stayed in Falosia. If you don't trust me, this won't go anywhere. We are done." Lucius sucked in a breath and she glared at him. "I am not like your maman. Most females are not like your maman. But until you get that through your thick skull, you'll never be happy with one." She turned to go back into the medbay before throwing one final barb over her shoulder. "And don't worry about servicing. I'm sure I can find someone to help me scratch an itch around here. You can be sure that you're the last person on any planet that I'd call." Lucius turned his back on her, shaking his head, to find Odrin standing there staring at him in disgust. "You know, Lucius, sometimes you can be a real prick. Don't you start, Odrin." To Lucius's surprise, Odrin's eyes were hard, uncompromising. "No, you need to listen. She is a good female and she's right. She is doing her job. She's just like the others." Odrin slashed his hand at him in denial. "No, she isn't. And if you can't see that, then someone else will." Odrin looked like he was going to say more, but instead he just shook his head and walked away. Denara was truly deeply furious for the first time in her life. Sure, she'd been angry before, but nothing had ever made her blood boil like that asshole. Stopping behind the medbay, she realized that she was shaking. Taking a few deep breaths, she turned to rest her back against the sun-warmed wall and stared at the pale lavender clouds passing over her. She slid down the wall into a sitting position, taking calming breaths, trying to quell her racing heart. It was there that Zira and Fila found her just a few minutes later. "Denny, are you okay? We heard what happened," she snorted. "I think the entire colony heard." Neither denied it. It was true. Fila crouched down next to her and gathered her into her arms. Denara fought the embrace, her eyes hot. Don't be nice to me. You'll only make me cry." Fila shushed her, her hold implacable, as Zira sat on Denara's other side and stroked her hair. "What's wrong with crying? That Creven hurt you." Denara sniffled. "I don't even know why I'm so upset. We flirted, went on a couple of dates. It's not like we even knew what we were yet. It was just fun." Zira kept stroking her hair. "I think you know that's not true, Denny. We can feel your emotions. You can't lie to us. You fell for him hard." Denara sniffled. "All I wanted was some fun. I don't think I'm cut out for casual relationships. Suddenly I'm all in after a few dates." Zira kept up her stroking. I could have told you that, love. Aren't you meant to be some sort of genius?" "I didn't even feel this hurt when I left my husband." Fila tutted at her. "Because you trusted Lucius, let him in, and he broke that trust." Denara sniffed wetly. "What the hell am I going to do? I'm stuck on this stupid planet with him for at least a year. Everyone heard what he said. Goddess, I'm bloody mortified." Zira squeezed her tight. "Why should you be? We all saw it. He looked like an idiot, and you handled it with grace. Don't sell yourself short. You've made lots of friends here." Fila nodded in agreement. "You didn't see how Odrin reacted. I think Lucius will realize very quickly how much this little stunt will cost him." Denara made a non-committal sound and just sat there and soaked in the love and support of her friends in the late morning sunlight. It seemed absurd that the days should be so lovely when she'd been dealt such a heart wound. The following days passed in a blur as Denara threw herself into researching and designing a protocol for the mammon, and avoiding the sympathetic glances thrown her way by the females and the wary looks of the males. Everyone seemed to be held in suspense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Nearly a week later it did. The Kidek summoned the senior team to her briefing room. They filtered in silently. After Lucius's outburst, everyone knew that something had happened. The Kidek wasted no time in bringing them up to date. Those that hadn't heard about the mineral were visibly shocked. Broken swore, "Goddess above, how can they have missed Zealand B? It's one of the most valuable substances in the known universe." Sreya shrugged. "We can only assume that the scanning interference on this planet masked it." The Kidek cut in over the conversation. "Which brings me to why I have asked you all here. Sreya and her team have been able to adjust our localized scanners to compensate for the naturally occurring Zealan. While it's not perfect, we can now scan the immediate continent with accuracy." Broken looked at Sreya in appreciation. "That's brilliant work. But why are we being told now? I understand that you kept this confidential in order to prevent our thief becoming aware." He cast a cutting glance at Lucius, who remained silent, staring at the table. It had been a difficult few days for him. In addition to the natural reverence that Verit males had for the female gender, many of the males had become fond of Denara. Her generosity of spirit, healing skills, and natural warmth had made her well liked. Where before his males had looked to him for leadership and guidance, now he was met with resistance and suspicion. Several of the males, including Broken and Peyton, had voiced their thoughts at length on his stupidity. Odran had not spoken a single word to him since the incident. Broken continued. "What has changed? Why tell us now?" "Sreya has been able to scan the local area and has found an encampment in the mountains. While it is currently unoccupied, there is evidence that it has been there for some time." The cadet nodded at Sreya, who threw the scan images from her HUD onto the display screen over the large table. They all studied the small encampment, built in a clearing in the forest. Comprised of a prefab hut and a large storage unit, both had clearly been designed to drop from orbit. It was of extraterrestrial origin. "In light of this scan, it seems more likely that our thief was on the planet before us, rather than one of our own. While we can't exclude the possibility of a colonist being in collusion with the landing party, it does reduce the risk enough that I am now comfortable sharing this with the colony leadership group." The others nodded. Sreya sat forward, brimming with excitement. The scan detected one more thing. She flicked a second scan image onto the display. She zoomed in on the image to show a large crater. "This location is approximately 2 days away by hoverbike." She changed the setting on the view, and the image of the crater began to cycle through different views. Infrared, metallurgical, magnetic, radiation. In each view it was evident that there was a large oval shape at the bottom of the hole. "It is larger than the Ardrak and impenetrable to our scans. It is coated in Zelan." "You think it's ancient alien?" the Maman inquired, and the cadet nodded. The cadet turned to Lucius. "First Warrior, put together a team. They will leave tomorrow morning. That encampment is only slightly off the route to the crater. The team can investigate the encampment on the way to the crater. Send a team of security personnel and Odran. You'll need someone to provide scientific advice at the crater site." "My lady, I'd prefer to go myself." "Negative, First Warrior. Your priority remains unchanged. Find the being that was staying at that encampment and find out if we have anyone conspiring with them here." Lucius nodded, his jaw clenched. The cadet turned to Lenora. "Cadet, there is one more matter. I have been advised that our first quarterly resupply ship has been lost, somewhere in the Caphoid belt. A new ship has been scheduled. However, at best it will not reach us for 2 months. You are instructed to accelerate your establishment and sourcing of local food products as the highest priority. We cannot rely on regular supply ships until this situation is resolved." Lenora narrowed her eyes in thought. "Yes, ma'am. Do I have permission to requisition personnel from other areas?" "Approved. Don't requisition from the perimeter security teams, but pull in anyone else you need." The cadet looked around the room. "I know that this is challenging, but we have put together a team of the best of both of our worlds. We will not let whoever this is stop us from pursuing this dream." The cadet met the eyes of the individuals around the table, each nodding in turn. "I rely on you all to lead your teams through this. We will pull together, find the saboteurs, and establish this new future for both our races." She bared a fierce smile. "And destroy anyone that thinks to take what is ours." Chapter 14. Alien Tech. The next morning, the 3-person reconnaissance team slipped away at first light. Denara found herself reassigned from her normal medical shift to a foraging team. Her role was to undertake field analysis of potential foodstuffs located by the foragers and tag anything that appeared potentially edible for further testing. She was given a lightweight hoverbike, which she instantly fell in love with. Solar-powered and pollution-free, the aerodynamic vehicles were designed for exploring rough terrain. With both a hover and terrestrial capability and ample storage units, they were ubiquitous in colony planets. Riding it, she had never felt so free. She spent the day travelling between the foraging teams in the southern sector, and as she rode through the dappled forests, she found the tension gradually washing away in the warm day. It was a beautiful planet, the forest undergrowth shades of dark green, dark purple, indigo and gold. Tiny creatures scuttled from her path and little jewel-coloured birds called as she passed. For the first time in the weeks since their arrival, she felt herself truly relax. She hadn't realized how much being stuck in medbay all the time, coupled with the ongoing drama with the Maman and Lucius, had affected her. She laughed at herself. Different planet, same problem. She really needed to get out more. She was interrupted from her musing by a request on her HUD. One of the foraging teams nearby had located a selection of fruiting trees that they wanted her to look at. She altered her course and reached them within a few minutes. When she got there, she found one of the Verit males, Vordan Pa, and a Falosian officer, Olna. They had gathered a selection of the fruits into tight nets that appeared woven from local leaves. They were sitting together, laughing and joking, Olna covered in a dark green, rapidly drying substance on her right side. It warmed Denara's heart to see signs of a community start to bond together. Vordan jumped up when he saw her coming. "Healer, thank you for your attendance." He bowed to her and she waved him away. "Don't be so formal, Vordan, I'm here to help." She smiled at his blushing response, then turned to Olna. "What has happened to you?" Olna's eyes sparked as she regaled Denara with the tale of her adventure, involving accidentally stumbling into a nest of local wildlife, falling into a nearby mud puddle in her haste to escape, only to find the little critters had stolen their gathered fruits when they returned to base. Vordan laughed outright when she described how shocked she had been when he began to weave the nets from the local vines and leaves. Vordan simply shrugged when she asked him about it. "Verit males often live off the land and use what we can find when we go hunting. Most of us can fashion something like this." Denara fingered the delicate weaving in admiration. "This is beautiful work." "You're very handy to have around," Olna quipped, which caused Vordan to blush again to the roots of his iron-grey hair. It was adorable, so at odds with his hulking figure. Denara spent an enjoyable hour with the pair analysing the fruit, declaring all of it apparently edible, or at least not immediately poisonous. It would need more detailed analysis, but it was very promising. They sat chatting after her analysis, enjoying the warm sun and nibbling on dried ration bars. She found Olna to be wickedly funny and discovered that she was the colony's food storage officer. Vordan was quiet, but with a quick dry wit that took her by surprise. He sat, his fingers weaving the vines, deftly twisting and knotting, occasionally interjecting with sarcastic comments that had them in fits of giggles. Denara also noted that she caught Vordan's sneaking glances at Olna when she wasn't looking. Eventually, Denara received another request for assistance and started to pack up. "All right, I'm off. Places to go, flora to analyse," she joked. "Have fun and stay away from mud piles." Olna sniggered at her as they helped her load up her samples. Checking the time on her HUD, Denara figured that she could fit in another pickup before she would have to get back to base for her medbay shift. "Healer!" Vordan called out. "Here, take this." He held out what he had been working on, a smaller version of the fruit nets. It was a tighter weave, almost a knit, and the vines were different shades of green, teal and blue in a stunning coloured checker pattern. Denara was taken aback. "Vordan, thank you, but what is this for?" He grinned and waved off her concern. "Just a gift. I weave a lot to keep my hands busy. My brothers are refusing to take any more from me. I have to give them to someone." She blinked suddenly wet eyes, touched. "Thank you, it is beautiful." She attached the small sack to an empty belt loop, and it sat comfortably against her hip. She took off with a final wave and headed to her next destination. Denara let her mind drift to her first marriage. She had feared that she would never be free again. The suffocating confines of Svobodan society had meant that she was never alone, never able to just be. It had all been under the guise of protection and care, but it had always been about fear and control. She snorted. She could imagine what her ex-husband, or goddess forbid his mother, would have said about her riding a hoverbike in the middle of nowhere on her own, on a backwater planet with no infrastructure. Despite the issues with Lucius, she was growing to love this planet and slowly building a life here brick by brick. It had its own beauty. Her interaction with Vordan and Olna, her friendships with Odran, Fila and Zera, this planet was something new and blushing with promise. She would not let one failed affair deter her. When she arrived at her second site, her buoyant mood immediately drained away. Lucius and Peyton waited for her. She sighed, grit her teeth, and plastered a polite smile on her face. "Hello, warriors. What have you found for me to look at?" Peyton flicked a quick glance between her and Lucius before smoothly stepping forward. "Over here, Healer. We have located some root vegetables that we would like analysed. Denara nodded and stepped forward, acutely aware of Lucius's brooding intensity beside her. She coiled her empathic tendrils into her tightly. He was the last person's emotions she wanted to sense. He watched her silently as she scanned the samples. Peyton half-heartedly attempted to engage her in conversation, trailing off under the pressure of Lucius's gaze. Completing her analysis, she turned to them both, refusing to look at Lucius directly. Unfortunately, these are not edible. I will upload an image for reference in the database to stop others from collecting them. She closed her scanner case with a snap. Better luck next time. Excuse me, I have a medbay shift. She turned to her bike and began to pack up. Lucius flicked a glance at Peyton, who nodded and stepped away to give them some privacy. Healer, I would like a word with you. Absolutely not. Worst idea ever. I'm sorry, First Warrior, but it is not a good time. As I said, I have a shift. Is it a medical emergency? Lucius grimaced at her tone and shook his head. May I call on you after? She turned to look at him, the impact visceral. Goddess, he was gorgeous, all shimmering golden skin and waved and braided bronze hair catching the sunlight. She steeled herself. I don't think that's a good idea. If you have a medical issue, I am happy to schedule you a consult at the medbay. He sighed and dragged a hand across his face. Will you not even let me apologize? I admit I acted like an ass. Denara huffed in irritation. She supposed she couldn't avoid him forever. It was a small colony. All right, you have 1 minute. Denara crossed her arms and waited. I am sorry, my lady, I overreacted. Yes, you did. And I should not have spoken to you the way that I did. No, you shouldn't have. He paused, uncertain, and time stretched out between them as Denara's temper sharpened. Is that it? Fine, apology accepted. Good day, First Warrior. She turned to go and Lucius reached out to grab her arm. Please don't leave, Denara. Tell me how I can fix this. I beg your forgiveness. Denara stared at him coldly. I don't owe you anything, Lucius. Not my time, my attention, and certainly not my forgiveness. Lucius pleaded with her. I know, I don't expect your forgiveness, my lady, but I would like to try to earn it. Please tell me what I can do. I don't know, she yelled, before wrenching her arm away and turning her back on him. I don't know how to fix this. We were so new, so fragile. I don't think it can be repaired. She sighed tiredly, trying to gentle her tone. The issue isn't what you said, it's that it's how you still feel. She turned to him. You don't trust me, females in general. He looked at the ground, refusing to look her in the eye. I've no doubt you like me, care for me even. Denara could sense his affection and regret even through her shields. But there is a core of anger in you. I don't know what happened in your past, but right now you are deeply suspicious and hurt. It's so deep down in your psyche I'm not even sure that you're consciously aware of it. It colours our every interaction. Lucius swallowed and opened his mouth before closing it again with a click, uncertainty written in his face. Denara stepped into him, placing a palm on his chest, forcing him to look at her. I am not an angel, Lucius. I don't need you to be perfect. Goddess knows I've got my own issues, but you need to be honest with me and yourself. What are you doing here? What are you really looking for? She could feel him practically vibrate with tension. She stepped back, her eyes bright with a sheen of sadness. I like you, and we could have had something special, but I won't subject myself to another relationship unless I'm sure. I'm over-sacrificing myself for a male. I'm over-adapting who and what I am to fit someone else's needs and moods. Even now, your thoughts and feelings are focusing on me, how you can convince me to forgive you, not on yourself and what drove you to that. She dashed her tears away and flung her hands up in frustration. Do the work, Lucius. Work out what you really feel and want and tell me how you think this can be fixed. Because right now, all I get from you is chaos, anger, hurt, fear, confusion. It's a toxic mess inside you that will eat you from the inside out. She sighed again and climbed onto her bike. I'll see you at base, First Warrior. Lucius stood watching her ride off, his eyes hot with unshed tears. He swallowed, trying to clear the lump from his throat. Denara was glorious, passionate in her anger, and right. She was the closest he had ever come to a potential mate, and he didn't truly trust her. He wasn't sure if he was capable of truly trusting anyone, after all that had been done to him. But he was sure that if he didn't try, he would lose her forever. He had immediately noticed the net on her belt when she rode up, the type made by Verit males while hunting. Some other male had given her that gift. It was only a matter of time before the others began courting her, after everyone heard his unforgivable speech. He clenched and unclenched his fists, trying to restrain the frustration in him, to find some semblance of peace. Unable to do so, he threw his head back and roared his hurt to the lilac sky, before sitting down heavily on a nearby fallen log. He sat there for a long time, watching a small insect make its way across the leaf debris on the forest floor, before he felt Peyton sit next to him. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly, gently placing a hand on Lucius's shoulder. Lucius shook his head. "We can spar if you need to work out some anger." It was a genuine offer, made in the spirit of brotherhood. Lucius barked a sharp laugh. "Thank you, my friend, but this time I don't think this is something that a few punches can work out." And Lucius resolved that this time he wouldn't run away from his anger. He wouldn't let his past steal from him the bright promise he had glimpsed with Denara, the shimmering potential for a life better than he could ever have imagined for himself. Chapter 15. Injured teammate. The next few days, Denara once again threw herself into her work. She was aware that it was becoming an unhealthy coping pattern, but in the absence of anything else to focus on, at least it stopped her mooning over Lucius. Finally forcing herself out of the med bay, she sat on the steps outside her quarters, munching on yet another bowl of vegetable stew, and watched the activity in the central square of the base compound. She couldn't face going back into her quarters on her own with her thoughts careening around inside her head like meteors. Her HUD alerted her to an incoming call. She deliberately looked at the icon to accept, and Fila's face overlaid her vision. "What are you doing, girl? Still sitting feeling sorry for yourself?" Denara hissed a laugh, nearly choking on a chunk of vegetable. "Fila, how in the name of the goddess can you be such a bitch when you are from an actual race of empaths?" Fila sniffed derisively and buffed her nails against her jumpsuit dramatically. "The goddess herself has blessed me with a talent for cutting through the shit." Denara cracked up laughing. "Come join us. We've got a sneaky project we're working on." Denara was instantly suspicious. "Who's we?" "Me, Zira, Kirili, and Livia?" That didn't allay her suspicion at all. "What are you doing?" "You'll have to come find out." Denara hesitated. "Come on, Denny, it'll be good for you." Fine, where are you?" "Engineering Storage Locker 5. Fila's face was replaced with a little green glowing dot that appeared on a map of the base. Denara dusted herself off and strode through the compound to the assigned location, finding the girls standing inside the open container giggling. Denara sniffed the air, something catching the back of her throat, making her cough. "What are you doing?" There were baskets of the peach fruit covered in blue fuzz stacked everywhere. They had set up a production line, Zira peeling the fruits, Kirili scooping out the tart pearls, Livia carefully feeding them into a large juicer. Fila was standing in front of a barrel, pouring in jugs of the juice. They chorused a hello to her, and in short order she was pushed into line to take over from Fila pouring the juice into the large barrel. "Why are we making so much juice?" The girls laughed again before Fila responded. "We aren't making juice, we are making moonshine." "What? Don't be such a bore, Denny. We've got more scientists and engineers than you can shake a stick at. It's perfectly safe. We've decided that it's time to move things along and start getting the guys to loosen up. Who doesn't love a party?" Denara noticed a large metal cylinder with pipes and hoses trailing off of it. "Did you sneak us still on board?" Fila nodded, unrepentant. "Are you insane? The cadet will flip when she sees this." Kirili rolled her eyes. "She'll thank us. Colony cohesion is a key priority. The development of bonds through social interaction is essential to the first stage of colony establishment." Denny sighed theatrically. "I guess I could always say that we were using it to create medicinal alcohol. It's Maiden Feast next week. I suppose it'll do us all good to let our hair down." Fila thrust another jug in her hand. "There you go, that's the spirit." The others sniggered. "No pun intended. Keep pouring." Denara stuck her tongue out at Fila, but did as instructed. The next morning, Denara pried her eyes open to the insistent buzzing of her HUD. She had left the girls at nearly 0400 hours, and according to her HUD it wasn't even 7 yet. She'd less than 3 hours sleep. Her HUD changed its buzzing to the red alert tone, the icon flashing in her vision when she opened her eyes. Adrenaline flooded her as she scrambled out of bed. She blinked to accept the red alert, and the Kadek spoke briskly in her ear. "Healer, prep yourself for immediate departure. There has been an accident at the crater site. Odrin is injured. Take a full emergency med kit. Meet at the shuttle zone in 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Denara hopped on one leg, trying to pull her jumpsuit on and fighting with the fastening. She slammed her feet into her boots and raced down the steps 2 at a time. Blasting into the med bay, she grabbed the blue emergency med kit that was prepped for just such a situation and raced to the shuttle zone with 1 minute to spare. Lucius and Tarlac were already there, stowing their own gear in one of the small surface shuttles. Designed with a small carrying area just big enough to fit a stretcher and seats for 4, they were simple to control. Vorden sat in the pilot's seat, completing the pre-flight checks. Vorden signalled their readiness, and the K-deck appeared once more in their HUDs. Medivac team, get in, stabilize Odran and bring him back. The others can continue their primary mission and return on their hoverbikes. Your mission is not investigation, it is medical only. First Warrior, you are in charge. Protect the healer at all times. If you feel her safety is in jeopardy at any time, pull her out. Denara felt Lucius's immediate surprise firm into determination as he nodded. Yes, my lady. What is the nature of Odran's medical emergency? Denara inquired. The communication was somewhat garbled, but it appears that he has fallen and injured himself. The team has applied first aid, however they suspect he is bleeding internally. Lucius and Tarlac exchanged glances. While Odran was a healer, he was also a fully trained Verit warrior. Genetically designed to be stronger and faster with enhanced healing and reflexes, it was highly unusual that a warrior would be so seriously injured by a fall. Denara was awoken by Lucius gently touching her shoulder. Denara, wake up. We have something to discuss. They had left the base, speeding into the early morning sky as the primary sun was rising, spilling lilac light over the landscape. Denara had snuggled down to get a couple more hours of rest before they would reach the crater. Years of medical training had taught her to take sleep where she could get it. What's wrong? Vorden says that we can't land near the crater. There is too much interference, it's not safe. We will need to land further out. The nearest clearing is some distance. Unfortunately, the area around the crater is dense forest and rocky gullies. We will have at least a day, possibly overnight, of travelling through the woods from the nearest landing site before we get there. Denara nodded. Are we close enough for me to contact them via their HUD to check the status of the patient? Lucius shook his head. We already tried. Theoretically, we should be able to contact anyone on the surface of this planet through the HUD network, but the interference may be affecting their comms as well. He motioned his head slightly to Tarlac and Vorden, and Denara understood without saying that neither had been briefed on the Zeelan, their clearance not high enough. If their comms aren't working, how did we even know they were in trouble? Krenpar climbed out of the crater to get a signal. All right, if we have no choice, best get on with it. Do we have supplies if we need to camp overnight? Tarlac raised an eyebrow and smirked at her. Of course, my lady. There are some emergency rations, but don't worry, healer. Verit males are expert hunters. We will make a camp so comfortable you'll never want to return to your quarters again. Denara hid her smile at his cheekiness. I see. That is a tall order, warrior. I bow to your expertise. In short order, Vorden dipped the flyer down into a clearing and they disembarked, each carrying a day pack with rations. Lucius turned to Tarlac and Denara. Be on alert. The scans indicated that there are large predators in the area, and we do not know if there are any more hidden encampments. Treat this as enemy territory. We stay together at all times. Tarlac and Denara nodded. Healer, let me know if you need a break. We are unused to travelling with females on foot, so I am relying on you to be honest about your condition, and I will adjust accordingly. I suspect we will hike all day today, camp tonight, and reach the crater early tomorrow morning. Noted, First Warrior. Lucius hesitated. Do not overestimate or push through for vanity. I don't want to end up carrying you or delaying us because you have injured yourself. Every moment we delay puts Odran more at risk. Denara's response was glacial. I am a healer, warrior. I know my own condition well. Lead on, please. She turned and pointed in the general direction of the crater. Lucius motioned for Tarlac to take point, while he took up the rear position. As Tarlac moved past him, he muttered, Smooth, First Warrior, very smooth. Moving through the forest was miserable. The dark forest had a thick carpet of undergrowth, thorny waist-high bushes and small trees. They were forced to cut a path through, and it was back-breaking work. Denara silently revised her assessments of the usefulness of the Verit males' knives. Both males had used large knives and blades to carve their path, swapping out periodically to give the other a rest. It was also noticeably hotter here than at the base camp, being closer to the equator of the planet. As the day progressed, the heat and humidity increased until all of them were dirty, sweating, sticky messes. After nearly 3 hours of hacking, they reached a tiny clearing with a large downed tree, and Denara called out, "We need a rest period. I need to sit down for a bit, and both of your HUDs are alerting me that you are becoming dehydrated. You also need to consume nutrients. You are burning through your reserves working at this pace." Lucius nodded. He unslung his daypack and took a deep swig of his canteen. Denara could not help but admire him, glistening with sweat in the dappled light of the forest. Whatever their emotional issues, she was still as attracted to him as when she first saw him. Lucius caught her looking, and the dark intensity in his eyes took her breath away for a split second before she broke their connection. "This is taking too long. We have barely travelled at all. At this rate, it will take us days to reach the crater." "Do you know which way the original team travelled? Can we try to find the path they already cut?" Denara inquired. "They travelled mostly by the coast road to the hills to their initial mission destination, then looped back towards the crater. We are coming from the south. They came from the north." Denara nodded as she drank from her own canteen. Tarlac was studying the forest around them. "It is strange. I would have thought we would have come across an animal trail at least. Most forests have smaller trails that animals use to move through it, but it feels like the forest is deliberately trying to keep us away." "Perhaps we have lost the goddess's favour," Lucius replied. He knew what Tarlac meant. It felt like wrestling with the vines. Many of the males had noted that the planet seemed particularly challenging. The sheer number of minor injuries for the scouting patrols, the scanning issues. It was as if the whole planet was against them. Denara seemed surprised at their comments. "Really? The Falosians feel the opposite. This planet feels incredibly welcoming to us. Many of us have noted how strong our empathy seems to be here, how easy it is to encourage the plants to fruit for us." The males looked on with interest. "Does it vary from planet to planet?" She nodded. "The connection with our environment is an offshoot of our empathy senses, which read and emit minute vibrations in energy. Each planet has a different vibrational frequency. This planet seems to particularly suit our kind." Tarlac quipped, "Perhaps we should put you out front then. You could ask the planet nicely to let us through." "Actually, that's not a bad idea." Before Lucius could stop her, Denara hopped off the fallen log and moved to the wall of trees where they would be cutting their next path. "Let me try something." She placed her hand on the gnarled dark purple bark and stilled herself, sending her senses outwards. Breathing deeply, she slowed her mind and listened. After long moments she heard it, the slow, gentle beat of the forest. It came to her like waves on the ocean, the sense of life all around her. She let it wash over her as she slowly placed her forehead on the tree. She sent out her gentle request for passage, whispered it like the wind through leaves. She tried to communicate, passing unobtrusively, moving like animals through the forest, causing no harm, one with nature. Minutes passed, and eventually she received back a sense of approval. It felt like warm sunlight on her face, the scent of flowers. Thanking the ancient trees, she reeled in her senses and disentangled herself from the forest around her. The temptation to stay in the warm, slow embrace was strong. It was one of the main reasons that Falosians rarely enmeshed themselves in this way. More than one foolish Falosian had been lost to the slow beat of the world. She turned back to the males to find them watching her, fascinated. Lucius could not determine exactly what she had done, but her scent had changed, become overlaid with floral layers and the scent of the forest after rain. Tarlac asked in a hushed whisper, "What did you do?" "I asked the forest to help us pass through in the least destructive way possible. I conveyed that we wanted to be like the animals, moving naturally within it, not cutting and carving through. I think it agreed, but it's hard to tell with plants." She raised a shaking hand and massaged her damp forehead. Instantly, Lucius was there, handing her a nutrition bar and canteen. "Sorry, it takes a lot of energy to connect to plants. Their thinking is so different from ours." He helped her ease down to sit on the log again and knelt before her. "Can all Falosians do this? Surely we would have heard of such a power. It was a significant talent. If other species knew, they would be much in demand." Denara shrugged as she tore off a chunk of the seed bar and began chewing methodically. "All of us can, to different degrees. It's like all Verit males are strong and fast, but some are stronger and faster than others. Lucius nodded. I still don't understand why more people don't know about this. Denara avoided meeting his eyes. We don't advertise it. It can be dangerous. Falosians have lost themselves in the merge before. In my first year as a med student, I interned in a long-term care ward. There were several patients in that ward that had merged too deeply and couldn't pull themselves out. They ended up in a coma. Lucius's lips thinned to a fine line. And you did this? How could you do something so dangerous to put yourself at risk? I did it for Odrin. He could be dying waiting on me getting there, Denara replied hotly. Lucius clenched his jaw, and she could swear he was grinding his teeth. I am responsible for your safety, and you agreed to follow my lead. You will never ever put yourself in danger for one of us again. How do you think Odrin would feel if you had been harmed saving him? Denara drew herself up with wounded dignity. I will do whatever I deem necessary. I follow your lead in respect of security, but this you have no jurisdiction over. Do not presume to tell me what I can and cannot do. Lucius was undeterred. I will not allow you to place yourself in harm's way again. We will find another way around. And how will you stop me? I can use my empathic senses anywhere, any time. I'll knock you out and carry you myself if I have to, Lucius shot back. Denara shot to her feet. Try it and see what happens. Excuse me, if I can interrupt your argument for a moment. What? Lucius spun around to see Tarlac standing in front of a small trail through the forest. It had not been there before. Tarlac's skin was almost translucent with shock, his eyes bugging from his face as he pointed to the path. I think it worked. Lucius and Denara stared mutely in shock. Denara wasn't sure what she had expected, but never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that it would work so well. They stood rooted in awe for a moment before Denara bent down and grabbed her pack. Let's not waste this gift the forest has given us. Lead on, first warrior. Denara bowed with a flourish and waved her hand towards the path. Lucius glared at her, his fists clenching as if he was imagining wringing her neck, before grabbing his own pack and stomping off down the path. Denara followed after him, Tarlac taking up the rear position. Their progress moved much more swiftly after that. They stopped twice more during the day for quick rests, and each time Denara could feel Lucius's eyes following her as she moved around their camps. As the sun was setting, they came across a small river meandering through the forest. It pooled into a clearing where the ground was raised on one side and flat, and Lucius declared it to be a suitable campsite. Activating their shared HUD link, he brought up the aerial map of the forest that showed they were nearing the crater site. If we leave at first light, we should be there before midday tomorrow. Denara looked at the flashing red alert sign, the symbol of medical distress. That was Odrin. Funny, sweet, friendly Odrin. She hadn't realized how close she'd grown to him, how much like a younger brother he had become. She swallowed hard, holding on to her composure. Odrin needed his chief healer, not his friend. Time for her own emotions later. She started when she felt someone touch her. Lucius's big warm palm was on the nape of her neck. She had been so lost in her thoughts that she hadn't felt him come near her. It will be all right, Denara. He is strong. We'll get there in time. We will joke with him afterwards about being the first adult male in Verit memory to need a healer after a tumble. Denara nodded. Lucius gently massaged her neck for a moment and she let herself sink into the warmth of him. It had grown cooler as the night fell, and she realized that the light was growing dim. Come on, let's set up the campsite. Lucius and Tarlac efficiently hollowed out a small fire pit for them, lining it with smooth stones from the riverbank. Denara took their canteens down to the river, scanned a small sample to ensure that it was drinkable, and then filled them up. When she returned to the little site, she noted that they had created a small covered area by bracing a branch between two of the trees and layering it with a tarp from their daypack and discarded fronds from the nearby giant ferns. Open on three sides, it would provide some shelter, but allowed for good visibility of the surrounding area. Lucius had stored their packs under the shelter and rolled out their bedrolls, and Tarlac was nowhere in sight. Lucius turned to her and smiled. Just like home, wouldn't you say? She nodded, enchanted by the little campsite. Tarlac has gone hunting. I know you do not prefer meat, so he will try and find some fruits or vegetables as well. We have rations, but we should conserve them in case we are unable to hunt. Denara nodded. I will eat whatever is offered with gratitude. Just don't expect me to clean and prepare it." She shuddered. Lucius grinned at her, and for a moment they were just like they had been. Denara saw the moment Lucius realized it, watched him shut himself down and pull back. It hurt, but she'd been honest with him. She had no idea how to bridge the gap between them. "Why don't you trust me, Lucius?" she asked him softly. He blinked in surprise. "I do, Denara." "No, you don't. At the first indication of a problem, you lashed out. You didn't stop to talk to me or ask me about it. You just assumed the worst. I'm sure you regret it, and I believe that you care for me, but at your core, you don't trust me. I'm not sure you trust any female. Whatever happened to you, you need to deal with it before it destroys you." He didn't say anything, his face expressionless. He could have been a statue carved from marble. They sat in silence for long minutes, just the occasional pop of the fire between them. Eventually he spoke, staring into the fire. "You can't imagine what it is like on Verit for us. The Mammon both love and hate us. Verit makes most of its income from mercenary and private army work. They need us, our ferocity." The bitterness stung his throat. How else can they keep up their lifestyle? He paused, swallowing convulsively. "When we are not deployed, we live in closed barrack communities with our clan brothers. It isn't all bad. We hunt and fish, explore the caverns and ice flows. But we are not free. We are always monitored. They fear us." He grabbed a stick and poked at the fire. "The Mammon, they are focused on our species' survival. Their entire purpose is to breed the best males for the future of the society and to control us. Any deviation from acceptable behavior is punished viciously. Whipping, isolation, forced labor, whatever the Mammon wills. Her word is law." Denara's heart broke for him, for the pain flowing off of him in waves. The worst part is, we love them. Genetically, socially, everything in our society is designed to build our need of them. We love them, and I think they love us. But the pain they inflict, do you have any idea how much it twists you up inside to love someone that hurts you? He paused, and Denara held her breath, not wanting to break the spell that had finally cracked open this pit of pain. "Verit females are vicious because they believe they need to be. They are so afraid of us, they fear that if they don't quash any hint of rebellion instantly, they will be forced into more extreme measures down the track. It has happened before, thousands of males killed when they tried to rebel. It's why we don't allow off-worlders on Verit or off-world mates. The last time we did, the females that we brought in challenged the Mammon's way of ruling. The rebellion afterwards destroyed whole clans." Lucius looked up at her, tears shimmering in his eyes. "I told you that my younger brothers were being fostered in the Matriarch Citadel. They are there for my good behavior. If I stray too far from the path, they will be executed as punishment for me, and an example to others." Denara stood and slowly moved around the fire to sit next to him. She didn't say anything, just wrapped her arms around his huge shoulders and held him as he shuddered. She stroked his hair and pressed gentle kisses to his temple. "I can't fix your past, Lucius, or your world. But here on this planet, you have a chance to be different, to create a different path for you and your brothers. You get to decide what you do next." Denara sighed. "Think about it." They continued in silence after that, Denara building up the fire and Lucius adding more fronds to their enclosure. Denara monitored his emotions closely. He seemed calmer, as if talking about it had lanced some deep wound, allowing the poison out. Whether it healed clean was up to him. Eventually Tarlac returned with a handful of vegetables on a vine and a small furry creature. "The hunter returns triumphant!" He grinned broadly and held up his trophies. Denara smiled warmly at him, carefully not looking at the dead creature. "Well done, Tarlac," Lucius stood. "Thank you, warrior. I will clean and skin the meat." He took the animal down to the water's edge out of sight. Denara took the vegetables, quickly confirming they were on their approved for consumption list, and then speared them on a branch and began turning them in the fire. By the time Lucius returned and similarly speared the meat, Tarlac and Denara were chatting companionably, and the tense atmosphere had dissipated. When it came time to go to bed, Denara found herself wedged between the hulking mass of the males. It was a little uncomfortable to start with. She hadn't slept in the presence of a male since her marriage, but she quickly got over her anxiety. The boys generated so much heat that she nearly moaned, relaxing into the warmth. She let herself drift off to sleep. Morning came with a renewed sense of urgency. They broke camp at dawn, picked up the trail and moved rapidly through the forest as the sun rose in the sky. The only thing that slowed their progress was an encounter that left Denara breathless. They were nearing the crater when Lucius pulled them to a sudden stop. He made a slashing motion with his hand that had them all crouching on the path, frozen. At first, Denara was unsure what was going on. When she drew in breath to ask a question, Lucius reached over and pressed a finger to her lips, motioning with his head to the path in front of them. Emerging from the forest was a stunning creature. Nearly 6 foot tall, walking on 4 legs, it was covered in luxurious feathers. Dark red and purple on its head and back, lightening to pale lilac on its sides, underbelly and muzzle, here and there dotted with startling speckles of blue and green. Its paws featured 3 toes, each equipped with a wicked-looking claw. Its muzzle was elongated, featuring rows of small, sharp teeth, and its eyes were large, vertically slitted gold. It delicately stepped onto the path and turned to look at them. For a moment it seemed like the forest held its breath, and she saw Lucius bare his teeth at it and raise up onto his haunches, ready to spring up and defend if required. The creature regarded them for a long moment, its gleaming black and gold eyes unblinking, before chuffing in their direction and crossing the path to continue into the forest. They stayed crouched for several agonizing minutes, making sure it had gone, before Lucius declared it was safe to continue. "Lucius, did you see it? Did you see it?" Tarlac breathed. "It was amazing. Can you imagine hunting it? It's a predator eyes at the front. It would be spectacular." Lucius nodded, baring his teeth in a wild grin. "You could upgrade your Dathalka fur with a feathered cape trim." Denara kept wisely silent. She suspected that this was a Verit male thing that the Falosians would never understand. Less than an hour later, they reached the rim of the crater. It was huge. The entire Ardrak could have fit in it many times over. The walls were steeply terraced down into the gloom, with the ubiquitous ferns covering nearly every square inch of space. Lucius activated his HUD. "Medivac team to Mission 1 group. Come in, please." The HUD crackled before they were answered. "Mission 1 here. It's good to hear your voice, First Warrior." Situation report. "We are at the bottom of the north wall. We have established a secure base in a cave. Healer Odrin was caught in a rock slide while investigating the lower levels. The floor of the crater is not solid. It is wormed with caverns and layers built up over time. We dug him out and returned him to base camp, but he has multiple broken bones and suspected internal injuries. Acknowledged. Where is the best location to descend? We have installed a beacon at the top of the way down on the north wall. We've run a guide rope. There is a steep set of natural stairs. Just follow the guideline. Acknowledged. We are heading across and down now. We'll be waiting." Lucius led them around the rim to the marked beacon and had them line up single file. He attached a length of rope to each of them and connected them to the guide rope before leading them carefully to the cliffside. As he did, he noticed Denara staring fixedly at the descent path. "Are you all right?" he murmured, as he affixed the carabiner to her belt loops. She nodded and flashed him a wan smile. "I'm not overly fond of heights. Can you do this?" "I must. It's all right, I'll do it. I promise not to vomit on you." He barked a laugh. "It'd be appreciated, my lady. Tell me if you're having trouble." Denara took a deep breath and nodded, and they began the climb. It took them nearly 2 hours to descend as the natural steps wound around the edge and then doubled back on themselves, and Denara was shaking with stress by the time she hit the bottom. Heights were not her favourite thing. As soon as she reached the ground, she sank into a heap and ran shaking hands through her sweat-soaked hair. Lucius crouched behind her, his hand tracing warm, calming circles on her back. "Just breathe, you did amazing. Take a minute." "I've always hated heights. It never gets easier." After a few long moments, she straightened, and he could see her visibly steeling herself. "All right, where is my patient?" "Over here, my lady," a voice called, and she turned to see Kren. She had been so shaken by her descent she hadn't even noticed the other male arrive. "Lee is with him, but he's not good." Denara followed them a short distance round the base of the cliff, watching her footsteps carefully. It was cool and gloomy, little light filtering down to the bottom, shadowed by the towering cavern walls. The floor of the cavern was an alien landscape, riddled with towering columns, holes and tunnels. some only a pinprick wide, others wide enough to drive a small vehicle into. The floor had a slight give, and many of the edges had dried out and were crumbling. She could easily see how one could have collapsed. It vaguely resembled a giant anthill or sea sponge. A shallow cavern had formed in a wall, perhaps 12 feet high at the front, slowly sloping down to the rear, disappearing into the shadows. Odrin lay on the right on a cot, next to a portable lantern, covered by a silver smart blanket. It should have adjusted temperature as required to keep his body optimal, but he was shivering. "Good afternoon, healer. I see you are still demanding special treatment, expecting your healer to make house calls," she quipped, as she sat up next to him. She connected her HUD to his jumpsuit biometrics, and it projected an image of his body over her vision. Red and amber warning lights popped into existence, showing the issues. Only years of experience enabled her to maintain her calm facade. At her appearance, Odrin opened his eyes, his gaze feverish, and gave her a smile that was a ghost of its usual brilliance. "My apologies for the inconvenience, Chief Healer. I will try to do better next time." She leaned forward, gently stroking his pale hair away from his face. "Always the Joker." She gently bopped him on the nose. "Odrin, your situation is critical. You have multiple compound and comminuted fractures with free-floating fragments that have impacted nearby organs and veins. You also have slow internal bleeding. Thank the mammals for your Verit healing skills, otherwise you'd already be dead. You need urgent medevac to the medbay and surgery. My estimates are that you have less than 12 hours. "I know, my lady. I can read the HUD analysis as well as you can. I have no doubt that the goddess sent you to save me. You are her gift to us." His devotion shone in her eyes, and his faith in her shook her to her core. She bowed her head and kissed his forehead gently. "We will talk about your penchant for dramatics later, healer." She stood and turned to the Verit males that had been watching their interaction anxiously. "First warrior, I need a medical extraction. I don't care how you do it, but you need to find a way to get a flyer in here so that we can stretcher him to the medbay for surgery. The surgery at the base will take at least 4 hours, so you have 8 hours to work out a plan and get it into action." She turned to Tadek Lee, who had been sitting silently to the side. "Tadek, you have basic field medical training." The T-Dec nodded. "Yes, ma'am, grade 3, subspecialty xenovenom and stings." "That'll do. We need to undertake some preparatory procedures now to make him stable enough to move. We need to go in and temporarily seal that internal bleed and then stabilize his brakes. You will disinfect with me and assist." "Yes, ma'am." She turned back to the males. "Make this happen, warriors, or he will die in this cave." The males looked at each other before Lucius looked back at her, determination firming his jaw. "Yes, Chief Healer. We will work it out. Males with me." Lucius led his team out to the cavern floor. "Kren, report, what have you already tried? There are huge deposits of Zealand B throughout the cavern." Tarlac sucked in a breath at hearing about the Zealand, and Lucius belatedly remembered that he hadn't been briefed on the mineral's presence. All scanning and positioning technology is worse than useless. The Zealand refracts the signals, creating ghosts and false positives. It is impossible to fly in here without the scanning. The towers are too densely packed. We need to find a way to get him out. Tarlac turned in a circle, examining the columns around him. "How strong are the columns?" "Some have hardened to stone, others little more than compacted sand and soil," Kren answered. "What if we could find one strong enough and big enough for the flyer to land on top of? We could set up a visual beacon for Vorden to fix on, and he could bring it down manually." Lucius considered. Vorden was an excelled pilot. If anyone could manage such a feat, he could. That would work. But how would we get Odrin up there? "We set up an anti-grav lift." "It would take too long," Kren responded. "Anti-grav lifts require detailed calibration, and with unreliable sensors, if we get even one pole wrong, the whole thing could tip upside down and throw him off." Tarlac was insistent. "Let's go manual. Set up a pulley and winch system. We can use anti-grav bots to stabilize to take some of the load. That wouldn't require full calibration. It could be done manually on the fly." Lucius paused for a second more, considering his options before nodding decisively. "Let's do it. Kren, locate a suitable column, climb it and install the visual beacons. Tarlac, get back up the set of wall stairs and contact base. Provide a report and tell them to send Vorden and to attach a stretcher winch to the flyer and to send a few anti-grav bots. Tell them they need to have him here in 4 hours." "Yes, First Warrior." Both males instantly turned to run off to their tasks. Lucius returned to the cave to check on Denara. She had set up a portable med tent, creating a sterile environment around Odrin. She had her hands sheathed in nanogloves through the access ports of the tent. When he got close, she spared a glance at him and nodded reassuringly, then returned to Odrin. Clearly his help was not needed there. Standing outside, he took in a deep breath and allowed himself a single moment to feel the panic welling. He could still remember Odrin as a gangly youth, learning his first sword skills. Lucius had been the one to take him hunting for his first Datalka fur, to mentor him through his first spaceflight. Odrin was every bit as dear to him as his blood brothers, and it wounded something deeply inside Lucius to see him so low. He let the adrenaline fill him, the fear rising in his gorge until he thought he might lose his breakfast. He crouched, shaking until the stress passed. This was the way of the warrior, to face the fear and come through the fire renewed. He calmed himself with watching Denara treat Odrin. She was so competent, passing instruments to Lee, pausing occasionally to ask Odrin if he was all right, talking quietly to keep Odrin calm. Strong, warm, patient. She cared for Odrin as a friend in her own right. She would not let him go to the goddess without a fight. He suspected she would have done the same for her worst enemy. He couldn't imagine Denara letting anyone take someone she deemed was hers without a fight. Unlike the Maman, who dealt in survival of their species rather than the individual. Lucius sucked in a breath as it hit him like a lightning strike. Denara would never harm someone, never sacrifice them to her ambition or machination. It was simply not part of who she was. He knew it in his bones and his soul. How had he let his fear cloud him to this truth? For fear it had been. Gear that the bright promise he had found with Denara was fool's gold, that he had finally been manipulated into falling for a Maman's scheme as so many good males had before him. He was shaken to the core, breathless at the realization. Denara turned to look at him sharply, and he realized that she could likely sense his wave of emotion. Immediately he began corralling his wayward feelings, putting his inner walls back together piece by piece with teeth grinding focus. This was neither the time nor the place. Odrin's life hung in the balance. His people needed the first warrior, not Lucius, the love-struck idiot. The funny thing about time, when you're bored it drags. When you are trying to save the life of your dear friend, it flies by. Before Denara knew it, it was time to go. When she surfaced from her hyper-focus, it was to find Lucius crouching beside her, offering her a nutrient drink. "Please, my lady, drink. There's more to do and we can't have you passing out." Mutely, Denara nodded. She had stabilized Odrin, delicately applied temporary laser seals to the worst of the blood leakage, and encased the breaks in cushioned air casts designed to immobilize the injuries against even the roughest of movements. Odrin was fading in and out of consciousness, never a good sign. She had applied painkillers but was reluctant to give him anything stronger until she could better assess his condition. He needed replacement blood immediately, as well as another derma infusion of concentrated nutrients. His Verit physique was burning through his reserves at an astonishing rate, trying to heal. She was sure he had become noticeably thinner in just the few hours she had been here, his cheekbones pressing against his skin, his eyes bruised and sunken. Denara drank the nutrients down in one gulp. "Is the flyer here?" Kren approached. "About 5 minutes out. I've marked the pillar for them to land on, but Goddess only knows if it will hold the weight of a flyer. I did a visual inspection, but without accurate scans, it's guesswork." Lucius nodded approvingly. Kren had done his best, but this whole thing was a gamble at best. Lucius stood. "All right, Tarlak. You and I will carry Odrin to the pillar. Kren, guide the way. Healer, what do you need?" "To deck, grab the medkit and stay by me." Denara moved to brush Odrin's hair off his face. "Odrin, I'll be right here, monitoring you every step of the way." He nodded and whispered to her. She stepped back. "Lucius, he wants to talk to you in private." The others moved slightly away, just out of earshot. "My pa, what can I do for you?" Lucius knelt next to the head of the cot and grasped Odrin's hand. "Lucius," he whispered, "I found it before the rockfall." "Found what?" "The alien tech. It's under the crater and it's huge, the biggest ship I've ever seen." Odrin stopped to cough and Lucius saw flecks of blood at his lips. "Just waiting for us to find it." Lucius nodded. "Well done, warrior. Rest now, you can guide us back when you are healed." Odrin smiled and closed his eyes. Lucius stood and nodded to Tarlac to take the foot of the cot, designed to be a stretcher if required, and they carried him towards the pillar. Far above them, they could hear the whine of the engines of the flyer. When they approached the column, a giant black finger pointing at the sky, they saw that Vorden had already landed and lowered a platform. It was just wide enough for Odrin's stretcher to lie on it, with space for someone to sit cross-legged beside him. They gently positioned him and strapped him down. Lucius looked over and noted Denara's grey face, as she realised that she would have to ride the platform up with him. "Are you all right? Can you do this?" Denara trembled as she stepped onto the platform and sat down beside the stretcher. She reached out to Lee and took the medkit. "Please, strap me in." Her voice quivered with fear, but the look in her eyes was pure titanium. Lucius stepped next to her and attached the straps to her belt loops and to the medkit. "You've got this, Denara. Just breathe. We're here and we'll be with you." She nodded. He reached over and placed his palm on her cheek, and for a moment she just looked at him before placing her hand over his. "You have my brother's life in your hands. I trust you." "With him, and with my heart," his soul whispered. She smiled wryly at him and nodded. He stepped back and accessed his HUD. "Vorden, cargo is secured. Kren, run the gravity controls." "Yes, First Warrior," they chorused. "Ready," Kren called. "Vorden, you are cleared to go." The platform began its slow ascent. Denara resisted the urge to grip the edges of the platform, aware that if she did, she might never pry her fingers away. She focused on her breathing, slowly in and out, and on Lucius's navy eyes. She would make sure both her and her patient survived this, so that she could wallop the First Warrior on his thick skull when she was back on firm ground for making her fall for him, and then hurting her so badly only to look at her like that. They ascended gently, occasionally tipping a few degrees before Kren corrected the gravity bots to compensate. They were nearly at the halfway point when Denara heard a sharp sound above her. She looked up to see a crack forming on the pillar above them. She watched as it slowly spider-webbed its way down the column, forming delicate lace patterns in the rock. She contacted the ground, starting to hyperventilate. "Lucius, the pillar is cracking." "Where?" "About 2/3 of the way up. I don't think the pillar can hold the flyer's weight." "Hold, I'm connecting Vorden." "Vorden, do you copy?" "Yes, sir." "Denara, repeat that." "Vorden, the column is cracking. There is a growing spiderweb fracture about 2/3 of the way up, creeping down towards me." "Noted. What is the pace of advancement? Will you make it to the top?" "I don't think so." Denara focused on slowing her breathing. This was literally her worst nightmare. "Be calm, Healer. We've got this. Vorden, you need to take off to relieve the pressure. Can you lift off and hold a hover just above the column?" "I can, but the backwash will rock the platform significantly. We'll compensate with the gravity bots. It'll still be a bumpy ride." Lucius paused, considering. Denara would not be happy with him, but she would be alive. "Bumpy but survivable. Do it." "Confirmed." Vorden raced for the pilot seat and activated the engines. Denara heard them whine in startup and made the mistake of looking over the edge. She saw Lucius standing far below her, a speck on the ground. "Lucius, I think I'm going to pass out." "That's not a good idea, Healer. If you pass out, you'll unbalance the platform. Focus on Odrin." Okay, focus on the patient." She breathed again, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. "Can you talk to me? It helps." "Sure." There was a long pause. "What do you want to talk about?" "I don't know anything." Vorden took off, and the platform jerked sharply upwards, and Denara let off a shriek. "Where shall we go on our next date?" Lucius asked. Denara panted with stress as the platform swayed. "Bit presumptuous of you to think that there will be another date. I'm fairly sure I ended our social interaction, quite spectacularly." "Ah, but you haven't heard of my plans to win you back yet. It will be dramatic and glorious. It will set the standard for romance on this planet. All the other females will be jealous." She snorted. "It's the only romance on this planet so far." "So, I'm correct?" Denara laughed at the ridiculousness of their conversation. "I don't think so. I am unconvinced. Why should I entertain giving you a second chance?" There was a pause. "Because I love you." The air left Denara's lungs. "Don't joke about that, Lucius. You barely know me." "I would like to spend our life getting to know you, Denara. You are the most incredible female I have ever met. Your grace, compassion and kindness is something I would have wished for, had I the creativity to imagine someone as special as you could exist in this universe." Denara was speechless, and for a second she forgot that she was dangling far above the ground on a stupid platform that could plummet any minute. There was only Lucius's velvet voice in her ear. "Lucius, It's all right, Healer. I know that my words will take time to believe. I will prove my words through actions, I promise. If you give me a chance, I will do my best never to hurt you again." There was another long pause. "All right, I'll consider another date once I'm on the ground." "Denara?" "Yes?" "You're at the top. Vordan will swing in the platform. Be ready to reach out to grab the edge of the flyer." Things progressed rapidly from that point. Denara and Vordan flew back to base while the others returned to their campsite in the forest for pickup the following day. Lucius determined that it was too dangerous to allow the primary mission to continue. They would return to the crater with specialist earth-moving equipment and engineers at a later date. By the time they returned to camp, Odrin was out of surgery and recovering in medbay. Lucius looked in on him and saw him sitting in a recovery pod, the bone knitter positioned over his right leg. He looked pale and young against the sheets. Healer Frey was at the duty medical desk and informed him that Denara had retired for the night after supervising the marathon 12-hour surgery. Deciding that sounded like a brilliant idea, he followed suit. He wanted to be well rested. He had a seduction campaign to plan. This time it was all or nothing. His future lay on the line. Chapter 16, Maiden Feast.
Encrypted transmission from Agent Agrentau. The destruction of the supply ship has not had a sufficiently detrimental effect. Stronger measures may be required. There are also whispers of a valuable mineral that has been detected. I shall attempt to obtain a sample. End transmission.
Lucius's campaign started simply. Pretty wildflowers began appearing at random, in her office, in her quarters, everywhere. Denara would turn her back for a second, and when she'd turn around again, there would be a new vase. Occasionally, other personnel would appear in medbay to deliver them, advising her with a grin that a mysterious stranger had selected them for her. From there, it escalated. Food was next. Fruits would appear outside her door in the mornings. Someone hacked her meal plan, and desserts started showing up with her lunch and evening meal. There was a noticeable increase of people showing up at medbay around lunchtime, and her temperature rose when she realized that they were there to see what Lucius would do next. The only thing that didn't appear was the male himself. It shouldn't have been possible for him to avoid her on such a small colony. Several times she could have sworn that she had heard him, only to turn towards the sound of his voice to find empty space. She considered tracking him on the HUD, but that would have been cheating on their private game, and she was determined to win. Not that it was particularly private anymore. A few days later, the engineers rigged up a large outdoor cinema, and comms had finally managed to connect to the intergalactic entertainment net. The first movie to be shown turned out to be her favourite, By Special Request for a Special Lady. Denara almost spontaneously combusted with embarrassment as the Falosians whooped and cheered. She outright swore at Healer when she leaned over and said to her, "It's so romantic. You have to admit the male has style. Maybe it's worth just one more go." Denara made a face at her. "It's manipulative. The male knows exactly what he's doing. He's executing a strategic campaign. Does he think that he can just guilt-trip me into accepting him?" She grumbled back. Healer eyed her carefully. "If he was a different male, I'd say you were right. But that male is about as subtle as a raging thrower. I think his agenda is clear. He is sorry for his screw-up and wants a second chance. I can't believe you're taking his side. This isn't about sides. You still like him. Why won't you admit it?" It was all incredibly annoying. And sweet, she admitted to herself. Really sweet. Still, a female had to have her pride. If she was honest with herself, she was close to giving in, and she wasn't really sure what was still holding her back. At the end of the movie, Healer stood up and addressed the crowd. "Tomorrow it will be the Falosian Festival of Maiden Feast." Several of the Falosians cheered. "On Falosia, this is a time for family, love and joy. We invite you to celebrate with us. The festival begins at sunset. We fast during the day and feast at night." She paused. "It is traditional to bring offerings of food to Maiden Feast. On this day, Falosians eat meat." Several of the males perked up, and Denara heard whispers of hunting. Healer smiled wickedly. "Traditional dress is encouraged." The Falosians whooped in excitement, and the males looked puzzled. She laughed her husky laugh. "You'll find out." The next day there were noticeably fewer males than normal. It appeared that nearly all of them had requested leave to go hunting for the day in preparation for the feast. Given all the recent stress, The Kidek had approved the request for all but the perimeter security guards. During the day, the Falosians prepared. They rolled out large barrels into the corners of the central square of the base. In between, they laid out large trestle tables, a stage for the musicians, and in the middle, in a circle of lush growth, they set up a large bonfire. Smaller fires were dotted around the green. The Kidek wandered by and opened one of the barrels to inspect the contents, nodding appreciatively at the sweet smell before passing by Healer with a knowing smile and a wink. The Falosian music started at sunset. Healer, Sraya, and several others played a mixture of instruments, calling the others to the feast. The tables had been laid with fruits, vegetables, desserts, and breads. The males arrived first. They brought meat, the spoils of their hunt. Some already cooked, some they added to the fire. The air was thick with smoke from the fires, the scent of cooking meat and anticipation. Before long, the first of the females arrived. Zira emerged out of the smoke, taking the male's breath away. Gone was her utilitarian jumpsuit. In its place was the Falosian traditional dress. Low-slung belts of beaten gold held up layers of luxurious fabric panels in shades of green from darkest emerald to palest turquoise, providing flashing glimpses of her tattooed legs as she walked. Her torso was wrapped in gold and silver chains woven with strips of fabric and tiny beads, framing intricate chest and shoulder tattoos. On her brow she wore a circlet of matching gold that curved across her forehead and round her cheekbones, sweeping back in a flare of wings at her temples. Her hair, down from its usual braids, flowed down her back in a wave. Dark paint at her eyes added depth, making her mysterious and otherworldly. The other Falosians appeared, all dressed similarly. The fabrics and metals came in all colours, complementing the individual females' colouring. Many of the females left their breasts exposed, the chains twining under and around to frame them. The males stood agape, the females appearing ethereal in the dark, smoky night and reflected firelight. Each female went to a barrel and dipped in a cup. They moved fluidly towards the central fire until they stood silhouetted against the flames, poised for a moment as the drums reached their crescendo, before raising their cups to the sky. As one, they called out, "Praise the goddess!" It was a war cry to the goddess and this new planet, a declaration of ownership, before each tossed her cup of alcohol into the fire. The flames shot into the night sky, the blaze crackling and roaring. The Kidek herself stepped forward, her gown a red so dark it appeared nearly black. Her muscled arms were twined in gold chains, her torso wrapped in dark red fabric. "Welcome to Maiden Feast! Eat, drink, praise the goddess!" The females repeated the cry, and this time the males joined them. Denara put her pad down on the table and pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes in an effort to relieve the tension. Through the open doorway, she could see the glow of the communal fires and hear the rolling, thundering bass music. While she was glad that she was not there, that she would not have to go through the usual argument about why she wouldn't dance, she was sad that she was missing the camaraderie and the opportunity to mix at the first formal gathering of the colony. Still, Frey would be along before midnight to take her shift, and given the distant laughter and shouts, the party would still be in full swing. Promising herself a large slice of cake, she returned to the Maman's health protocol design. She didn't notice the male standing silently in the doorway, taking in her fatigue and pallor. He shook his head to himself. She really worked too hard. Her soft heart needed someone to protect it, to stop her giving too much of herself. As he waited patiently for her to notice him, he was chagrined to realize that she was so absorbed in her work, she was completely oblivious to him and her surroundings. So much for our connection or my animal magnetism, he thought wryly. Deciding to take another approach, he sauntered up to the table and slid the plate he held onto the surface as he dropped down to the seat across the desk. Denara looked up in surprise. "Oh, Lucius, you startled me." After days of his games, she couldn't believe that he was sitting here in front of her. She was so annoyed she wanted to strangle him, and so happy to see him she wanted to kiss him breathless. Lucius smiled at her. "My lady, I brought you spoils from the feast, since at the rate the mob out there are eating, there will be skin and bones left and little else." He lifted the plas cover off the plate to reveal 2 large rolls stuffed with meat and gravy, a small bowl of steamed vegetables, and a selection of desserts. "Thank you, Lucius. That is very sweet." With her toe, she pushed the bin further under her desk, in an effort to hide the discarded wrappers from her energy bars. "Does this mean that your campaign is at an end?" she asked. He smiled enigmatically and nudged the plate again. Obeying, she selected one of the rolls. "Does the party go well?" she mumbled around a mouthful. Lucius nodded, feeling immense satisfaction at seeing her eat the food he had provided for her. Although the maman and her aides did not attend, they removed themselves to her quarters for a night, mostly in protest at your Falosian traditional dress. She nodded sagely, trying to keep a wide grin off of her face. Hardly unexpected, but sad all the same. It would have been good for her to start to get to know us a little more. The dance and the dress say a lot about us as a culture, and our identity as females. She could learn a thing or two. Such as? Lucius leaned on the table, interested. She couldn't help but notice how his gilt skin and gleaming hair looked alive in the dim lights, the muscles on his arms as defined as a sculpture. The dance signifies freedom, grace, and strength. The movements are fluid and stylized, representing the variety of the female form. The dress has evolved as a result of our lack of males. If a female was looking for a partner, she would bare her breasts, signifying that she was willing to engage in a relationship. It is an important rite of passage for our females, and the choice of each female as an individual. Given the reason that most of us are here, it is hardly surprising that most would choose to bare themselves in invitation. Lucius nodded in agreement, watching the dim light play over her features. "So..." He cleared his throat, his voice unintentionally husky. "Why were you not dancing and wearing the dress?" He waited with bated breath for her response. She took her time chewing her mouthful. "Well, it is not exactly practical wear for working in a medical environment," she quipped, "but rest assured that I will wear my dress should the occasion warrant it." She gave him an arch look. "And the dance? Surely one of us could have covered for you so that you could participate." She looked at the roll in her hands, suddenly not hungry anymore. She pushed the plate and the rolls away from her. Attempting to shrug nonchalantly, she plastered a smile on her face. "I didn't feel like it. Besides, why do you care so much?" she challenged. "I would very much have liked to see you dance," he said softly, determined not to let her push him or their connection away. "I think you would be very, very beautiful." He watched the delicate rose suffuse her cheeks as her mouth formed a soundless O, marvelling again at the miracle of her. "Lucius, thank you. It is nice of you to say that. I mean it. I think you are perfect, every curve." He smiled at her, transforming his gentle, tender aspect into something else. In his eyes she could see a fierce possessiveness and the promise of fire. "Have you ever seen our native dance?" The question was an intimate whisper. She could only shake her head mutely in response, still stunned at his open declaration of admiration. "Allow me to show you." He rose fluidly to his feet and moved to the center of the room. He stood silently for a moment, head down, listening to the drumming beat in the distance, getting a feel for the rhythm. He raised his eyes to look at her and positioned his feet in a loose, even stance, his eyes blatantly suggestive, his body graceful. His right arm twitched up and down, then paused. His left arm twitched back and forth, then paused. He did it again, off the beat. She giggled. Eyes locked with hers, mischief gleaming in their depths, he proceeded to do the silliest, most uncoordinated dance she had ever seen in her entire life, each limb twitching out of rhythm, head bobbing, resembling nothing so much as a duck. Within moments her giggles had escalated to full-scale belly laughs, complete with snorts, and she had to lean on the table for support. He completed his dance on one knee, arms raised to the sky, as he wobbled precariously for balance before collapsing to the floor in laughter. Denara was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. "That," she gasped, "was the most impressive display of native dancing I've ever seen." He nodded in response. "It is the traditional dance of my people," he intoned solemnly. "Are you considered a great practitioner of this dance form?" she inquired innocently. "I am an unacknowledged master of the form." His response was smug. "In that case, I cannot wait to see another performance. It was quite enlightening." He rose to his feet and gave a dramatic bow. "Lady Denara, I would be more than happy to perform at your convenience any time, day or night." His grin was sinful, and she felt her insides melt at the gleam in his eyes. "Rest assured that however dire you feel your dancing to be, mine will always be worse. She rose in response to take his outstretched hand, joy ablaze in her heart. She met his eyes. "First warrior, I accept your most kind offer of a dance any time, day or night." Lucius swallowed, his mouth dry. "I meant what I said, my lady. I love you." "You don't know me," she countered again. He would not be deterred. "I know your soul. You are smart, kind, compassionate. You cared for the maman despite her doing everything in her power to cut you down. You are selfless for those you love." Denara was speechless. "And I trust you." She shook her head in denial, and he reached out and cupped her face. "Denara, feel me." She didn't want to risk feeling his indifference, his fear, didn't want to risk this precious memory being tarnished. Still, if she never risked it, what if he told the truth? She chewed on her lip for a moment, indecisive. She would not live a half-life in fear. She sent a tendril out and examined his emotions. Her breath caught in her throat. He trusted her, deeply and truly. The anger was still there, would probably take years of working on it, and she pitied any woman that tried to control him. But her he trusted completely. She could sense herself in his mind, a shining, radiant light. "Lucius!" She kissed him, pouring her love and warmth into the kiss. "Oh, excuse me, Chief Healer." Frey stood in the doorway, laughing. "I didn't mean to interrupt." Lucius looked up and grinned at her wickedly. "You didn't interrupt, Healer. Your timing is perfect. We were just leaving." He grabbed Denara's wrist and dragged her behind him, towards her quarters, while Denara laughed in delight. When they reached the stairs, he swung her up and bounded up them before stopping outside her door. He let her slide down his body to stand and leaned back to look at her in the dim light. "My lady, will you invite me inside?" In answer, she took his hand and opened her door and pulled him in. The lights in her quarters were low, and she led him to her bed. He looked at her with eyes gone navy, and she knew he was taking everything in. "My lady." His voice was hoarse with emotion. "Hush, Lucius, don't say anything." She pulled him into a hug, and they just stood there, wrapped around each other, soaking in their shared warmth. "Come to bed." She dimmed the lights further and shucked out of her jumpsuit. She climbed on the bed and scooted over to lie next to the wall to make space for him. He removed his own jumpsuit and climbed in, relaxing as she immediately snuggled into him. There was an awkward pause, neither of them quite knowing what to say next. "You know, this is our first time in a bed," she whispered, and he laughed in surprise. "My apologies, a serious oversight on my part." "This is weird, isn't it?" He sighed heavily. "A little. I am sorry for making such a mess of this, Denara." She nodded against his chest. "We'll work it out, Lucius. Don't tie yourself up in knots." He rubbed the bristles on his chin against her hair. "I've never slept beside a female before." She smiled. "Then let's start there and see how we go." They lay there together in the dim light for a long time, just enjoying each other's presence. After a while, Denara pressed little kisses on Lucius's chest, and his kisses in return became hotter. After a little while longer, neither of them had any time to think about their awkwardness, as they were consumed in their shared fire. Chapter 17. Sabotage. Denara decided that she could get used to waking up next to Lucius. As the sun rose, he rolled over on top of her and peppered her nose and cheeks with kisses. His eyes crinkled in the corners as he caught her laughter in a gentle kiss that was turning much more serious when she received a HUD alert that Odrin had awoken. They leapt out of bed and raced to the medbay to find Odrin, pale and weak, but sitting up in bed and conversing with Healer Frey. "Odrin, you scared the living daylight out of me." Denara laughed and cried, alternating between kissing his cheeks and scolding him thoroughly for placing himself at risk. Lucius laughed, drawing her back before leaning in to clasp Odrin's wrist, one warrior to another, his joy too large for words. They stayed for a few minutes before Odrin, still recovering, became drowsy. Lucius kissed Denara thoroughly on the gantry of the medbay to the appreciative whistles of his brothers, before leaving for his perimeter shift. Denara once again sat at her desk in the medbay, waiting on the maman to arrive for her treatment. She was keeping an ear out for the beeping of Audran's monitoring equipment when she heard a sound from the lab off of the medbay. She stood, moving towards the lab. "Specialist, is that you?" She opened the door, expecting to see one of her team, instead coming face to face with an unknown male. She did not recognize him from her medical screenings. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He smiled widely, and Denara's senses went on alert. Healer, my apologies. I must have entered the wrong door. I was looking for the medbay. You got lost. To the medbay. Yes, my lady. I see. Where do you work? She began slowly backing up. The door between the lab and the medbay had a lock. If she could get through the door, she could lock it and activate the duress button on the med side that would sound the alarm. And why you are holding some of our samples? He looked down and the smile dropped from his face. Ah, Healer. I didn't want to do this to you, not after you saved that male, but I can't have you giving me away. He lunged for her and she took several scrambling steps back, her hips striking the edge of the door. She twisted as she fell, trying to get away, crashing into a medication trolley as he grabbed her hair and hauled her upright. Stupid fucking females thinking you own the universe, ordering us around like you own us. You and your kind are a disease that will infect the universe. He wrapped his meaty fingers around her neck and squeezed, lifting her off the ground by her throat. She frantically scissored her legs, attempting to dislodge him, and he laughed in delight at her struggles. Her flailing hands caught the edge of a datapad, and she brought it down on his face with a crack, the crystalline surface shattering into pieces in his right eye, and he bellowed in pain. She dropped to the floor, and he kicked her in the stomach. Agony exploded along her side as she felt her ribs break, and she curled into a ball to protect herself as he rained blows down on her, blood dripping from his face onto hers. "Get away from her, Vlatka!" a vicious voice hissed. Denara opened her eye a crack to see the maman standing in the doorway of her isobay, looking pale and gripping a nano-knife, its edge almost invisible. "You dare touch a female? I will skin you alive! You will beg for death before I am finished!" The male grinned at her, blood dripping down his face from his damaged eye. "Come on then, bitch! I will triple my bonus when I give them your head!" The maman stalked forward like a hunting cat, one foot in front of the other, turning herself sideways to present a smaller target. She weaved her knife back and forth before striking suddenly, moving too fast to see, delivering a vicious slash to the male's face. He held his hands up to deflect her slice, stared dumbfounded through his remaining eye as 3 of his fingers were severed and fell to the floor in front of him. "Come, Vlatka, surrender and I won't kill your family, only you," the maman crooned, her voice a hypnotic sing-song. She swung again and a large, wet, red mouth appeared in his abdomen, blood welling immediately. Denara saw the moment when he decided to flee. He spun around to the lab door and ran. The maman crouched down and examined her with shaking hands. "Healer, I will call the warriors. I am afraid I am not as I once was. I find myself unable to chase him." Denara's HUD beeped as the maman activated the emergency beacon on her own HUD, and the maman slumped down to the floor, her strength exhausted. "In fact, I find this piece of flooring surprisingly comfortable." Denara croaked a laugh. "Don't make me laugh, it hurts." She shuffled, attempting to find a position that did not hurt her ribs. "That was amazing." The maman gave a bark of a laugh. "Of course, I am female." She paused. "You are a good female, even if you Falosians are too soft. Thank you for your saving of Audronde, child of my clan." "You are welcome, maman. He is a member of this colony now. That makes him mine as well." She was surprised at the fierceness in her own voice. They locked eyes and smiled at each other. The maman sighed. "I think, Healer, that we finally understand each other." There was a thunder of footsteps outside. "The warriors have arrived. We are saved." Denara cackled again, then dissolved into coughing. Lucius felt the red rage nibble at the edge of his vision. The dark stranger surged to be free, and held it back by sheer force of will. The maman had activated her emergency beacon, and his warriors had responded. When they contacted him to let him know that Denara had been attacked, fear had swamped him, followed by a rage so deep he wanted to rend the world. He was sure that he would never get the image of her in the hospital bed out of his mind. Her beautiful face already turning purple from bruising, chunks of her hair missing, biting her lip to avoid crying in pain as she straightened to allow the bone knitter to fix her ribs. He had stayed only long enough to determine whether one of his own males had attacked her. When he found out that it was an unfamiliar male, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He would not have to execute a brother this day. Lucius called Tarlac and Peyton, his best trackers, and together they set off hunting. Denara and the maman had injured their attacker severely. He had left a significant blood trail. Lucius bared his teeth in approval at their violence. He would owe the maman until the day he died for saving Denara, and for the first time in his life, he didn't mind. He would pay whatever she required gladly. They raced through the compound following the blood trail and exited into the woods. Tarlac hissed at him. "He isn't going for a flyer, why not? He must have an escape plan. Perhaps he has another vehicle stashed," Peyton replied. They nodded and followed him into the trees. Their quarry was bleeding heavily. The females had caused a significant amount of damage. They travelled through the undergrowth until they heard harsh breathing in front of them, and Lucius motioned for his team to stop with a hand signal. He had them fan out in a semicircle as he entered the clearing. The pathetic excuse for a male was lying against a tree, cradling a wide wound in his torso. His eye was a bleeding gash in his face, and Lucius silently cheered the females. "I am Lucius, first warrior of the Dathalka clan. Explain yourself." The male snorted and blood dribbled down his chin. "I came to save you, brothers. We will free you from the yoke of female control, return you to your birthright." Tarlac hissed, "You dare harm a female that is ours." Lucius cut him a slashing glance. "So you claim to save us? Who are you to make such a claim?" The male nodded. "The males of Svoboda will help you return to freedom. There are plenty of females in the galaxy. You need not beg for the scraps of the Falosian bitches or the Mammon." "Why here? Why this place?" "We will not allow the females to expand their control." Lucius nodded, as if the response was to be expected, and crouched down before the male. "We are Verit. We will make our own future, and neither you nor the Mammon will choose for us." He lunged and grabbed the male by a throat, baring his teeth at him, wanting nothing more than to rip the male's throat out with his teeth. "And you will pay with your life for touching my mate!" The male scrabbled at Lucius's hand around his neck, scoring dark scratches in his burnished skin. But Lucius remained as unmovable as rock. "Peyton, get the net!" The young warrior nodded and cast a glittering wire circlet onto the male. Lucius hastily moved back as the circlet expanded into a gleaming network of microfilaments. Peyton activated the net with his HUD, and the net silvered, then contracted around the male, immobilizing him, the lines of the net cutting into the male's flesh. Tarlac produced 2 telescopic poles and slid them through the net and between him and Peyton. They carried the trussed male back through the forest, Lucius pacing like a jungle cat nearby. Chapter 18. Goddess Justice. When they dragged him back to the base, they threw him on his knees in the ashes of the bonfire from the night before, in the centre of the green. He sent out the call on the general HUD channel, and within moments the courtyard was full of hulking males baying for blood and icily furious Falosian females. The Mammon and Denara had been brought forth to witness, both lying on stretchers. Lucius turned to Denara. "My lady, is this the male that harmed you?" Denara nodded, unsure what was happening. He turned to the Mammon and spoke to her respectfully. "My lady, is this the male that attacked you and the healer?" The Mammon jerked, hearing the unusual deference in tone, and assessed him coolly for a moment. "Yes, first warrior. This male harmed your mate." Several males sucked in a breath at the Mammon's endorsement of their mating. She straightened. "In accordance with the code of our people, I forfeit my right to justice. You and your brothers may punish him as you see fit." Lucius nodded and looked at Denara, wan in the morning light. He could hardly believe he had left her just a couple of short hours ago, kissing in the sun like teenagers. He longed to break the male before him, extract eons of pain for every second she had endured, but they needed information more. He turned to the K-deck. "My lady, while we seek vengeance, we need information more. With your permission, we will interrogate the male before determining a punishment." The cadet stared at the male, considering. She looked at Sreya, standing across the circle from her, who nodded slightly. "First warrior, if you would allow us to take vengeance on your behalf, we will undertake the interrogation." He weighed her stance. Something in her eyes urged him to believe her, to trust her. He looked down at the pathetic excuse for a male before him, and he felt another jagged piece of his soul settle as he made his decision. "Very well, Cadet. As a gesture of trust, I cede my rights to vengeance to you." The Cadet nodded, seeing with her 2 perceptive eyes how much of a step this was for him. "I thank you for your trust." She knelt down before the male, still immobilized in the net, and regarded him with a cocked head. Falosians are considered a gentle people. Our empathy makes us acutely aware of the pain of others. People are often surprised that so many of us end up working as bodyguards or in personal protection. She spoke softly, conversationally, as if chatting over tea. As thanks for your trust, First Warrior, I will share with you something that few outsiders ever witness. She extended a single finger to the male and gently touched the center of his forehead. The world seemed to freeze for a single second, every blade of grass, every tree leaf waiting for an unseen command. The Cadec's face stayed relaxed and calm as the male began to scream. He screamed as if his insides were being torn out, like he was on fire. He screamed in agony and fear and pain. He screamed until his throat tore and blood vomited from his mouth. It seemed to go on forever, but it was less than 5 minutes later when he stopped abruptly. Denara's croaky voice came from the sidelines, still damaged from being held up by her throat. "He has had a heart attack. He's dead." The silence was absolute. Eventually, the maman spoke. "Sister, what did you do to him?" It was the first time she had ever addressed the cadet so respectfully. The first generations of Falosians engineered mental skills into the children of their new colony. Telepathy, telekinesis, empathy, the whole range. She sighed. It caused problems. Too late we realized the ethical issues that came with them. Over time we decided that some gifts were simply too dangerous to employ. She stood, dusting off her pants. Now we only use our empathy. Culturally, we consider telepathy to be an invasion, a rape of the mind. It is very violent to insert your thoughts into another's, or to take theirs without permission. Many people believe that we are no longer capable of telepathy, that it was bred or engineered out. For some of us this is even true, but not for all of us. She turned to Lucius. "First Warrior, take some time with Denara. I have extracted the information required and will brief you at your convenience." He bowed deeply, his brow furrowed. "And this killed him." The cadet hesitated, torn. Denara croaked again. "Tell them the rest. You've gone this far." The cadet regarded her solemnly. "Very well, Healer. Empathy is not just a passive skill, it can be active. In his memories, I saw the things he had said, done, and thought. He was a very violent individual. I emanated back at him the fear, pain, and violence he had meted out on others." The male's eyes widened at the implication. "I gave back only what was given out." Her voice hardened. "I protect my own First Warrior." Lucius bowed deeply again. All around him he felt the others doing the same. When he raised his eyes, he saw awe and hunger in the male's expressions. They had respected and admired the Falosians in an abstract way before, but many of the males had wondered if they were too soft for this life, if they could accept the depth of fury and passion that made up a Verit male, if they could bring the dark stranger that lived in all of them to heal. But here were worthy females, ready to give their lives to protect others, ready to defend themselves and their planet. The males looked on the females with new eyes, and they liked what they saw, if the heat in their gaze was any indication. The maman hissed, "Enough of this! Males, take Denara and me back to the medbay." She motioned contemptuously with her chin at the dead male. "Someone dispose of that." The maman's acerbic comments broke the tension of the moment. Lucius moved to Denara and gently picked her up in his arms, to her surprised squeak, careful of her healing ribs, and carried her back to her isobay. When they reached the medbay, he simply sat on the bed with her in his arms and held her, his face against her hair. She stroked him gently, understanding that he needed to reassure himself that she was safe. "It's all right, Lucius, I'm fine. The maman got there in time." He didn't respond, unable to unclench his jaw enough to speak. She simply sat there, allowing him to hold her in silence, until the tension eventually began to drain from his muscles. He swallowed reflexively, breathing past the fear of losing her. He looked up at her, their breath intermingling, and he gently rested his forehead on hers. "I love you, my lady. I would mate with you if you would allow." Her eyes widened in shock. He continued, "I know we have only known each other for a few weeks, and I have been an absolute ass." She snorted, and he mock glared at her. "I'm declaring my love to you, female. Have mercy." He sucked in a breath. "I know that this seems sudden, but when I thought I might lose you, my heart stopped. I would be honored to be your mate, your shield, to learn and grow with you." Denara stroked his hair, tracing his beloved features with her hands. She extended her senses to him, afraid that once again he would disappoint her. She brushed him with her mind, requesting an invitation to enter. His eyes flicked to hers, locked, and he smiled gently. Inside her mind she felt him open to her, and she flowed into him like warm honey, filling the cold places inside his soul. In his mind she saw his passion, his strength of devotion. She saw herself as he saw her, radiant with love, warmth and compassion, and gasped, "Lucius, I can never live up to that standard. That is not a person, that is an angel. My lady, nothing you would ever do could convince me otherwise. To convince me, you would have to do something so other that you would not be you." Deeper into his mind she ventured, and she saw his hopes, dreams and fears, the dark places of his soul. He hid nothing from her, bared himself to her inspection. She saw his history with the maman, his fears and hopes for his brothers. His will was titanium and he had decided on her. Male and beast, he was hers. She saw the dark stranger, the core of possession and fury and love, and caressed the wild creature with her mind. It too loved her. She kissed him, still connected, and felt his lust and love rise, a wave of desire and energy directed at her. She sipped at his lips and peppered his face with kisses, and he groaned and brought his arms up to encircle her. She broke the kiss and pulled back to look him in the eyes. "I see you, Lucius Day, first warrior Dethalca. I take you as my mate." Lucius nodded and placed her gently on the bed next to him. He reached for his knife at his belt and lifted one of his large, thick braids, slicing it off near the top and handing her the neatly tied plait. Denara gave a squeak. "What are you doing? Your hair!" Lucius broke into a wild grin, threw back his head and roared in joy. "This way all males will know that I am mated. This is the way of our people." He sliced another braid, adding it to her collection. There was a thunder of footsteps as Tarlac burst in, sword in hand. What's happened now?" He slid to a stop when he saw them, saw his fearless leader grinning like a madman, the braids in Denara's hands. "She has accepted your mating. About time. Congratulations, first warrior." He slapped Lucius on the shoulder before bowing to Denara. "Congratulations, chief healer. Now, if we could keep the roaring to a minimum, this is a med bay. We could all do with some peace before the drama starts again." He winked mischievously and ducked as Lucius growled and threw a cloth at his head, while Denara laughed. The end. Chapter 19. Epilogue. The maman eased her way into the cadet's office and sat down at the conference table, feeling about 1,000,000 years old. She regarded the cadet impassively. Despite her better judgment, she had formed a grudging respect for the other woman. Fry had strongly questioned the wisdom of selecting the Falosians as a partner in this colony. She had used every connection and favour she had to get her clan selected first, get herself placed here, where she could observe the progress and address any issues as they arose. These males were hers, and they deserved the best chance they could give them at a new life. At first, it seemed like her worst fears had been realised. The Falosians were so soft, so casual with the males. Perversely, she viewed the cadet allowing herself and her maman-la to live, to stay on the colony, as a significant lapse in judgment. These women would never be able to protect and guide the males, to control their violent impulses. Goddess bless, they were empaths, they were guided by emotions. But even she could admit that she may have judged precipitously. The healer had shown surprising backbone in dealing with Lucius, and in defending herself against that Vlakta. The cadet had no problem making the decisions necessary to protect the colony, and her execution of the thief had been impressive in its efficiency and viciousness. She could work with a woman like that. "How are you feeling, maman?" "Like I've been hit by a shuttle." The cadet flicked an assessing glance at her, and for once Frey didn't bristle in response. "Yet you have enough energy left to insist on this meeting. What plot do you have underway now?" The cadet smiled at her slightly, appreciative of her grit. The maman smiled back tightly. "We need to send a message to the Astai and the Matriarch. We need to let them know about the Zealand and organise to get troops here to defend this colony." The cadet assessed her. "I have considered this, but we must be careful. We don't want to tip off our unknown adversary." The maman raised an eyebrow. "You took his memories. You and I both know that our adversary is not unknown. Svoboda is coming for us. The Zealand may be our best weapon. If we manage it well, it will give us more than enough wealth and power to defend this planet." The cadet nodded again. "Very well, let us send the message." There was a pregnant pause. "I do have another concern." "The accomplice?" The cadet sighed. "Yes, I don't think they could have done this without insider assistance, and the catalyst was stolen before we landed on the planet." The maman evaluated her options before nodding decisively. "All the more reason to get more help. They already know that we are on alert. They will be expecting a reaction. Not calling for help would look suspicious at this stage, like we have something to hide. The Cadex smiled appreciatively. Agreed. Let's draft the comm. Afterward, thank you for listening. I am an indie author and reviews mean the world to us, so if you enjoyed this audiobook, I'd love it if you could leave a review here. Ebook and print books are available on Amazon, and the full unabridged audiobook can be purchased at rosemackie.com. If you want to share on social media, I'd love it if you can tag me at @rosemackie_author on Facebook, Insta or TikTok. If you really loved it and want to read more, check out rosemackie.com where you can sign up for my newsletter to hear about future books. No spam, I promise. You'll get access to extra scenes, free novellas, and be the first to hear about new releases.